Hello. Sorry, guys. I am late. I had an emergency, and I'm here. um, I'm late. Let me get everything pulled up. Let's see. I started chat, so it should be coming up shortly. I think we're just in time with court. Cool. Oh no, what happened to audio? They muted us. Took away our audio. All right, let me get Lucy Cam up. She heard me say her name. Hi, big girl. I hear you. Your friends are here. There's a juror who's late. Well, that's good because so am I. You're lucky that I haven't had a chance to restart my computer and boost my stuff, because you would get your squeaky door right now. 10-minute delay. A juror is late. Well, that worked out perfect for me today. Let me get Lucy Cam going. New podcast. It's listed by our name. It is listed under 13th Juror Podcast. So it is there's Lucy Cam. You want to go to your bed? You got people waiting on you. They want to see you. It is under the name, and the new, I don't know if the new episode is out. I was working on it earlier, and I sent it in. Yep, it's published. So the new episode is out today. I've got everything out up till Detective Dean O'Kelly's testimony, and the one that I've done for him, the first part, there's so much that they go over in his, because they also go over that horrible interview. So that one is almost done. I have to check it. I was working on it earlier today, and then I had something come up, so I didn't get to finish it, but I will have it finished. I think I've only got maybe 10 more minutes left on it, and then I'll be done with that one. So that one should be able to be published tonight too. So we'll get you all caught up. And the one that will be coming out today, I went through that horrible video with all of the terrible audio, but also the terrible Tommy, and was able to break down everything he said so that we can have it in the podcast episode. So that one will be coming out tonight. I thought I was going to finish it today, but it'll be done tonight because I've only got about 10 minutes left. But something came up, so I didn't get it done in time. So Tommy was looking for me. Old Tommy was looking for me. There's a couple things that I caught actually when I went back and listened to that god awful video that I didn't catch the first time too. He's so crass. He's just, ugh. I missed the thing that he had said the first time. I missed what he had said about the waitress. Missed that. Heard it when I went back. Yeah, and no lunch break today. I hope y'all brought your little brown lunch sacks. I can hear them talking. Did y'all hear, by the way? Did you catch what he said about the waitress? I didn't catch it until I went back and listened. I totally missed that part. But what he said about the waitress when they asked about Sharon's gambling, ugh. He said they asked about Sharon's gambling. Sharon. They're not asking about Thami. They ask about Sharon's gambling. And his response is something like talking about how he doesn't really like to gamble that much. Oh, I didn't realize. I forgot I look like this right now. That he doesn't really like to gamble, but she does. And said that when he's at the casino, there's a waitress named Amber, and something about when she leans over to hand drinks to them. He's a piece of crap. Ugh. Ugh. Thank you so much, Candace. I got cha-ching. I got to go cha-ching. Actually, stare at Lucy for a moment. I am going to, since they're delayed, I'm going to restart this so all of my buttons will work. So stare at Lucy for a moment and I'll be right back. Okay. Now, this should have everything working again. For whatever reason, after the alien invasion every afternoon, I have to restart my computer in order for all my stuff to work. Not all of it, just some of it. All right, let's see. Not that. Get court pulled back up. Getting caught up on the day. It has been quite a day. Why? Alrighty. Add to stream. There we go. Now we're caught up. For now. For the most part. All right. So I'll give y'all the sneak peek since y'all are here. On some of the stuff in the podcast. So some of the stuff that I found was, I mean, it just makes me like him even less. But he, what is happening here? What is this? No, I don't want to. Oh, what is that? What is happening? Not that. I got to pull up my, sign me out of everything for some reason. Okay. So one of the things that he said, this was so gross. The thing about the waitress. So he's talking about this waitress, right? When they ask about Sharon's gambling, and he talks about her and says something about how when she comes over to bring drinks and she bends over, and the word he uses is very crass and I'm not going to repeat it, but he talks about how when she bends over and he gets to see what he sees when she bends over and how she has a nice situation. So now keep in mind, this is when they have asked about Sharon. And so they're both just kind of staring at him like, you're disgusting. And he then says, he looks at Detective O'Kelly and he's like, oh, what? I'm just joking. I'm sure she's a nice girl that, I haven't seen too much of her. The word he uses is crass. Like I said, I'm not going to repeat it. And again, they just stare at him. And then they're like, so back to Sharon. Best response ever. Just as a reminder that you're a disgusting pig. And we were talking about your dead wife. Ugh. He's so awful. He's so awful. Like, as much as I dislike him, then when I go back and do these recaps and I read everything that's there, and then I'm like, oh yeah, he's even worse. He's even worse the second time around because you catch more stuff. He definitely grossed the detectives out. Definitely. He grosses everybody out. There's other stuff too, what else did he say? I'm trying to think of what else. I recorded all this a few hours ago when I was doing this. We have audio. We have audio. Y'all have to listen to the podcast.
0966, state of Nevada versus Thomas Randolph. For the record, that Mr. Randolph is present, his attorney, deputy district attorney on behalf of the state. Do both parties stipulate to the presence of our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Does the defense have any further witnesses they intend to call?
We do not have any further witnesses. However, prior to arresting, we would move for admission by stipulation of defense proposed X and Y.
X and Y, any objection?
No, it's by stipulation.
Okay, well, those will be stipulated too, okay?
So no more witnesses. So he's not going to testify?
And this time the defense would rest.
Okay. State-
Your Honor, there was one other stipulation, and
They
that
talked him
Mr.
out of it.
Randolph, at the time of this incident, had a residence in Clearfield, Utah, and the state stipulated that.
That's correct. We'll stipulate that.
Okay, that is a fact that has been stipulated to by the parties. And at this point, the defense would rest.
Yes, sir.
State, do you have any rebuttal witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the presentation of evidence in this case. So we have now reached the portion where I will now read you the instructions from the law that apply to this case. You have a packet that was left in your chair that's entitled Jury Instructions to the Jury. Those are the ones that I'm going to read to you. Feel free to follow along as I read them. Instruction number 1. It is now my duty as judge to instruct you in the law that applies to this case. It is your duty as jurors to follow these instructions and to apply the rules of law to the facts as you find them from the evidence. You must not be concerned with the wisdom of any rule of law stated in these instructions. Regardless of any opinion you may have as to what the law ought to be, it would be a violation of your oath to base a verdict about any other view of the law than that given in the instructions of this court. Instruction number 2, if in these instructions any rule, direction, or idea is repeated or stated in different ways, no emphasis thereon is intended by me, and none may be inferred by you. For that reason, you are not to single out any certain sentence or any individual point or instruction and ignore the others, but you are to consider all the instructions as a whole and regard each in the light of all the others. The order in which the instructions are given has no significance as to their relative importance. Instruction number 3, an amended indictment is but a formal method of accusing a person of a crime and is not of itself any evidence of his guilt. In this case, it is charged in an amended indictment.
He got them
that on or
today.
About May 8th of 2008, defendant committed the offenses of conspiracy to commit murder and murder with use of a deadly weapon, adding within the county charge stated in Nevada as follows. Count 1, conspiracy to commit murder. Did then and there meet with Michael James Miller and between themselves and each of them with the other willfully and unlawfully conspire and agree to commit the crime of murder. And in furtherance of said conspiracy, defendant and Michael James Miller did commit the acts as set forth in count 2, said act being incorporated by this reference as though fully set forth herein. Count two, murder with use of a deadly weapon. Did then and there willfully, unlawfully, closely, and without lawful authority and with malice aforethought. Kill Sharon cause Randolph, a human being, in the following manner, to wit, by shooting at and into the head of Sharon cause Randolph with a firearm. The actions of the defendant Thomas Randolph and his accomplice Michael James Miller, resulting in the death of the said Sharon cause Randolph. Said killing having been 1, willful, deliberate, and premeditated, and or 2, committed by defendant and or his accomplice lying in wait to commit the killing, and or 3, committed during the perpetration or attempted perpetration of a robbery. Said defendant being responsible under one or more of the following principles of criminal liability, to wit,
Me
1,
too.
by directly committing the act, and or 2, by defendant conspiring with Michael James Miller with the specific intent that a killing occur, whereby each is vicariously liable for the foreseeable acts of the other made in furtherance of the conspiracy, and or 3, by the defendant and Michael James Miller aiding and abetting each other with the specific intent that a killing occur, by counseling, encouraging, commanding, or procuring the other to commit the offense, by defendant planning the killing of Sharon cause Randolph with accomplice Michael James Miller, the defendant thereafter being present outside the home. When Sharon cause Randolph entered the home, she shared with the defendant. The defendant's accomplice, Michael James Miller, acting in the role of a burglar, shot Sharon cause Randolph in the head pursuant to the agreement and plan of the defendant and his accomplice Michael James Miller. Count 3, murder with use of a deadly weapon. Did then and there willfully, feloniously, and without authority of law, and with premeditation and deliberation, and with malice aforethought, kill Michael James Miller, a human being, by defendant shooting the victim in the head and body with a deadly weapon, to wit, a firearm. It is the duty of the jury to apply the rules of law contained in these instructions to the facts of the case and determine whether or not the defendant is guilty of one or more of the offenses charged. Each charge and the evidence pertaining to it should be considered separately. The fact that you may find a defendant guilty or not guilty as to one of the offenses charged should not control your verdict as to any other defendant or offense charged. Instruction number 4, a conspiracy is an agreement between 2 or more persons for an unlawful purpose. To be guilty of conspiracy, a defendant must intend to commit or to aid in the commission of the specific crime agreed to. The crime is the agreement to do something unlawful. It does not matter whether it was successful or not. A person who knowingly does any act to further the object of a conspiracy or otherwise participates therein is criminally liable as a conspirator. However, mere knowledge or approval of or acquiescence in the object and purpose of a conspiracy without an agreement to cooperate in achieving such object or purpose does not make one a party to a conspiracy. Conspiracy is seldom susceptible of direct proof and is usually established by inference from the conduct of the parties. In particular, conspiracy may be supported by a coordinated series of facts in furtherance of the underlying offense sufficient to infer the existence of an agreement. A conspiracy to commit a crime does not end upon the completion of the crime. The conspiracy continues until the co-conspirators have successfully gotten away and concealed the crime. Instruction number 5. It is not necessary in proving a conspiracy to show a meeting of the alleged conspirators or the making of an express or formal agreement. The formation and existence of a conspiracy may be inferred from all the circumstances tending to show the common intent and may be proved in the same way as any other fact may be proved, either by direct testimony of the fact or by circumstantial evidence or by both direct and circumstantial evidence. Instruction number 6. Each member of a criminal conspiracy is liable for each act and bound by each declaration of every other member of the conspiracy if the act or the declaration is in furtherance of the object of the conspiracy. The act of one co-conspirator pursuant to or in furtherance of the common design of the conspiracy is the act of all conspirators. Every conspirator is legally responsible for a specific intent crime of a co-conspirator so long as the specific intent crime was intended by the defendant. A conspirator is also legally responsible for a general intent crime that follows as one of the reasonably foreseeable consequences of the object of the conspiracy, even if it is not intended as part of the original plan and even if he was not present at the time of the commission of such act. Instruction number 7. Evidence that a person was in the company or associated with one or more other persons alleged or proven to have been members of a conspiracy is not, in itself, sufficient to prove that such person was a member of an alleged conspiracy. However, you are instructed that presence, companionship, and conduct before, during, and after the offenses are circumstances from which one's participation in the criminal intent may be inferred. Instruction number 8. Where 2 or more persons are accused of committing a crime together, their guilt may be established without proof that each person did every act constituting the offense charged. All persons concerned in the commission of a crime who either directly or actively commit the act constituting the offense, or who knowingly and with criminal intent aid and abet in its commission, or whether present or not, who advise and encourage its commission with the intent that the crime be committed, are regarded by the law as principals in the crime thus committed and are equally guilty thereof. A person aids and abets the commission of a crime if he knowingly and with criminal intent aids, promotes, encourages, or instigates by act or advice or by act and advice the commission of such crime with the intention that the crime be committed. The state is not required to prove precisely which defendant actually committed the crime and which defendant aided and abetted.
They don't have to prove who did
Instruction
what,
number 9,
just
robbery
that
is
they
the
work
unlawful
together.
taking of personal property from another, or in his presence, against his will, by means of force or violence or fear of injury, immediate or future, to his person or property, or the person or property of a member of his family, or of anyone in his company at the time of the robbery. Such force or fear must be used to obtain or retain possession of the property, to prevent or overcome resistance to the taking of the property, or to facilitate escape of the property. In any case, the degree of force is immaterial if it's used to compel acquiescence to the taking of or escaping with the property. Such taking constitutes robbery whenever it appears that although the taking was fully completed without the knowledge of the person from whom taken, such knowledge was prevented by the use of force or fear. The value of property or money taken is not an element of the crime of robbery, and it is only necessary that the state prove the taking of some property or money. Instruction number 10, robbery may be spread over considerable and varying periods of time. All matters immediately prior to and having direct causal connection with the robbery are deemed so closely connected with it as to be part of the occurrence. Thus, although acts of violence and intimidation preceded the actual taking of the property and may have been primarily intended for another purpose, it is enough to support the charge of robbery when a person takes the property by taking advantage of the terrifying situation he created. Instruction number 11, murder in the first degree is a specific offense crime. Defendant cannot be held liable under conspiracy and or aiding and abetting theory of first degree murder for acts committed by a co-conspirator, unless the defendant also had a premeditated and deliberate specific intent to kill and or the intent to commit robbery under the felony murder theory. Murder in the second degree and robbery are general intent crimes. As such, defendant may be held liable under conspiracy theory and or aiding and abetting for murder of the second degree and robbery for acts committed by a co-conspirator if the killing or taking of property by force is one of the reasonably foreseeable consequences of the object of the conspiracy.
Yay, I'm glad you like it, Data Lisa.
Instruction number 12, where several parties join together in a common scheme to commit an unlawful act, each is criminally responsible for the reasonably foreseeable general intent crimes committed in furtherance of the common design. In contemplation of law as it relates to general intent crimes, the act of one is the act of all. Robbery and battery are general intent crimes. Second degree murder can be a general intent crime. Additionally, a co-conspirator is guilty of the specific intent offenses which he specifically intended to be committed. First degree murder is a specific intent crime unless the felony murder rule applies. Instruction number 13. In this case, the defendant is accused in an amended indictment alleging an open charge of murder. This charge may include murder of the first degree or murder of the second degree. The jury must decide if the defendant is guilty of any offense and if so, of which offense. Instruction number 14. Murder is the unlawful killing of a human being with malice aforethought, either express or implied. The unlawful killing may be effected by any of the various means by which death may be occasioned. Instruction number 15. Malice aforethought means the intentional doing of the wrongful act without legal cause or excuse or what the law considers adequate provocation. The condition of mind described as malice aforethought may arise from anger, hatred, revenge, or particular ill will, spite, or grudge toward the person killed. It may also arise from any unjustifiable or unlawful motive or purpose to injure another, proceeding from a hard, fatal event on mischief or with reckless disregard of consequences and social duty. Malice aforethought does not imply deliberation or the lapse of any considerable period of time between the malicious intention to injure another and the actual execution of the intent, but denotes an unlawful purpose of design as opposed to accident or mischance. Instruction number 16. Express malice is the deliberate intention unlawfully to take away the life of a human being, which is manifested by external circumstances capable of proof. Malice may be implied when no considerable provocation appears or when all the circumstances of killing show an abandoned and malignant heart.
185
Murder of the
rights
first degree is
yesterday and
murder which is
99
perpetrated
yesers.
by means of any kind of willful, deliberate, and premeditated killing. All three elements, willfulness, deliberation, and premeditation, must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt before an accused can be convicted of first degree murder. Willfulness is the intent to kill. There need be no appreciable time between formation of intent to kill and the act of killing. Deliberation is the process of determining upon a course of action to kill as a result of thought, including weighing the reasons for and against the action and considering the consequences of the actions. A deliberate determination may be arrived at in a short period of time, but in all cases, determination must not be formed in passion, or if formed in passion, it must be carried out after there has been time for the passion to subside and deliberation to occur. A mere unconsidered and rash impulse is not deliberate, even though it includes the intent to kill. Premeditation is a design, a determination to kill, distinctly formed in the mind by the time of the killing. Premeditation need not be for a day, an hour, or even
You know
a minute. It
what's
may be
funny,
as
though?
instantaneous as successive thoughts of the mind. For if the jury believes from
How
the
many
evidence that the
times
act constituting killing has
have
been
we
preceded
said,
by
man, I
and
wish we
results of
could listen to this
premeditation,
part
no
sped
matter
up?
how rapidly the act follows the premeditation, it is premeditated.
Well, I'm
Instruction
pointing
18,
here,
the law
but
does not
technically it
undertake to
would be
measure
here
in
if
units
I'm.
of time the length of period during which the thought must be pondered before it can ripen into an intent to kill, which is truly deliberate and premeditated. The time will vary within different individuals and under varying circumstances. The true test is not the duration of time, but rather the extent of the reflection. A cold, calculated judgment and decision may be arrived at in a short period of time, but a mere unconsidered and rash impulse, even though it includes an intent to kill, is not deliberation and premeditation, as will fix an unlawful killing as murder of the first degree. Instruction number 19. There are certain kinds of murder in the first degree which carry with them conclusive evidence of malice and forethought. One of these classes of first degree murder is a killing committed in the perpetration or attempted perpetration of a robbery. Therefore, a killing which is committed in the perpetration of a robbery is deemed to be murder of the first degree, whether the killing was intentional, unintentional, or accidental. This is called the felony murder rule. The intent to perpetrate or attempt to perpetrate a robbery must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. In order for the felony murder rule to apply under the robbery theory, the intent to take property must be formed prior to the act constituting the killing. Instruction number 20. Although your verdict must be unanimous as to the charge, you do not have to agree on the degree of guilt or liability. Therefore, even if you cannot agree on whether the facts establish the defendant is guilty of premeditated deliberate murder or felony murder, or is liable as a principal, aider, and abettor, or co-conspirator, so long as you all agree that the evidence establishes the defendant's guilt of murder in the first degree, your verdict shall be murder of the first degree. Instruction number 21. You are instructed that if you find the state has established that the defendant has committed first degree murder, you shall select first degree murder as your verdict. The crime of first degree murder includes the crime of second degree murder. You may find the defendant guilty of second degree murder if 1. You have not found beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant is guilty of murder of the first degree, and 2. All 12 of you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant is guilty of the crime of second degree murder. If you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the crime of murder has been committed by the defendant, but you have a reasonable doubt whether such murder was of the first or of the second degree, you must give the defendant the benefit of the doubt and return a verdict of murder of the second degree. Instruction number 22. All murder which is not murder of the first degree is murder of the second degree. Murder of the second degree is murder with malice and forethought, but without the admixture of premeditation and deliberation. Instruction number 23. You are instructed that if you find that a defendant is guilty of first or second degree murder, you must also determine whether or not a deadly weapon was used in the commission of this crime. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that a deadly weapon was used in the commission of such an offense, then you shall return the appropriate guilty verdict reflecting the use of a deadly weapon. If, however, you find that a deadly weapon was not used in the commission of such an offense, but you find that it was committed, then you shall return the appropriate guilty verdict reflecting that a deadly weapon was not used. Instruction number 24. Deadly weapon means any instrument which, if used in the ordinary manner contemplated by its design and construction, will or is likely to cause substantial bodily harm or death, or any weapon, device, instrument, material, or substance which, under the circumstances in which it is used, attempted to be used, or threatened to be used, is readily capable of causing substantial bodily harm or death. A firearm is a deadly weapon. Instruction number 25. If more than one person commits a crime and one of them uses a deadly weapon in the commission of that crime, each may be convicted of using a deadly weapon even though he did not personally himself or herself use the weapon. An unarmed offender uses a deadly weapon when the unarmed offender is liable for the offense. Another person liable for the offense is armed with and uses a deadly weapon in the commission of the offense, and the unarmed offender had knowledge of the use of the deadly weapon. Instruction number 26. Justifiable homicide is not unlawful. Justifiable homicide includes the killing of a human being in necessary self-defense.
What if Thami got up there and wanted to do his own closings? That wouldn't surprise me.
One who manifestly intends or endeavors to commit a crime of violence. Any person or persons who manifest the intended endeavor in a violent, riotous, tumultuous, or surreptitious manner to enter the occupied habitation of another for the purpose of assaulting or offering personal violence to any person dwelling or being therein. A person is not required to retreat before using deadly force if the person, A, is not the original aggressor, B, has a right to be present at the location where deadly force is used, and C, is not actively engaged in conduct that furthers of criminal activity at the time deadly force is used.
She's talking so fast, it's not even picking up CC.
In defense of another is justified and not unlawful when the person who does the killing actually and reasonably believes that there is imminent danger that the assailant will either kill him or cause him great bodily injury, and that is absolutely necessary under circumstances for him to use in self-defense force or means that might cause the death of the other person, for the purpose of avoiding death or great bodily injury.
Ricky Watson every time.
Instruction number 28. A bare fear of death or great bodily injury is not sufficient to justify killing. To justify taking the life of another in self-defense, the circumstances must be sufficient to excite the fears of a reasonable person placed in a similar situation. The person killing must act under the influence of those fears alone and not in revenge. Instruction number 29, an honest but unreasonable belief in the necessity for self-defense does not negate malice and does not reduce the offense from murder to manslaughter. Instruction number 30, the right of self-defense is not generally available to the original aggressor. That is the person who has sought a quarrel with and is designed to force a deadly issue and thus through his fraud, contrivance, or fault to create a real or apparent necessity for making a felonious assault. The original aggressor is only entitled to exercise self-defense if he makes a good faith endeavor to decline any further struggle before the mortal blow was given. However, where a person without voluntary seeking, provoking, inviting, or willingly engaging in a difficulty of his own free will is attacked by the assailant, he has the right to stand his ground and need not retreat when faced with the threat of deadly force. Instruction number 31, actual danger is not necessary to justify killing in self-defense. A person has a right to defend from apparent danger to the same extent as he would from actual danger. The person killing is justified if, 1, he is confronted by the appearance of imminent danger, which arouses in his mind an honest belief and fear that he is about to be killed or suffer great bodily injury, and 2, he acts solely upon these appearances and his fear and actual beliefs, and 3, a reasonable person in a similar situation will believe himself to be in life danger. Instruction number 32, the killing is justified even if it develops afterward that the person killing was mistaken about the extent of the danger. Instruction number 33, if evidence of self-defense is present, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act in self-defense. If you find that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act in self-defense, you must find the defendant not guilty. Instruction 34, if a person kills another in self-defense, it must appear that the danger was so urgent and pressing that in order to save his own life or to prevent his receiving great bodily harm, the killing of the other was absolutely necessary, and the person killed was the assailant, or that the slayer had really and in good faith endeavored to decline any further struggle before the mortal blow was given. Instruction number 35, it is a constitutional right of a defendant in a criminal trial that he may not be compelled to testify. Thus, the decision as to whether he should testify is left to the defendant on the advice and counsel of his attorney. You must not draw any inference of guilt from the fact that he does not testify, nor should this fact be discussed by you or enter into your deliberations in any way. Instruction number 36, statements of the defendant not made in court have been admitted into evidence. Before the jury may take such statement into consideration, it must first decide whether or not it was given voluntarily. If the jury decides the statement was made voluntarily, it may use the statements in deliberations. If the jury decides the statement was not made voluntarily, the jury must disregard it. The state has the burden of proving the voluntariness of a statement by a preponderance of the evidence. This burden of proof should lead the trier of fact to find that the existence of the contested fact is more probable than its non-existence. The court has redacted portions of the defendant's statements that are not relevant to this proceeding. You are not to speculate about what was redacted or consider the fact that the statement was redacted in your deliberation. Instruction number 37. You have heard testimony regarding events described by Sharon Randolph to her friends. Such evidence was introduced as evidence of Sharon Randolph's state of mind. You may consider the evidence to the extent you think it is relevant to Sharon Randolph's state of mind. You may not consider this evidence as evidence of events that occurred or any other purpose. This applies to witnesses 1, Colleen Byer, 2, Michael Byer, 3, Deidre Marley, 4, Alice Wolf, 5, Antoinette Bean, and 6, Victoria Kamenick. Instruction number 38. To constitute the crime charged, there must exist a union or joint operation of an act forbidden by law and an intent to do the act. The intent with which an act is done is shown by the facts and circumstances surrounding the case. Do not confuse intent with motive. Motive is what prompts a person to act.
There's Miss
Intent
Alice,
refers only to the state of mind
Victoria,
with which an act is done.
Detective
Motive
Dean.
is not an element of the crime charge, and the state is not required to prove a motive
I
on the
see
part of the defendant
Deidre.
in such a conviction. However, you may consider evidence of motive or lack of motive as a circumstance in the case. Instruction number 39. The defendant is presumed innocent until the contrary is proved. This presumption places upon the state the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt every material element of the
And
crime
he's
charge
got
that the
the
defendant has
producer
personally committed the offense.
and some legal
Excuse me. A
students.
reasonable doubt is one based on reason. It is not mere possible doubt, but it's such a doubt as would govern, control a person in the more weighty affairs of life. If the minds of the jurors, after the entire consideration of all the evidence, are in such a condition that they can say they feel an abiding conviction of the truth of the charge, there is not a reasonable doubt. Doubt to be reasonable must be actual, not mere possibility or speculation. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant, he is entitled to a verdict of not guilty. Instruction number 40. You are here to determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant from the evidence in the case. You are not called upon to return a verdict as to the guilt or innocence of any other person. So if the evidence in the case convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt of the guilt of the defendant, you should so find, even though you may believe one or more persons are also guilty. Instruction number 41, the evidence which you are considering in this case consists of the testimony of the witnesses, the exhibits, and any facts admitted or agreed to by counsel. There are two types of evidence, direct and circumstantial. Direct evidence is the testimony of a person who claims to have personal knowledge of the commission of the crime which has been charged, such as an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is the proof of a chain of facts and circumstances which tend to show whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. The law makes no distinction between the weight to be given either direct or circumstantial evidence. Therefore, all the evidence in the case, including circumstantial evidence, should be considered by you in arriving at your verdict. Statements, arguments, and opinions of counsel are not evidence in the case. However, if the attorney stipulates to the existence of a fact, you must accept the stipulation as evidence and regard that fact as true. You must not speculate to be true any insinuation suggested by a question asked a witness. The question is not evidence and may be considered only if it supplies meaning to the answer. You must disregard any evidence to which an objection was sustained by the court or any evidence ordered stricken by the court. Anything you may have seen or heard outside the courtroom is not evidence and must also be disregarded. Instruction number 42. Whenever there is a slight evidence that a conspiracy existed and that the defendant was one of the members of the conspiracy, and the statements and the acts by any person, likewise a member, may be considered by the jury as evidence in the case as to the defendant found to have been a member, even though the statements and acts may have occurred in the absence and without the knowledge of the defendant, providing such statements and acts were knowingly made and done during the continuance of such a conspiracy and in furtherance of service of the conspiracy. Instruction number 43. The credibility or believability of a witness should be determined by his manner upon the stand, his relationship to the parties, his fears, motives, interests, or feelings, his opportunity to observe the manner in which he testified, the reasonableness of his statements, and the strength or weakness of his recollections. If you believe that a witness has lied about a material fact in the case, you may disregard the entire testimony of that witness or any other portion of the testimony which is not proved by other evidence. Instruction number 44. The fact that a witness has been convicted of a felony, if such be a fact, may be considered by you only for the purpose of determining the credibility of that witness. The fact of such a conviction does not necessarily destroy or impair the witness's credibility. It is one of the circumstances that you may take into consideration in weighing the testimony of such a witness. Instruction number 45. The witness who has special knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education in a particular science, profession, or occupation is an expert witness. An expert witness may give his opinion as to any matter in which he is skilled. You should consider such expert opinion and weigh the reasons if any given for it. You are not bound, however, by such an opinion. Give it the weight to which you deem it entitled, whether that be great or slight, and you may reject it if in your judgment the reasons given for it are unsound. Instruction number 46. Although you are to consider only the evidence in this case in reaching a verdict, you must bring to the consideration of evidence your everyday common sense and judgment as reasonable men and women. Thus, you're not limited solely to what you see and hear as the witnesses testify. You may draw reasonable inferences from the evidence you feel are justified in the light of common experience. Keep it in mind that such inferences should not be based on speculation or guess. A verdict may never be influenced by sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion. Your decision should be the product of sincere judgment and sound discretion in accordance with these rules of law. Instruction number 47. In arriving at a verdict in this case as to whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty, the subject of penalty or punishment is not to be discussed or considered by you and should in no way influence your verdict. That is a matter left to the discretion of the court. Instruction number 48. During the course of this trial, your deliberations, you are not to, 1, communicate with anyone in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by phone, text, internet, or other means. 2, read, watch, listen to news or media accounts or commentary about the case. 3, do any research such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. 4, make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate the aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. Instruction number 49. If during your deliberation you should desire to be further informed on any point of law or hear again portion of the testimony, you must reduce your request to writing signed by the foreperson. The officer will then return you to court where the information sought will be given to you in the presence of and after notice to the district attorney and the defendant and his counsel. Playbacks of testimony are time consuming and are not encouraged unless you deem it a necessity. Should you require a playback, you must carefully describe the testimony to be played back so that the court recorder can arrange your notes. Remember, the court is not at liberty to supplement the evidence. Instruction number 50. When you retire to consider your verdict, you must select one of your number to act as a foreperson who will preside over your deliberation and will be your spokesperson here in court. During your deliberation, you will have all the exhibits which are admitted in evidence, those written instructions and forms of verdict which have been prepared for your convenience. Your verdict must be unanimous. As soon as you've agreed upon a verdict, have it signed and dated by your foreperson, and then return with it to this room. Instruction number 51. Now you will listen to the arguments of counsel who will endeavor to aid you to reach a proper verdict by refreshing in your mind the evidence and by showing the application thereof to the law. But whatever counsel may say, you will bear in mind that it is your duty to be governed in your deliberation by the evidence as you understand it, and remember it to be, and by the law as given to you in these instructions. with the sole fixed and steadfast purpose of doing equal and exact justice between the defendant and the state of Nevada. State, are you prepared to give a closing argument?
Yes, Your Honor.
She got through that so fast.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is now the portion of trial where the closing arguments will be begun. Since the state has the burden of proof, they will be allowed to open and close the arguments.
Thank you. Can I proceed?
Yes. whenever you're ready.
Okay, so good afternoon. On May 8th of 2008, there were 3 people in a house on Rancho Santa Fe Drive. That included Sharon Randolph, it included the defendant Thomas Randolph, and it included Michael Miller. At the end of that evening, 2 individuals from that residence were shot with guns inside the residence, and the only injury that Mr. Randolph reported was an injury to his mouth. So he basically left this exchange with barely a scratch on it. Now, Mr. Randolph offered sort of a time-tested version of events. I am a homeowner. There was an intruder who came in. I wasn't able to save my wife, but thankfully I was able to save myself. And the police could have taken one look at Mr. Randolph and one look at Mr. Miller and just accepted that version of events and sort of moved on and not really done a lot of investigation. They could have accepted that narrative. But they had to wonder, like, does the evidence make sense? Is Thomas Randolph alive because he was able to physically outmatch a younger, healthier man, or because he betrayed and deceived him after the 2 conspired to kill Sharon Randolph? Now, in writing and in movies, there's a writing device called an unreliable narrator. An unreliable narrator is an untrustworthy storyteller, most often used in narratives with a first-person point of view. And we see this in books and sometimes in movies, but we also see it a lot more in 2020 and onward as cell phones became more prevalent, right? Someone would say, hey, that guy was mean to me in a park, and then someone would have cell phone evidence sort of disputing that. Or someone may report, hey, that guy came at me and that's why I shot that person. But then there's someone on the street with a cell phone and they're able to reveal the person to be an unreliable narrator. Now, in this case, obviously in that house in 2008, there was not cell phone video that showed the exchange of what happened that night. But you do have physical evidence and you do have statements and you have ballistic evidence that will show you that Thomas Randolph is an unreliable narrator. And he kind of characterizes himself as that. In that 3rd interview with detectives on June the 3rd of 2008, he describes himself as reasonably honest. That's not 100% honest. That's not absolutely honest. His words are reasonably honest.
Reasonably.
The one thing our narrator, Thomas Randolph, sticks to consistently is that his shooting of Michael Miller occurred in the hallway of the residence in the area leading into the garage.
So you're clearing space from him? Clearing space from him and just a few inches apart, shot him. I mean, I started shooting him just as soon as I had a little bit of room. Did you fire again in this hallway? Yeah, I believe so. Like I said, I fired a lot, and then he came out and turned around again. And now, is he in the garage now? He's right at the doorway there. I think he was trying to open the garage door. As we got up in here, he kind of rushed up on me a little bit, and that's when I just pushed him, boom, boom, boom. And he started going out toward the shed. I don't know how many times I shot him, but I just kept right on going. Boom, boom, boom. And he's just laying there. Now.
Where was he in relation to you when you fired the first time?
Maybe right there.
Now is he going?
No, he's turned toward me still. He's still,
Shot? How's he doing?
nope, he's still trying to dig, he's still digging out. He's just like this, just digging out, and I'm kind of coming, I'm just coming at him. I'm gonna shoot him. I mean, there's
He
no,
turned into here, he squared off on you.
he seen it, then he just turned around and just kind of, no, he wasn't running. He was backing the whole time, just keeping an eye on it. He's keeping an eye on me. He's keeping an eye on me, see where I'm going.
So
And-
now he's got no here, and he's still spread out against you.
Pretty close, I think. I just started shooting. But he's more maybe kind of like that. Seems like it was like that, but it was just like, it was close. It was pretty close. Might have been a little further back. Yeah. Okay, I'm coming out about the same time too, and about right here, we hit. And he's coming down just like this.
First he's there, he's there top.
Yeah, kind of. All the time.
Yeah, just to.
Like kind of like that, and I was already shooting.
Okay, so you fired the first time, and you stepped up. Go ahead and repeat this movie.
Wherever we're doing something here, and I don't know if I hit him, I don't know if that's when he got his gun out, if he just said, fuck it, I'm running, I don't know what the deal was. It seems like I shot him again, maybe like about right here, and then he started turning like this toward the door. I shot. I may have emptied the gun, I don't know.
Actually, he didn't empty the gun. The gun holds 8 rounds, and then you could have one in the chamber. He shot 5 times. So he didn't empty the gun, but he did say over and over again that he shot Mr. Miller in that hallway. The problem, of course, is that the ballistic evidence and the evidence of the walls and doors in that hallway don't reflect that. There's only one piece of ballistic evidence in that scene in the hallway, and it's right at the base of the door of the door that would go from the inside of the house into the garage. There's that one cartridge case, that's item number 3, that was collected by crime scene analysts. There's no dents on the walls, there's no other cartridge cases, there's no blood, there's no markings to indicate anything hit that wall where Mr. Miller was allegedly standing. All we have is that single piece of evidence, of ballistic evidence, and that's that casing, the one in at the base of the doorway. As you know from the testimony in the case, all of the other ballistic evidence, the bullets, the additional cartridge cases, those are all located in the garage. Now, we know on the 8th that the crime scene analyst did find a mark of a bullet strike on the wall to the south of that hallway, kind of towards the master bedroom area. There was that mark really high up on the wall, kind of above where the doorbell was. And they go up on those shelves and they find 2 pieces of like a fragmented bullet. But that we know isn't associated with Michael Miller, right? We know that that bullet is associated with Sharon Randolph in a couple ways. There's a close-up of those fragments. One, we know from the autopsy that the bullet that struck her head fragmented, right? So you can actually see the fragments on the x-ray there, and that bullet fragmented once it hit her skull. We also know that fragments of the bullet were recovered at the autopsy of Sharon Randolph. By contrast, an intact bullet was the only one that was recovered from Michael Miller. So it's evident that those items 12 and 13 that were on the shelves relate to Sharon Randolph's injury rather than Michael Miller's. Now, the defense throughout the trial has offered sort of theories of why it was that there was no ballistic evidence except for that one cartridge case in the hallway. And they are basically, hey, look, those cartridge cases bounced out the door as Randolph shot Miller. The cartridge cases moved because of the actions of first responders. The cleaning crew moved everything. And then the last sort of catch-all is, you really can't expect Thomas Randolph to remember how this played out. So let's talk about the first theory, which is that the cartridge cases bounced out that door as Thomas Randolph shot Michael Miller. Here's the problem with that. In the first interview, Thomas Randolph describes the shots that he inflicted on Michael Miller when he's in the garage, and he says it's after that that he props the door with that rug.
and you fired how many more times?
I think just once more, because once or twice maybe.
So he's describing, and you'll have all the interviews back in the deliberation room. The last two shots, one or two that he describes, that occurs in the garage, right? Those last ones when he goes out there. And what does he say he does after that?
And I kind of, actually I slid the rug up under the door so the door would be open so I could see him, because I still was, what's going on. I wasn't gonna check on him, I wanted to check on Sharon.
So you go up and you check on Sharon.
I tried to roll her over, I tried to talk to her. I bent down, and that's when there was, the gun was there, because I bent down on it, it was laying somewhere in that vicinity. And
So after the shooting is all done, the defendant says he props the door with the rug and then attends to Sharon. And that would have made it impossible for any of those cartridge cases or bullets or anything like that to have bounced through the door, because according to him, on the 9th, that door was shut until all the shooting was done, and he propped the door after to go keep an eye on Mr. Miller and go attend to Sharon Randolph. Now, to be fair, in the walkthrough a week later, the defendant adjusts his story a little bit and says that the door is open.
And then he was headed toward the door. And that was it. He
All right,
was-
so show me his movement from the time that he came up here, back here, where you first see him. Show me what you saw him do. Oh, back here. The door was closed, right?
No, door would be open. I closed the door after they told me to go get the gun and close the door.
Well, this is before all that's happening, though, because you're still confirming.
Right. And I had the door, when I came in and seen Sharon, I had the door.
This with the carpet?
Yeah, I stood here from this Sharon. Called at her a couple of times, and I actually started, like I told you, I pushed the garage and then stopped because I was actually gonna go get the neighbors.
Think about what he's saying there. He comes in, he sees his wife collapsed on the floor, and his thought isn't to run to her, according to him. He doesn't know if she's had a medical episode. He hasn't seen anybody in the house at that point. He's saying, I walk in, I see her, and I decide to prop a door, maybe go see the neighbor. Does that make sense to you? And the other thing he says in that clip is that rug somehow stayed in place when Michael Miller went tumbling out it after the exchange in the hallway. Even if the door was open, consider all the obstacles that were in that garage. This is a crowded garage, and we know one of the cases ended up on the side of the Pontiac car. Here's an overall view of that garage, and another case ends up on the complete opposite side of that garage, and there's bullets on those sides as well. All of those things make it impossible for the cases or the bullets to fly out of that garage door and then disperse in opposite directions. Let's move on to the second theory offered by the defense is, well, first responders moved all that ballistic evidence. You heard from first responders, you heard they're trained to not move around evidence, to clear houses and try to avoid stepping on things. You also heard that they entered through the front door rather than the garage. They didn't go from the garage into the hallway. They went first to Mrs. Randolph, saw her in the hallway, and then backed out. Mr. Miller was treated in the garage by medical, but there was no testimony that any of them traversed from the garage back inside the house. And even if they did, that's sort of the wrong direction for the evidence to be moving. So that theory kind of leaves us with, again, one piece of ballistic evidence in that hallway and no marks on the wall. In addition, when the first responders came to the scene, they had yet another obstacle in Michael Miller. So it's not as though a casing landed on him. It's not as though there was a stray bullet that didn't get, that made it to the sides and bounced off of him. There's only the evidence on the sides, on opposite sides of that garage, which is not consistent with what the defendant described. So let's talk about the cleaning crew. This was another theory, that the cleaning crew, they must have cleaned up all this stuff. So we know on the 8th that there was that strike up high on the wall, and they collect that evidence on the 8th into the 9th, and they see nothing else in that hallway to photograph, to collect, no defects in the wall, no evidence of any strikes on that hallway portion where Mr. Randolph says he's shooting Mr. Miller. But we know when the detectives go back on the 15th, it's not as though that cleaning crew patched up that wall, that's still there. And this probably isn't the best advertisement for the cleaning crew because there's all kinds of other evidence left behind indicating that that cleaning crew didn't really clean the place up that much. They also find 2 other cases in the garage. This is the original photo on the night of the 8th. We know that there is a cartridge case sort of where that light bulb is in that toolbox, and then a little bit beyond that, there's another cartridge case. So we know that those last 2 cartridge cases end up in the garage as well as a result of the shooting.
There's
The
Colleen.
only other explanation for that is that the cleaning crew somehow found them and deposited them into those 2 areas. This is the photograph of the 15th, and it's barely moved. So you'll have to make a determination if the cartridge cases happen to be there the whole time and they just missed them on the first go through on the 8th, or if the cleaning crew somehow took it upon themselves to put them in those locations and just leave. Here's closer pictures of where they are. They're right by that water bottle tucked in the back and also in that kind of cluttered toolbox. So we're left with the same evidence we started with. All of the ballistic evidence is in the garage area, except for that 1 cartridge case at the base of the door. So the next theory offered by the defense is, it's just really too hard to remember how this happened. The problem with that is Thomas Randolph claims to remember. He describes this over and over again in the same exact way with a few minor changes, and he always describes the shooting occurring in the hallway. This time, when you see his descriptions, I'd ask you to please take note of which direction, which side of Mr. Miller's body he is explaining is exposed to him when he's firing the shots.
As we got up in here, he kind of rushed up on me a little bit, and that's when I just pushed him, boom, boom, boom. He started going out toward the shed. I don't know how many times they shot him, but I just kept right on going. Boom, boom, boom. And he's just laying there. Now.
Where was he in relation to you when you fired the first time?
Maybe right there.
So now is he going?
No, he's turned toward me still. He's still,
Shuffling? How's he doing?
nope, he's still trying to dig. He's still digging out. He's just like this, just digging out. I'm kind of coming. I'm just coming at him. I'm gonna shoot him. I mean, there's no.
He turned into here and he squared off on you. How did he get there?
He seen me, then he just turned around and just kind of, no, he wasn't running. He was backing the whole time, just keeping an eye on me. He's keeping an eye on me. He's keeping an eye on me, see where I'm going.
Okay.
And
so now he's gotten over here and he's still squared off against you?
pretty close, I think. I just started shooting. Okay, I'm coming out about the same time too, and about right here, we hit. And he's coming down just like
When you
this.
first see him, he's there, he squares off like that.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay.
Kind of.
Then what happened? With
Um,
him, just his movement, not yours.
I kind of like that, and I was already shooting. And when I heard that noise, it really did scare me. Like, boom, boom! Except the door didn't come down. It stayed just like it was open. And I actually got close. Boom, boom!
And so what do we know from autopsy? We know that almost every round that entered Mr. Miller's body entered from the left. And when he's describing it, he's describing the right side of Mr. Miller being exposed to him. This is what was described in autopsy as shot number 1. It enters from his left ear and travels slightly upward and exits out the right side of his forehead. This one is a different shot where it enters on sort of the left side above his eyebrow and travels nearly straight down and out the right side of his neck. This is gunshot wound 3. It enters on the left side of his abdomen, travels up and exits out the right side of Mr. Miller's chest. Gunshot wound 4 is the one on the left side, sort of under where his arm is. And gunshot wound 5, you can see there, is the one that enters into the left back of Mr. Miller's elbow. So none of these fit at all with what Thomas Randolph is describing. I mean, even if you take it like in a general sense, he described shooting straight on. Not one of those shots is like that. They're traveling up, they're traveling down, they're traveling sideways for the one into his head. None of those trajectories are even remotely close with what he described to police. Now remember, Mr. Miller was face down for those 2 headshots, and you can see the blood stain there to show that he was originally in that position. And just think about those 2 headshots. One of them's from the left ear across, and then one of them is from the top of his the left side of his head, almost straight down, coming out his neck. Those are the last 2 shots that he says he's inflicted, and they're coming at opposite angles on Mr. Miller's body. None of the trajectories make sense. So let's talk a little bit about the law. As you know from Judge Jones reading you the charging document, there's 3 crimes charged here, 2 different ones. One of them is conspiracy, and all conspiracy is in terms of an illegal act is it's an agreement to do something unlawful. In this case, it's an agreement that the state is alleging between Mr. Randolph and Mr. Miller to commit the crime of murder. And it's actually just that agreement to commit the crime that's illegal. It's illegal to agree to commit a crime. Now, when it comes to proving conspiracy, you're told in the instructions that basically you can look at facts and circumstances. You know, the law acknowledges that it's pretty rare for someone to have like a videotape or something like that of meetings of co-conspirators discussing the conspiracy. So you can look at other facts and other circumstances in
When
order
court reporter
to
looks up,
determine whether a conspiracy
look at how
existed
it makes her glasses look
amongst
blue.
2 individuals. So
Sorry,
what do we
I'm
have
not
in
trying to
this
talk over,
case that's evidence of conspiracy? Well, it kind of comes in 2 forms. The first one is the relationship that Thomas Randolph has with Michael Miller, and the second one is facets of the crime. Now, Thomas Randolph told detectives how it was that he came upon and met Michael Miller.
So you've known him 4 or 5 months. How did you meet him?
At the convenience store, I was in there getting my car, it was a terrible since I was getting my car washed and
Right.
waiting. I was just in there just waiting, he was in line before me getting a beer, and it's like he'd been doing manual labor, because he was all dirty and stuff, but pushed for 3 people in line, and he was just kind of joking, and said, this lady, she's been asking for ID. She does it every time I come there. Every day I buy a beer, but she always asks me for ID. And something about the day I don't have it or something. Anyway, so I said, well, don't worry, I'll just get it for you. So I just paid for the beer, and I was just gonna give it to him. And he said, no, that was yours. I'm getting this one. I said, 991 or something. But just chit-chatted there, and he took off, and I got my car done. I was going toward the house, and I seen him along there, and just pulled over and said, hey, you need a ride? You want to go away? And sure. So I was just popped in and sat over in front of his house the first day for probably an hour and just talked.
So according to Thomas Randolph, he just happens to meet this total stranger in a convenience store and befriends him and just gives him a ride. And from then on, this relationship ensued. And even though Mr. Miller wasn't really good at doing, as we learned, any kind of handiwork, he keeps employing him and keeps paying him money.
So do you engage him to come over to the house then and do some work for you?
Yeah, well, I talked about doing something. Excuse me, and he says, "No, God, I help you if you need some help. I ain't got nothing else to do." And I called him and asked him if he really wanted to work, and he said, "Yeah," and he come over, and he said he's not good at what he does, but he's a good worker. He works consistently, and it's not like going down, getting a couple of Hispanics on the corner.
So how often does he come over to your house and go to work?
A lot. He's also come over a lot just to watch ball games, and he's ate dinner with us 2 or 3 times.
So he develops this kind of unusual relationship with this handyman that he's just met and doesn't really know anything about. And we learned that starting at about February 12th of 2008, there starts to be phone communication between the two. And most of it is Mr. Randolph calling Mr. Miller, and we know that from Vita Miller, who had like 200 messages from the defendant on her nephew's phone. And you will have in the deliberation room all the hundreds of phone call activities, and you can look at these charts and decide for yourself if they represent a normal relationship between a paying customer and the handyman who works for them that doesn't know how to do anything, or if they're maybe indicative of something else. And look at this in particular, which is in the couple days before the homicide, there's lots of phone activity between the two. And think about why that is possibly occurring, because they're in Utah at that point, the Randolphs are. So why is it that Mr. Randolph needs to call Mr. Miller, the handyman, all those days in Utah? The other thing to take note of course, is the timing of that first call, which is February 12th. Way earlier in the trial, you heard from Liz Labrador, and she told you that it was around that time period that they were having that extramarital relationship that certainly everybody was aware of, but she gives that ultimatum around
He's smiling.
2008, where she's like, look,
What a piece of
you're gonna have
crap.
to make a decision here. It's gonna be her or me. And then we see this increase or beginning of phone communications between the defendant and Mr. Miller. Now, we also know from Clifton Miller, he was a really short witness last week, really short in terms of timing, what he tells you. He testified that, he hung out with his cousin. They were kind of the same age. They did some activities together. And he said that Michael Miller was not working as a handyman, and he was aware of that. He was not working as a handyman for Thomas Randolph. He said that was a story Michael Miller was telling his aunt and uncle, but it wasn't true. Now, what's significant about that is that handyman story, which isn't true according to Clifton Miller, and you have no reason to doubt his version of events, is the same story that Thomas Randolph is telling. So both Michael Miller and Thomas Randolph are telling this same story that Clifton Miller tells you isn't true. And Randolph maintains that handyman story when he talks to the police all 3 times. We also have the observation of Sharon's family, where they see Mr. Miller and Thomas Randolph constantly together, but no work's getting completed. They observe that Mr. Miller doesn't really seem to have a lot of skills as a handyman, and that they're having secretive conversations. The Millers also have concerns about this relationship. Mrs. Vita Miller testifies like, look, there's numerous phone calls from this guy on my phone. He's spending a lot of time with Thomas Randolph. And Clifton Miller, he describes hearing about this relationship from his cousin, and he says, I advise against it, and I advise him, you're gonna get shot. Now, we have other evidence of conspiracy as well, and those are factors or facets of the crime which you're aware of at this point in the proceedings. You are to believe, according to the defense, that Michael Miller decided to conduct a jewelry heist on May the 8th of 2008. Although he knew the Randolphs would be out of town in the days before and knew the Randolphs would be out of town on the 9th for several days after, he chooses, for whatever reason, according to the defense, the 8th as the time to commit the jewelry heist. The one time when they're in town over a 2-week period. That is evidence or circumstances of a conspiracy, that there was some agreement between Thomas Randolph and Michael Miller to commit harm on Sharon Randolph. You also know that when this alleged break-in of Michael Miller occurred, there was no evidence of forced entry. Now, if Michael Miller was acting on his own and wanted to cast suspicion away from himself, he would make it look like a forced entry, right? He's been to the house a million times. He would want to make it look like a stranger did it, not himself. If there's stuff stolen on a night when he would potentially have access to the house, he would want to make it look like a stranger, and that wouldn't be him.
That's a good point.
The other thing you learn from Thomas Randolph is, like, he's the guy, right? Like, he's got all this money. He's got thousands of dollars on him all the time, and that Michael Miller was aware of this. And just maybe that was his motivation for committing this crime in the first place. The question being, of course, if that's true, then how come you weren't the target of Michael Miller when you came through the door?
No, I just wanted to go get the 7 or 8 grand of cash. And it's nice to live when I've been there. I get the cash and I put it in, send it to Lizzie's mom. I get a check and send it to Lizzie's mom.
So who's been with you then when you've had large amounts of cash?
I've always got large amounts of cash, but yeah, of course he has. And he wanted to go with me to the bank that night, and was going to borrow money, but Sharon called and said, come home. And
So you never made it to the bank?
didn't make it to the bank, no.
So he's the guy with all the cash. He would be the one who should be the target of Michael Miller if he were going to commit a robbery homicide. And yet he's the one that kind of ends up with no injuries whatsoever. We also know that if Michael Miller was in that residence and allegedly was surprised by the Randolphs coming home from dinner early because they were going to have sex, he had other access or other ways to exit the residence, which would not have caused any kind of confrontation between the two, and they would have never known they were there. He could have gone out the back or out the front door as the Randolphs were coming in. The fact that this doesn't occur shows that the object of the conspiracy, what was supposed to happen, did happen. Sharon Randolph got shot by Michael Miller. The other thing is this mask. And Detective O'Kelly actually touched on this yesterday during his testimony. Now, if Michael Miller were actually committing this jewelry heist burglary, he does not need a mask at all, right? Like, he should be taking the property. He's supposed to be, according to the defense, surprised that surprised that the Randolphs come home early. So he shouldn't have a mask with him at all. But maybe it's like what Detective O'Kelly touched on yesterday. Maybe it's just a little harder to commit a homicide on someone you know. Maybe if you're going to be lying in wait and waiting for someone in order to shoot them, and they know you and you know them, maybe it's a little easier to have the mask on. This mask certainly wasn't for Michael Miller when he went outside. I mean, he wasn't going to walk around some Las Vegas neighborhood in May with a ski mask on, right? Like, he did it for inside because of what he was going to do. Randolph also suggests that Michael Miller, knowing that Randolph is always armed and always has a gun on him, that Michael Miller elected to approach him without having a gun drawn.
We just kind of bumped, and he was kind of, I don't know if he was fighting really, but I was just kind of trying to get some space because he kind of surprised me, but I just kind of pushed back and pulled the gun down because I had it beside me because I was going to look around the corner and see what was going on.
So according to Randolph, even though Michael Miller knows he's always armed, always those guns are loaded, that he decides, look, I'm going to approach him after shooting Sharon without having a gun drawn. Even more than that, he leaves behind, according to the defense theory of the case, a .38 that he could use on Thomas Randolph were he acting alone. The fact that that gun is left behind is evidence of a conspiracy. Miller did what he was supposed to do with the gun and shooting Sharon Randolph, and then leaves it there because that's part of the plan. Another thing to think about is that black bag that the police found. Remember, they find 4 keys in it. They don't know what the 2 kind of high security keys are for, but one of the keys is for the residence itself, and then one of the keys is for the safe in the master bedroom. Like, how did he get that key? Like, they talk about, you know, in the interviews back and forth, well, you know, we gave him a house key, or maybe he picked up a key when the kids were swimming, and, you know, maybe he made a copy. But how on earth did Michael Miller get his hands on a key to a safe if he wasn't cooperating and working with Thomas Randolph? In that June 3rd interview, Randolph even kind of slips, and he knows that he has the keys. The police give him the property report from the impound of evidence at the Randolph residence, and Thomas Randolph reads it, and he's like, oh yeah, look, you know, he's got 2 keys. I can see it on the impound report. But the keys aren't identified to the Randolph residence, and they're not identified to the Randolph safe. But he already knows that they're the ones that work, and you can see in the exchange with the detectives that he kind of knows something he shouldn't.
All right, ready to head downstairs?
He had keys to the house. It says 2 keys.
Oh, well, I don't know if those were keys that were his to present in Uncle's house. All it says is keys.
All it says is keys, but he knows there's keys, that they're the keys to the house. In addition, the clothing of Michael Miller suggests that this was a pre-planned event. The wearing of the cowboy boots isn't exactly something you would wear if you're about to commit a burglary or a jewelry heist. Michael Miller has been in that house dozens of times, according to the defendant, so his fingerprints would be kind of meaningless in most places. But on this night, something different is going to happen, right? Like, he doesn't want his prints there, even though they've been there before. On this night, he chooses to wear gloves. Now, we also saw in the crime scene that adjacent to that black bag that had the jewelry and the keys in it, there's some clothing of Michael Miller. There's like a shirt in that one bag. You can see his hat. And then there was a kind of a tennis shoe underneath him, and there's the other tennis shoe bag. So he clearly had other shoes he could have worn if he needed to be kind of surreptitious about it. But ask yourself, who brings a change of clothes to
Exactly.
a burglary? What burglar do you know that brings clothing with them? How would that make any sense to a burglary?
He was going to change after, and that's when he shot him.
Michael Miller also had no bicycle left behind. If he were acting alone, that was sort of his means of transportation. There's no unidentified vehicle and no bicycle left behind in the residence. So the counts 2 and 3 are the same charge. One of them is for the murder of Sharon Randolph, and then one of them is for the murder of Michael Miller. What we know about Sharon Randolph and the defendant's relationship is on the day of the murder, the defendant is talking about divorce. Sharon, as we know from her friends, had brought up divorce before. This is a relationship that's very, very, very unstable. Now, during the trial, the defense attached a lot of significance to a particular tattoo that Sharon Randolph had on a private part of her body. I don't think she would be the first person in history that got a tattoo that maybe, you know, didn't age well, or maybe they didn't like after a while.
I did.
But the suggestion that that tattoo is some sort of insight into her psyche as it existed on the 8th, rather than all of her friends saying, hey, she was miserable, this wasn't a relationship that was going well, they were both talking about divorce, is a little bit ridiculous. It tells you nothing about how she felt on May the 8th.
Exactly. She is nailing it,
We
y'all.
also know that Thomas Randolph facilitated Sharon getting life insurance shortly after they were dating. This is prior to the marriage, and you heard from Liz Labrador that he did the same thing with her. So he was able to facilitate this. You know that Thomas Randolph is the beneficiary of those life insurance policies. And you also know from the testimony that that he believed that he was going to get the house as well, that Sharon had left in the house. And the reason why he believes that is because that first will from 2006 that Sharon signs leaves him the house. But she does that other one, right? She does that one with her friend Alice a year later, and then she leaves everything to Colleen. But no one knows about that will, certainly not Thomas Randolph. And just while we're on the topic of those wills, look at that first will from 2006, because we've been going round and round about the value of this jewelry. It's actually described in that first will, and it says, Sharon describes the jewelry as mostly of sentimental rather than monetary value. So even Sharon Randolph says that the jewelry that she has in her possession isn't particularly valuable, except for, of course, and this is important, it has sentimental value. Now, we know also from sort of the other side of the equation on the conspiracy that Billy Miller testified that Mike told him, look, I'm right before the murder, I'm going to be coming into some money. I'm going to become a driver for Thomas Randolph, suggesting that they have some sort of plan together. And Mrs. Vita Miller testified as well that Michael was going to be leaving town and was coming in to some money. Now, in terms of murder, the way the law is you can have criminal liability, meaning you're guilty of murder, in a couple of ways. Those ways are called direct, conspiracy, and aiding and abetting. Now, direct liability is simply you're the one that does the shooting, right? You kill somebody, that's direct liability. Conspiracy means if you make an agreement with someone and the agreement between the two of you is to commit a murder, then you are just as guilty as the person who pulls the trigger. If you have that agreement with the person, you have the same liability. So we know that Michael Miller is the one that shot Sharon Randolph on the 8th. And this is just a portion of the instruction. You'll have the whole thing in your packet. But you can kind of see on that second paragraph, the act of one co-conspirator pursuant to or in furtherance of the common design of the conspiracy is the act of all. So that means if two people conspire to kill someone and one of them ends up pulling the trigger, they both have identical liability. Aiding and abetting is another way to have criminal liability. And of course, the whole instruction is important, but I'm just highlighting one part. A person aids and abets the commission of a crime if he knowingly and with criminal intent aids, promotes, encourages, or instigates the commission of the crime, if you help commit a crime with the intent that the crime be committed. For instance, if you give someone access to a house, if you take them to a shooting range so they get familiar with guns, or if you give them access to a gun, that's aiding and abetting a murder, and you have the same liability as if you committed the murder yourself. This is probably the easiest legal determination. One of the questions you'll be answering as jurors is if a deadly weapon was used in any of the murders, and obviously a firearm's a deadly weapon. Now, Mr. Randolph would have liability for that weapon use, even though for Sharon Randolph, even if he's not the one that held the gun, because if you're in a conspiracy and you know a gun is going to be used, you have the same liability as if you used the gun yourself. Now, Mr. Randolph suggests that he's not in this very well with Sharon. In fact, he's something of a hero who went through extensive effort to save Sharon Randolph.
I went back down in here to my wife, got back to where I was at. Told him everything was cool. Got back down here and shook Sharon again, talked for a minute. And I said, she's still not moving, but she's bleeding really, really bad. And he says, that's why you've got it. She's going to die if you don't do this. Now, something's not going to be unpleasant. He says, now put down the phone and roll her over and then talk to me. So I remember from CPR and stuff that you got to do the counter weights or whatever. I'm doing the correct chest compressions. And then I kind of thought, maybe I'm not doing these right. I'm kind of doing them like a wild man. So then I started 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000.
So he's doing those chest compressions on Sharon Randolph like a wild man. He's really trying to save her life. And this is what she looks like at the scene. She had an injury that caused a lot of bleeding. And this is what he looks like after administering all that aid. Now, we
Bam!
heard from
Thank
two
you.
detectives that true, there was a small amount of blood on his person. But you can check the Santa Fe video. These are the clothes he's wearing that night. So that means like he was wearing those clothes through this whole process. And they don't have a lot of blood on him for someone doing CPR like a wild man. One more thing with regard to his efforts as to CPR.
And I know when I started to get up, I pushed like that, because I remember it left a blood thing somewhere right here, trying to balance myself to get up. And I got up, got around Sharon. Excuse me.
So he left a blood thing right there on
Blood
sort
thing.
of the frame of the doorway to the bathroom. And it looks like it's like right by the area where the light switch is. Wow, that's the picture from the 8th. It's not there. There's another angle you can see by the light switch. That blood impression that he described from those efforts at saving Sharon Randolph are not present.
Not there.
Then you have the 911 calls where Thomas Randolph does everything he can to not administer aid to Sharon Randolph. The fire department paramedic instructs him, put her flat on her back. And he says, put her flat on. Should I try to find his gun or something so he don't shoot me if he's not dead? The fire department instructs, hey, let's focus on your wife, put her flat on your back. I'm gonna go to the garage so he can't get in. This is a guy he's just shot in the head twice. Sir, you gotta do this quickly. Yes, okay, put her flat on her back. Oh gosh, there's blood everywhere. You gotta listen to me so we can try to help her. Okay, put her flat on her back. Okay, hang on a minute. Sir, please come back to the phone. Listen to that 911. Over and over again, he's putting any other task in front of administering aid to Sharon Randolph. Now, I sort of circled back on our theories of liability for murder. Obviously, we know that it's Thomas Randolph who shot Michael Miller. And obviously, at this point, we know that it is Thomas Randolph who betrayed and double-crossed the person he was in the conspiracy to begin with.
I'm a smart motherfucker. I should have been on the dream team. I always wanted to be a lawyer.
Ugh.
So Thomas Randolph is the smartest guy in any room. He's going to talk his way out of this. But, you know, we're kind of at the end of the story for the unreliable narrator. And the people that are going to write the last chapter will be all of you. And the last chapter will be your verdict. And the state respectfully asks you to find him guilty of all counts. Okay. All right.
Other means of communication on social media. You must not rewatch this news or media commentary about things. You must not do any research such as consult dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference data. You must not make any investigation, test, or theory in case we create an interpretation or any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form or trust any opinion regarding this case or the funds submitted to you.
Why is he
Ladies and
smirking?
gentlemen, it is 1 o'clock. We'll be in recess till 1:15.
All rise for the jury.
She did an awesome job. I'll be honest. I kind of thought that I was like, oh, well, you know, they took our audio. I kind of thought that they would start with her and end with the other one, because he kind of got his sea legs under him and he started doing a really good job, especially towards the end of the trial. And I was like, you want to end with the closer. But you want more cheese here or turkey? Here. It's lunchtime for me and Lucy. We're sitting here eating crackers and cheese and turkey. So she did a really good job though. Like that was really good. She hit some of the details that I had not even thought of or noticed. I had not picked up on him saying that thing about the blood print and then not seeing it in the hallway. That's a detail that I missed. And I don't miss many details, but that's a detail that I missed. Crystal Holder, 2 whole months.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
You and RA both have something to do tonight, and we get verdict eyebrows. Y'all will have verdict eyebrows for your plans. Oh man, that means I've got to miss bingo. If we're in verdict watch, crap. Just joking. Not really. I'm sad about bingo. I'm happy about verdict watch. Happy anniversary. I'm glad that you're here. We're glad to have you. I'm excited, y'all. She did a really good job. I think. Since Lindsay Hendricks asked. I like it. When Lindsay Hendricks asks for something, Lindsay Hendricks gets something. What other details did y'all notice? The thing about it's like I'm making my own Lunchable. Bella, it's kind of like a Lunchable, but I'm making my own. It's like a grown-up Lunchable. Well, I think charcuterie boards are like a grown-up Lunchable. This is not quite that fancy. This is like a grown-up cheap ladies Lunchable. Let's see. Mentioning, this is what I was looking for. Her mentioning the cowboy boots was a good point. They talked about it yesterday, how if he's going to rob a place, he can go rob a place in cowboy boots. You can't get away in cowboy boots. But if you are going to shoot and kill somebody and you don't want your shoe prints in the blood walking through that house, then you will wear somebody else's shoes that don't belong to you, won't you? The thing with the mask, I get what they're saying. That's going to be one of those unanswered questions for me, I think. Why are you growling at me? Here, take your cheese and be nice. I've stopped feeding her turkey and she's staring at me. Now she starts growling at me. She's a bossy little thing. Y'all don't even know. Y'all think Lucy looks cute? She's like staring me down right now because she knows that I still have a piece of turkey up here that I'm still eating and I'm not giving it to her and she's getting mad. She's a lot more aggressive than y'all know. Spoiled little thing. I think that those clothes that he said he had to go to his girlfriend's house. If y'all were on RA's channel this morning, I talked about this. I thought it was strange that he had mentioned it, but it made sense after everything kind of came out. I think that he had those change of clothes. They knew what was going to happen that night. He put that change of clothes in Thami's car and he wore the other clothes because those weren't his and he could get rid of them, whatever, because they had blood on them and stuff, and the boots. And after it was over, he went out to the garage. He was planning on getting those clothes out of Thami's car and was planning on changing into his own clothes with his tennis shoes and stuff And that's why he had those clothes. It wasn't because he was going to go stay with his girlfriend. So he had 2 bags of clothes, like Walmart bags of clothes that they found. And I think that's why. And remember, those plastic bags had Tommy's Tommy's DNA as well. He was a partial contributor. So I think that's what it was. Oh. There was a girlfriend, but I don't think it was like a, okay, y'all, I'm almost out of turkey here. This is it. It's like I get a bite and she gets a bite. Here. There. Bossy. Do you know about the shoes in the Wagner trial? This is similar. Yes, where she went and bought them shoes that from Walmart that were the same as what's his name's. But the ones that she bought them they were brand new. So the shoe print was different than ones that had been worn anyway. They thought they outsmarted everything. Tosh said, back up off me. She didn't listen. This is it. This is the last one. It's literally 1 bite for you and 1 bite for me, and then we're done. Here. And you already ate your lunch. Why do some people think that Tommy killed them both? There's a lot of people that think this, and I personally don't. And there's a lot of people that do. Let's do another poll. We did a poll on that the other day. I believe Mike killed Sharon. All right, I'm going to put it up. I believe that they planned it and that he groomed Mike, got him to that point, and I do believe that Mike is the one who shot Sharon because she was shot from the side, and the medical or the crime scene analyst said that the shooter would have been standing either like right there in the bathroom door or inside, like either right there in the doorway or right inside the bathroom. It was an almost contact wound, which means it was, if it wasn't like touching her, it was almost touching her. So Mike Miller, it seems like to me like Mike Miller was in the bathroom waiting on her and shot her. For it to have been that close, I think that it worked out exactly how they had it planned. Now, do I want to believe that it's Tommy and not Mike? Yes. I want to believe that it's Tommy because Tommy sucks anyway, and it's better to have one, person at fault for this than to think about somebody who we are seeing as a victim also be a murderer. And I think it's psychologically easier to deal with if Tommy's the only one that we hate. But because of her bullet wounds, the medical examiner's reports, the way that everything happened, I believe that Tommy talked Mike into doing it. Rosemary said they would both have to have. You're still staring at me. I don't have any. Okay, you caught me. I have one more here. Oh, now you're too good for it? You're going to stare me down and now you're too good for it? Oh, because it's not turkey. It's only cheese. Well, snobby little thing. They would both have to have GSR on their hands, Mike and Tom, or Tom would be the only one charged. Well, they didn't check Mike's gloves for GSR because he said, remember, he was like, we already knew that there would be GSR on there, so we didn't test it for GSR because we knew that it would be there. Mike was totally Tommy's victim. And that's what I was trying to say yesterday, too. Mike is not. You don't want it? Is this you being mad at me because we're out of turkey? I just gave you a treat, too. You're mean. Okay, I'll set it right here if you change your mind. We talked yesterday about, Mike is not what they call like a perfect victim. He's, he's guilty of his own crime in this. And so it's hard because we are so big on this channel about you don't victim blame, you don't talk bad about the victims, and he is a victim in this. So it's hard because I think that it's so ingrained in us to not, say anything about the victims that it is hard for us because he is a victim. He is Thami's victim in more ways than one. But he is also a responsible party in this. She's trying to leave. Lindsay Hendricks over there trying to whistle at the TV. Get her, Lindsay Hendricks. Tommy Jones, you haven't missed much yet. We've only seen the first closing of the state. So now we're in a little break and we're about to see defense. I was not emotionally prepared for that. It just now hit me. We're about to have to listen to him ramble on. I need a drink for that. What time is it? It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Ugh, I'm already annoyed. Do I have wine? Yep, BRB. Since we know they're about to start whining, it is whiny Wednesday. Get it? Whiny. It's been a day. Y'all, I told you I had a little emergency, which is why I was a few minutes late. So this wine is a little bit overdue anyway. It's been a day. Oh, they're back. It's always 5 o'clock in Florida. Who did y'all think it was going to be?
We are back on the record at C-25096.
Josh or Mr. Bean?
State of Nevada versus Thomas Randolph. For the record, Mr. Randolph is present with his attorney. Deputy District Attorney on behalf of the state. And both parties plead into the presence of our jury.
Yes, sir.
All right, defense, are you prepared to give your closing arguments?
Yes, sir.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Wong.
Who's doing it? Who's doing it?
Thank you.
Mr. Bean.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, first of all, I'd like to thank you on behalf of the defense for your time. I know this is difficult. I realize you come and go and you have to be told when to be here. And I could see you paid very careful attention on behalf of the defense. Thank you very much for that. State of Nevada versus Thomas Randolph.
Here we
This is
go.
a murder case. And this murder case is about murder. It's also about perspective. So now I'm going to tell you very quickly where I'm going.
Oh, we
On
know
May
where it
8th, 2008, Thomas Randolph and Sharon went to the Santa Fe Casino to enjoy a celebration of Mother's Day. Little did they know that the person that they had helped, Sharon, put boots on that murderer's feet. Thomas Randolph had helped him. They had been kind to him. And that guy got in that house. And when Sharon Randolph and Thomas Randolph came home, because they didn't go to the movie, they ran into a burglar. Michael Miller shot Sharon Randolph in the back of the head. And when Thomas Randolph was in that bedroom,
What's he writing?
because he was spooked, he got a gun and he did what any husband would do. He shot and killed Michael Miller, defending his home, defending his wife, defending his son. That's what happened. It's just that simple. And as we go along, I'm going to get in much more detail, but
Great.
recognize it is that simple. That's what Michael Miller did to Sharon Randolph. A contact wound. There he is. A murderer and a thief. And a burglar. That's a murderer. There's not a single person in law enforcement, there's not a single person that would say he is anything different than a first-degree murderer. This was David.
I thought that same thing, City Kitty.
This was Thomas Randolph coming home, hand in hand with Sharon. This mastermind has decided, because that's what they're saying, right? He's a mastermind. So he decided, hey, when I leave the Santa Fe, I'll want to make sure I'm holding hands, because that looks like we love each other. Really? So he knew the police were going to go and get the Santa Fe video and see a loving couple, because that's what it shows. They're holding hands. They went to the charcoal room, and then they decided to go home. I have some complaints on behalf of them. And a lot of them come from the opening argument that was made by the state of Nevada. The state of Nevada told you things they could not prove and were false and wrong. The prosecutor told you that the scene, this was his first clip. Problem number one, the scene tells a very different story. And before I go into much more detail about it, the prosecutor told you there's not a single bullet strike in that hallway. Not one. was absolutely wrong. And I'll show you it went farther than the prosecutor just telling you there was no bullet strike in that hallway. You actually call a witness. We're going to hear about it. Okay? Scene tells a different story. Not a single bullet strike in the hallway. The prosecutor actually put up a slide that says that in opening argument. Let's hear it.
There was one for Sharon.
You will learn when crime scene analysts process that scene. There is not a single bullet strike in the hallway.
Let's see if that's accurate. Because see, what I would argue is when the state of Nevada gets up and tells you something, it's like a contract. Remember something from when we picked you. Who has the burden of proof? State of Nevada. We remember those sort of things we did where we said we don't have to say anything, we don't have to do anything. They have to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt. And I would ask you, if we weren't doing our job, look at what would have been told to you. Just listen to this.
All right, I want to talk to you then about this defect that you identified on the wall. You remember using the word defect when you talked to Mr. Hammer?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what you called that defect when you wrote your report? Page 30.
I've got it turned on. It's not working.
Yes.
You identified it as a bullet strike in the hallway when you were documenting it in your report, right?
Yes.
Bigger than 3 millimeters, right?
Yes.
Took a photo of that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing about that apparent bullet strike can be collected and preserved for purposes of testing later, right?
Right, correct.
Okay. But you can take a picture of it.
Yes.
And you saw that, yes?
Yes.
So you would appear to be a bullet strike, right?
Yes.
In that hallway, yes?
Yes.
And you photographed it, right?
Yes.
And when the word defect was used on direct examination, that's his word and you agreed with it, right?
Bullet strike, I call it the same thing.
Okay, well, in your report, you didn't say defect, did you?
15 years ago, I didn't.
What did you call it 15 years ago?
15 years ago, I called it a apparent bullet strike.
Okay. And 15 years ago was a report related to the date you were there, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
I'd probably call it the same thing today.
Bullet strike?
Yes.
Okay.
Prosecutor told you there was no bullet strike. He's had this case. He knows the evidence. And then he put a witness up, and what did he do? Oh, defect. Because he knew it. He couldn't have a bullet strike in there. He's nervous about that bullet strike. Remember that? We showed you it. And I really want you to think, we don't have any burden. We don't have to help that guy. We can just sit there. And if Mr. Tomchek doesn't do that, everybody thinks it's a little defect. Well, it was a bullet strike. Why would the prosecutor tell you that?
God.
See, because it's the state's perspective, isn't it? They want you to believe he didn't want Sharon to live. They want you to believe he didn't want her to have medical attention. Now, there's some real concerns about this. Real concerns because the prosecutor presented statements, and what we hear in the 911 call is quite clear. You hear Thomas Randolph screaming and crying, screaming and crying. And there's a point, some part of it sounds so, and if you envision it and you think that your wife has been shot and you roll her over and you see that image, what would a person do but scream? Your wife is gone. She's in terrible shape. And he did what a normal human would do. He screamed. And when I hear the state of Nevada complain, he didn't do this right, he didn't do that right, he didn't do this right. Can you imagine what a reasonable person would feel in that condition? How horrible it would be, how difficult it would be. I don't know how to do this. They blame him for saying, should I go open the door? Do you know what he was saying? Maybe if I go open the door, they can come and help her.
That's not what he
We
said.
want you to understand our side. And we don't have a burden of proof. We don't have to prove anything. We have to show doubt. We don't even have to show that. If you see doubt that's reasonable, you're required to find Mr. Randolph not guilty. He wanted her to have medical aid. He was the only one who did it. I want you to do something. Listen to the 911 call. There's that silence. After you hear the clearing of the house, there's a silence. And it goes on. And the reason the silence is important, because you could hear it the first time, like, why is he talking about the silence? Tommy is outside. And he's wondering, because I brought it out of the statement. Remember how in the beginning they were saying that he was complaining about law enforcement not showing up for 20 or 30 minutes? That's not what he was complaining about. He was complaining that 911, that medical didn't go in. He could see they're not going in. They didn't go in to help her. The only person who gave her aid was him. He tried in vain, because you can see there's nothing that can be done. Because of what Michael Miller had done to his wife.
He didn't give her aid. He had blood all over him.
The suggestion that Michael Miller was anything other than a murderer is offensive.
Pants on
The
fire.
evidence says they're wrong. Because what they did, what the prosecution did, is they told you a bunch of things in opening argument that we'll go through. We're not. Here's a big one. Seemed like a relatively innocuous witness.
Oh my God.
Amy Corrin got up on the witness stand. She says, 911 lady. And there were questions about compressions. Mr. Hamner asked, did you hear? Did she get chest compressions? No. Let's listen. Let's listen to this.
I'm assuming in preparation for your testimony, you had an opportunity to talk to the prosecutors in this case, right?
Correct.
And Mr. Hamner, the guy that just asked you questions, you've actually spoken to him a few times, right?
Correct.
And he told you, I'm gonna ask you these questions, right?
Correct.
Like, how many times in your career has someone done X, Y, Z, right? And he said, told you, I'm gonna ask you, at this point on this particular tape, do you hear someone getting chest compressions, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so you knew that question was coming and you knew what your answer was gonna be, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a chest compression sounds like?
I cannot.
Because a chest compression doesn't have a sound, right?
Right.
Why was that done? Why were you told that? Why was that in a pre-trial where the lady got up? And I would suggest she became a pawn, because when Mr. Tom Chet was asking her questions, you could see she was almost embarrassed. There was a meeting, and I did say I was going to say that, and I don't know what a chest compression sounds like. Why would they do that? Well, you know why they're doing it, right? Because if she'll say there's no chest compressions, then that's what you'll believe. Do you see that? You'll believe there's no chest compressions, so that makes him a liar. He's a liar because you didn't give her chest compressions. Why? Because that was an orchestrated attack upon the defendant.
Oh, please. Ugh. He's so dramatic and he twists things, which is annoying. It's the twisting that drives me crazy. I like accuracy.
You are the finders of fact. You decide what happened in front of you. You can't just see for yourself. I hope you looked at that carefully and asked yourself, what did that mean? Why was it done? It was done for the same reason that there was a defect in the hallway and not a bullet strike. The medical timeline, we put that in there because it's important. The phone call 911 comes at 20:44:58 seconds. The CAD report indicates Thomas Randolph, person reporting, requested medical advice. 3 minutes into that call, that's what's happening, or that's on the CAD report. Operator indicates
Where do you want this one?
AMR advised of delay. Reason that is important is because that tells you they weren't going in. Now you understand why firefighters and paramedics may be kept out. It's a very frightening situation. But from Thomas Randolph's point of view, he'd hoped that his wife could get help. And that's what he complained about that night. I'd suggest to you that's quite interesting that he complained. You people didn't go in there. They request medical at 2021. The media arrives at 21:54. Fire Department 9 AMR are present. Look at that.
I love that
The
thing.
truth. Tommy Fox saved her life.
Oh, jeez.
He cried and pleaded. He begged for help,
Oh.
and medical didn't come. I would suggest it would. You can see the wound as the medical examiner testified. Dr. Gavin, she said she would have dropped right there. This again is a prosecutor telling you in opening argument. Defendant waited 12 minutes after Sharon was shot to call 911 and get help. Now this is this timeline. And this timeline has absolutely been destroyed.
It's
the state of Nevada wanted you to believe that. They told you that. They promised you that. They guaranteed it like a contract, that it was 12 minutes that Mr. Randolph waited. You know why they're saying that? Why do you think? Oh, well, he's staging this whole thing. Okay, well, that's not accurate. Because the prosecutor actually told you conservatively. See, remember, he does a timeline. Look at Funny's gas station. Takes 3 to 4 minutes to get home. So what time does he get home? 8:30. What time does he call 911? 8:45. I know it's 8:44 and 54 seconds, but the prosecutor tells you 8:45. See, because he's coming up with this big long gap, right? Let's look at the truth.
No.
Let's look at what they knew, and let's look at what really happened. Mr. Bartlett said that he was on the phone. He was on the phone, and there's the prosecutor, 8:30, conservatively. That's a quote. And it's not true, and we'll get to this. The prosecutor wanted you to believe it had to be 8:30. So one of the things they did is they play a video for you. You may remember this. You can watch. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to take about a minute to watch. But what I'm really going to be demonstrating is if you could see
it's driving away right now, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you watch it and let us know that you cannot see it any further? Because it's going to turn, right,
Yes,
towards Rancho, right?
correct.
Can you still see it?
Yes. What happened?
Okay. Did you hear Detective Mogg say, what happened? Because Detective Mogg even knew. Why is the car's still going? But they cut it out. See, because that's what they wanted you to do from that time. And they said repeatedly, the state did, 8:26, he leaves. No, let's watch the rest of the video, because even Detective Mogg saying, no. It goes, and then it goes to the red light, and you can see that he waits at the red light until 27. It's not important, really. It doesn't really
not
matter
important.
whether it's 27, 28, because we know from Bartlett what the timeline is. But let's show you the video we had to put in. We had to show you a video. There you go.
Okay, so I want to keep watching after.
He's making a big deal about how he didn't really leave at that time. Yes, he did. Being at the red light in front of it is accounted for in their estimate of how long it took him to get home. This has nothing to do with him leaving the parking lot. They said he left that gas station. They didn't say he left that gas station, stopped at the red light, was out of the time by this time. They said he left the gas station at that time. This is all irrelevant. He's an idiot. Sorry.
Correct?
Yes.
I want you to tell me at the very time you can no longer see that view.
He's just making,
He's coming
like,
from
trying to
stop,
have gotcha
stop.
moments. He's
Right
faking
now,
his
it looks
gotcha
like he
moments.
stopped in the turn bank.
Okay?
And you can see the arrow on the vehicle. Detective Morgan put it on there for us.
Okay.
Okay, what was the time? 8:27?
27, 23, 24.
Why not cut it off? Why? Because, see, they're trying to prove up a timeline. They need that 11 or 12 minutes. There should be no doubt that the prosecution is desperately trying to get you 11 or 12 minutes when it's absolutely wrong. Because what does Mr. Bartlett say? And I'm sorry, because during this trial, sometimes I gave you seconds. I thought it was important you knew the time rather than, again, we're the finders of fact. What do you think of that? That man is on trial. It's a very serious trial. Why are things like that being done? You be the judge. Mr. Bartlett came up on the witness stand, and I asked him, because I knew what the answer was. When you were on the phone to your friend, did you see something? Yes. I saw something. I saw the neighbors come back, and I saw the garage door open. I saw them go in, and I saw the garage door close. When did that happen? When I was on the phone with my friend. So they get the phone records, and what does it show? He starts that phone call at 8:33 and 36 seconds. So what can we make from that logically? That if he starts a phone call at 8:33 and 36 seconds, and he's on that phone, and he sees the Randolph car come, they couldn't be at home at 8:30. You see, because now they're missing their 11 or 12 minutes. It's starting to tick away. Why did they think it was so important, 11 or 12 minutes? They thought it was vital to tell you that. And yet now, they've got a bigger problem. Because even at the beginning, remember he said it was sort of the beginning of the conversation. Let's take that as true. Let's just say it was 8:34. 8:34 that he sees this. Now think about it. If it's 8:34, 8:35, 36. The car comes, a garage door has to open. Do the mental math. A garage door has to open. He's seeing this. Sharon had to walk in. Tommy can't run her over, so he has to let his wife go into the house. And then he slowly came in. He said it was hard for him to get out. The garage door closes. And what did I ask Mr. Bartlett? How long after the garage door closes do you hear something? 25 to 30 seconds. Do the math. He also tells us something very interesting, Mr. Bartlett. He says that he's been around, that's what he said. And when he heard blasting, he told his friend, I heard blasting, and he got off the phone. What time did he get off the phone? 270 seconds later, from 8:33:36. So you're looking at past 8:38 when those gunshots happened. Well,
Tommy
now
falling
you've got a
asleep
problem.
during sound
Because
closing.
we know if it's 8:38 and at 8:44, that's 6 minutes and about 50 seconds. What happened to their 11 or 12 minutes? It got destroyed. Why did they think it was that important to tell you that? Because it was necessary for them to prove their case. We don't have a burden of proof. They have to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't have to make these arguments. I don't need somebody like Mr. Tomchak with all his talent to stand up here and show a witness and prove to you. Doubt everywhere. And again, when you see that, I ask you, what was the purpose of it? Why did they do it? What was the necessity to do that? Was that fair to Thomas Randolph? Was it fair? I suggest it was not. And so, there's a slide on Mark Bartlett. 8:33:36, he's on the phone, gets off the phone at 8:38 because he heard the shots. That's proof positive. That's how the state's case fell apart right in front of him. Let's look at what really happened. Concentrate on what really happened. The truth behind it. Who's Mike Miller? Who is that human? Well, I'll tell you one thing. I know one thing. This man, you know what? Before I move any farther, one thing I did when we picked you, I owned something. Talked about being obnoxious.
Yeah, you are.
Incorrect.
Oh.
Just no filter. And there's no way I'm taking it back. Because who's he? Some of the things that were said, just obnoxious. He has no filter. There were things that were said that just shouldn't be said.
Yeah.
Sometimes he's rude.
What just happened? Aliens already? What is happening? Let me see if I can get.
That he's done it.
Now do you hear
say Mike Miller murdered Sharon. He's a thief. He's a murderer. And how do we know he's a thief? Because remember, he had that driver's license, didn't he? Michael Hoag's driver's license. Michael Hoag's stuff. He had it in his pocket. So we called Michael Hoag, didn't we? And we saw Mr. Hoag was. How many days he has. But he still had a right to his stuff. And if he's, I don't know, strung out and falling asleep on the Greyhound, he still had a right to his stuff. How did it get in his wallet? Even the detective said, well, maybe it, maybe he took his wallet. He actually said that. And it makes me wonder, why Detective O'Kelly, 60 witnesses, but you don't interview Mr. Hoag? But Mr. Hoag talked about, didn't he? 2 detectives, 2 people coming to see him and asking these questions years ago. What was that about?
Star
I would
witness.
suggest the state of Nevada doesn't like that information because what it does is it shows you something. If this mastermind
Brooklyn.
over here, he's the director, what did he also do? Oh, well, when they find you, I'm going to need you to be looking like a thief. So why don't you put somebody's fake or somebody's identification in your pocket? We also know he's a thief too, because Corey Thompson had a cell phone. And Detective O'Kelly told us, without asking, don't tell us what he said, it's hearsay. Was there a connection between Corey Thompson? No. He stole that too. What about that cosmetic? Did I say that right? Cosmetic?
No.
Or was it costume? That cosmetic costume jewelry ring he had in that left pocket. Now, I don't know people's finances, but I would suggest there are a lot of people that would be very proud to give that ring. So I don't think the state of Nevada has a right to tell you something that is obviously false. I don't know, maybe you think that ring is worth nothing. That ring is valuable. It looks like gold. It looks like diamonds. And it looked like something that a lot of ladies could be proud of. A lot of husbands, boyfriends, anybody, lovers could be proud to give to somebody and say that's theirs. And to have police say, oh, that's costume. It's cosmetic. And they won't back off from it.
Cosmetic.
Well, did you raise it? No. Do you hear the way they are? It's a gold medalist looking thing with some clear glass kind of things. That's not fair because they know what Michael Miller's done. I suggest to you that what happened in that house, Michael Miller was packing everything up. I would suggest you use your ordinary common sense with that cocaine man that he saw. Maybe Mr. Talker over there is like, oh, I just look at this ring. It's very valuable. Maybe Sharon showed pride in it. And he saw it that night. Put that in my pocket. And he loaded up his stuff, being the burglar he was. One thing I just can't wrap my mind around is the state of Nevada keeps saying, why would he do it on that day? Why would he do it? Why would he do it on that day? They were gone for a week beforehand. They're going to be gone for a week after. Why would he do it that day? It seems so obvious. If he's house sitting and has house sitted in the past, he has a key. Who's going to be the most obvious suspect when he's supposed to be house sitting or away? What did you hear without contradiction in this trial? That Thomas Randolph had taken money out that day and that he missed the turnoff and that Michael Miller knew he had a lot of money. Michael Miller's not a well-planned out human being. He does things with opportunity. Somebody was sleeping, I got that. Somebody's phone, I got that. That was the day he could be in and out. Burglary only takes 5-10 minutes. Anybody who knows that should know that. It only takes 5-10 minutes, especially when you know where the things are. And he's perfectly fine. He's probably got another 15 minutes in there because they're going to watch the movie. But they came home and they interrupted a burglar. And this is what happened. Let's look at what the evidence is. You see, that shoe is very important too, that Reebok shoe. It came out of a bag. Because why on earth Michael Miller is doing, got his change of clothes, don't know if the girlfriend's out back, don't know if somebody's a getaway driver. And how do we know that? Because of the great interview that was done with the girlfriend. Remember that? I asked Detective O'Kelly, did you talk to the girlfriend? No. What kind of car did she have? Huh? Really? Really? This is his girlfriend. Remember, she's going away with him to Florida or California. He's coming into money. And what did he say? I'm done with that guy. That's what he told you. But you look at that evidence up there, and you can see a lot of different stuff. You see the jewelry. What else do you see also? We'll get more to that little dent there, okay? The dent. Do you remember? There's another one. Prosecution asked the witness, are there any dents on the refrigerator? Now, I think the prosecutor's gonna say, well, I meant this side or that side. Yes, there's a dent. Let me help you answer the question. There's the dent. Oh, look at it. Are there any dents in that? No, no dents. And then we showed it. Yes, there are. Again, if we're not doing our jobs, which again, what's our job? Nothing. We get to sit over there and do nothing. They have the burden of proof. They have to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt. And then they say things like that. And if we're not paying attention, people may be back there deliberating, oh yeah, no dents on the fridge. No dents. Never. Why are we having to do this? Why are we having to look so hard to show you what's really happening? Is this really fair? Is this really what the state of Nevada should be doing? Telling you there's no dents when there is? Telling you 8:30 when it's not accurate? No chest compressions? Michael Miller's clothing. There is something very confusing about this mask. The mask so obviously came off when Thomas Randolph said he bumped into him. He couldn't have said it more. And if you actually watch the walkthrough, watch Detective O'Kelly keep moving away from where Thomas Randolph actually says.
What?
Thomas Randolph says multiple times, I bumped into him. Something happened with his mask. Something happened. He even said, I think it did something to his eyesight or something. He just got it caught. If you look at the mask, it just got knocked off, so he took it off. When I asked Detective O'Kelly, why would he take off the mask? That was what was asked of him. What would be the purpose? Oh, now he's killed the person, so he doesn't have to worry about identification. I want you to think that, too. I wore a mask in a house because I'm going to kill this lady, and I'm going to shoot her in the head, and then, okay, well, now I can take it off. She can't identify me. What were they going to come, who shot you? That made no sense. He's a burglar. He has to worry that when he leaves, there are cameras, there are people who can see him. He can get over a backyard, down the street, change clothes. It's obvious. Why is he wearing gloves? You know why he's wearing gloves? He wears gloves because although he's been in that house, he knows his hands shouldn't be on the safe. He knows he's ransacking and that there's jewelry boxes. He can't have your fingerprints on those. So he wears gloves. Simple as that.
Oh my God,
There's
yes,
his left
please.
pocket. There's that pretty ring. Costume. There's Mr. Hogue. There's Mr. Miller's wallet, maybe. Mr. Hogue's license, card. Michael Miller's a thief.
Wait a minute.
Why are all the facts saying Miller was a thief? He's got the ring in his pocket.
Wait a minute.
Got jewelry in the bag, masks, gloves. And look at that bag of jewelry he was getting out of there. They made a big deal about there are no shots in the hat. It doesn't make any sense. There's no shots in his shoes. Why is he wearing those cowboy boots that Sharon gave him? Because maybe he's worried about footprints in there too. And this will show that's not me. But who knows what's going through that guy's head? When you talk about the mind of Michael Miller, you're talking about somebody who's a bad human. Because I would suggest that, this is just my argument. There's an instruction saying use your ordinary common sense. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. This is what I'd suggest. That violent behavior and crime are associated with.
Okay. Oh, Thami's asking for water. What are you doing? She doesn't want the cheese. She's mad that I'm out of turkey. What part of California did
ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this man
Lizzie live in?
had cocaine in his system? You decide for yourself what that does to you. Decide for yourself. A lot of you have lived for a lengthy period of time. I would suggest to you that, well, let me say it this way. I think it was Detective O'Kelly who testified it is a blight on our society, didn't he? That's what he said about cocaine. He said that. I asked him. It was a blight on society. That's exactly right. This man had used cocaine. This man had a reason to run because he was going to go with his girlfriend. And we know that for a number of different reasons. Look at the jewelry, and you see it scattered around. So apparently, I guess what they're suggesting is that Thomas Randolph put that there to stage it. And then again, he's so clever, he also, now let me stage this correctly and pull a few pieces out and the shoe out. It doesn't make sense. It's a frenzied scene. And the frenzy is something very, very important in this scene.
I hate that voice.
Whose DNA is on those bags? Michael Miller.
And Tom's.
Thomas Randolph also touched those bags. DNA, Michael Miller's.
And Tom's.
That's not cosmetic. Those coins may very well be valuable. I would argue you look at them carefully. If you can blow them up, you look at them carefully. They may be gold or silver. What do I know? But I know not to call it cosmetic without an appraiser. Inside the bags. Look at that. Before I go to this slide, I want to talk to you about something. I really want you to think carefully about what I'm going to say. If this is a plan, assume it is. Assume for what I'm going to say now that they're right. This is a plan that he has made up. Okay? Michael Miller shoots Sharon right in the back of the head in this plan. Just drops her. She didn't see it coming. It's like a hit, right? Why, if Michael Miller then takes off his mask, oh, high five, got the job done. Now what do I need to do? Make it look like, yeah, go on your way. Good job, Michael. As soon as insurance comes in, I get you the check. And Michael Miller walks away. And Thomas Randolph says, yes, he already did that in round number 1, and comes up behind him and shoots him in the back of the head. When the police come, he's like, oh yeah, this thing happened, and then Michael Miller ran right by me and I shot him. But that's not what happened. Do you see my point? What happened was frenzied. The shooting of Michael Miller is frenzied. If he was double-crossing, if Tommy was double-crossing Michael Miller, there shouldn't have been a frenzied attack. It would have been easy for Thomas Randolph to do the same thing, shoot him in the back of the head. It would have been so simple. Or to shoot him right in the chest. Well, what happens instead? You have a person running around. That shot through
every freaking day. I paused it as soon as the aliens hit. I paused it
Exactly what Thomas Randolph said.
every day.
And you know, if you look at that crime scene diagram,
I wrote
it's really
StreamYard about it
important.
every single day.
Look at it carefully, because I tried to point out, you see, when Tommy came in, he sees Sharon, he realizes something's wrong, so he pops into that room. That's what he said. He said it all along. But once he goes in that room, you see, Miller couldn't see it. And that's why Miller had just committed a crime. Miller had just committed murder. Miller threw that gun down. Why would he throw that gun down? Because it's a murder weapon now. He just meant to steal it. And he couldn't see Thomas Randolph. So that's why Thomas Randolph explains that Miller's coming down and they sort of bump into each other. There's another thing I really want you to concentrate on. I really want you to think about. Maybe it's gone by, or maybe I just looked at this case too focused. Why, if this is a setup, did Thomas Randolph go get the .22 and take it away and throw it away? Why would he do that? It's a setup, right? He tells Miller, you shoot my wife with a .38, right? Shoot my wife with a .38, and then I'm gonna double cross you with a 9mm. Why wouldn't he take the .38? Why did he get a .22? And then he appears to think that's the gun. He even says, I got it and I threw it in there by the garbage can. Why would he do that? Why would he just not get the .38? It makes no sense. He killed my wife with a .38, but he gets it wrong. He gets it with a .22 because he doesn't know. These are all indications he has no idea. Detective O'Kelly tells you that the Millers are missing gloves. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about the Millers.
Don't even try.
Billy Miller was, he was agitated. And, but the Millers said something very important. They said in their first interview, within hours, and by the way, he wasn't missing for 3 days. Vita Miller said, I just saw him the day before. Billy's sitting right there. I understand Billy's angered, irritated with me. But they say something important. The police say, hey, you don't have a ski mask with like some holes in the eyes. And they both say, oh yeah, you're missing it. Billy Miller's like, I got one of those. And Vita says something very important. They actually use the term, Mrs. Miller, have you seen a mask like that? Yes. When was the last time you saw it? December 2007. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
It's not what she
when
said.
Did Michael Miller move in that house? Christmas Eve. All of a sudden, they lost themselves a ski mask. I wonder what he was doing with that. And they were missing a pair of cotton gloves. Now, Billy Miller got upset about, prove it, he told me. So I had Detective Kelly say, did he say it? Yes, he said it. They were missing gloves and a ski mask. What a coincidence. Have you realized what a coincidence this mask is? Now, who was excluded from the mask? The mastermind over here. The mastermind over here who supposedly threw it down, his DNA isn't on it. He was excluded.
He was excluded from the inside. Stop twisting things.
I don't recall specifically what the DNA said. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you can remember the DNA evidence.
He was excluded from the inside swab.
Thomas Randolph, I would argue, and I am positive, was excluded from that mask.
From the inside.
And Michael Miller was included 1 in 4. Not a high number, but only 1 in 4 of the population. In other words, 1 out of every 4 people in the population could have made the DNA they found. But Michael Miller was included in that. Thomas Randolph was excluded.
From the inside.
What a coincidence, isn't it? That there's a mask with 1 in 4 DNA that it's Michael Miller, laying right next to old Michael Miller. Vita Miller tells you, yeah, a mask like that went missing December.
That's not what she said.
Billy Miller agrees. And Detective O'Kelly told us the mask wasn't recovered. What a coincidence.
They know it too. Look,
because I asked Detective O'Kelly.
They're prepping.
You know why you didn't find it? Because the mask right there. He didn't seem to dispute it. Remember yesterday? Detective O'Kelly was sort of like, yeah, that's the mask. That's the mask. He stole the mask too. because he's a thief.
Oh,
He stole the gloves. He stole the mask. He stole the ID. He stole the ring. He stole the cell phone. It couldn't be any more coincidental. Because what is he? He's a burglar. They never located the mask. And there are the gloves.
he said that they did.
Thursday. Why is he wearing gloves? Because his fingerprints can't be on those jewelry boxes.
Man.
Or is he just dressing up to play the part and then gonna run out of there? Who would have ever seen it? There's no video in there. Why is he dressed the part of the burglar? Why? Why is he dressed the part of the burglar? Because that's exactly what he is. Where was the getaway? Don't you ever wonder that? How is he gonna get away? He's got these bags of jewelry, gloves. How is he gonna get away? I'd suggest to you that we probably don't know the answer. Maybe he was gonna steal that Pontiac in there. Maybe he had somebody waiting. How did he get there? They looked for a bike. They couldn't find one.
How did he get there earlier in the day?
We also notice, don't we, the medical equipment on there. Why is that important? Mr. Tomchak showed you that in the beginning. It's very important because they're trying to tell you that crime scene is preserved. All it takes, as I've been walking around this floor, if there's marble on there, I'm probably going to kick it. You bring 5 of me, we're definitely going to kick it. And they've got paramedics in there, which they should have gone in there. But to then start saying, this is where the cartridge was, that scene was absolutely a nightmare in terms of preservation. You had to have noticed that. It's an absolute nightmare. What they did was fail to preserve this scene. Gloves, mask. And look at the mask. You'll have it back there with you. Look at that really weird thing in the mouth. Right? It's like, looks, I don't know. Like fishing line, I don't know. But it reminds me of what Billy Miller told the police, that the mask he had a big mouthpiece. And I can't do it because I can't tamper with evidence. I can't tamper with it, but I always wondered if it was undone, would it have a huge mouthpiece? Because it tells you where it's coming from. Tommy Randolph was excluded off the DNA.
On the inside.
We know what happened. Cash, jewelry, guns, prescriptions. He knew where they were located, Mr. Miller. He knew. That's what he was going for. And he's going for them that night. Did he maybe need a fix? If it was low, maybe he just needed himself some drugs. Ransacked. See how they fought us on ransacked? It's not ransacked. The house is not ransacked. They kept telling you that over and over and over. It wasn't ransacked. Yes, it is. And there's going to be something very, very important we're trying to tell you about that scene. Remember, we're talking about how Sharon's blood was into the carpet. What we're saying is that once she was shot, it would be almost impossible to get over her to get into ransack. The only reason we're saying that is because it shows that what happened in the master bedroom happened before she was shot. And so we know it has to be Michael Miller. It has to be. And how is that not a ransack? He just got caught in the middle of it. He knows what to look for. He's got jewelry, but look at this. Look at these drawers. Look at the jewelry. Those were shelves that are pulled out. And I don't want to concentrate, you've seen that, but you see how, I'll get off that, but you can see how there's no blood prints. Remember, I talked about that at length because it's not like somebody stepped in it and then started to go back in to start to burglarize, steal. It happened beforehand. It tells you what was happening. He got caught in the act. Michael Miller got caught in the act. And when Sharon came home, he shot her. He threw the gun down. It's obvious. It's plain as day. There's no footprints. Jewelry was taken before Sharon was shot. Here's the truth. See, this is not the words of Tommy Randolph. These are somebody else's words. Michael Miller was coming into money. How's he going to get it? He's going to steal it from the Randolphs. Then he's going to move to Florida or California with his girlfriend, who we know nothing about. And he's never going to have anything to do with Randolph again. Don't take my word for it. Don't.
I wouldn't.
Now, if I understand you correctly, you said that Mike said that he was coming into some money and he was gonna go with his new girlfriend and they were gonna move to Florida or California. Remember that?
Yes. Yes, I do.
And Mike also told you that he
Oh.
was gonna have nothing more to do.
Loved Auntie Vita. We loved her.
Right.
Just so I understand that. Mike's saying, I'm not gonna have anything more to do with this man over here, right?
Right.
And I'm gonna come in some money. I'm gonna move with my girlfriend to Florida.
Right.
That includes cross-examination. There's your motive. It's right there. That was his own end. State's witness said. I just asked the question. He's getting rid of Thomas Randolph. He's getting rid of Thomas Randolph, and he's leaving, and he's coming into money. It was so obvious what the motive is. He stole a mask, he stole gloves, he's getting out of town, he's gonna rip them off, he's got a few hours window. It's obvious. It's obvious. I wanna keep reminding you of something. If there's any one of you, if you're back there in deliberations and say, you know, when that lawyer, Chris Orm, got up, I can disprove, or I think he's wrong about that. Okay. I don't have a burden of proof. I don't know how many times I could say that.
Ugh.
In our country, the state of Nevada has a burden of proof. States all over the place, all over our states, all over the United States, and the federal government have the burden of proof when they bring a person to trial, to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, where the defendant has to do nothing. If we haven't shown reasonable doubt here, no, I suggest it's overwhelming the doubt. Now, if I understand you, they told you in opening argument, the prosecutor, the scene doesn't add up. Well, no, it doesn't, not for their case. It most certainly doesn't. That scene doesn't add up. Who came in and cleaned it up? They had a week difference where they come back and find cartridges. Randy McPhail, that was a crime scene analyst. Maybe it'll refresh your memory because Mr. Tomczyk said, you know, you've got a reputation when you were working there as perhaps the finest that could be. And what did he say? He even admitted, like, that crime scene screwed up. He has all this stuff, about 5'8", blood and brain matter. And Mr. Tomczyk, he said something funny. I thought that was really good, amusing this part. Mr. Tomczyk started talking about he's 5'8" at his eyes or something along those lines. And Mr. McPhail said, oh no, he's 6'3". And when they were saying it was not higher than 5'8", I kept thinking I am more relevant than they are, because if I was cleaning, that's where to be. About 5'8", like cleaning. They didn't go up higher. Whoever did the hazmat, they just see this and they cleaned it. They cleaned the walls. They cleaned the walls. You see, they cut away the material. And then they come back in and they're, oh, look, we found 2 cartridges. Therefore what? Therefore you screwed up the crime scene? They didn't even have to. What about that safe? Do you remember when I showed you the safe yesterday? And before I forget, you know what I was pointing out about Detective O'Kelly pointing up at all those arrows? Colleen was holding her child. What are those arrows? What do they depict? Blood and brain matter. It's showing. Think about that picture. It's in evidence. We put it in evidence for a reason. What are you showing? Look. What are you showing? This was a screwed up crime scene. They didn't even take a picture of the big safe. They tell you it's not ransacked. How did they get away with that? How is it not that? How is all of this starting not to add up to terrible, terrible doubt? In fact, I don't have any burden of proof. And I don't want to say it. I think we proved he was actually innocent. If you want to find him guilty of being a cheater, adulterer, oh, guilty. He couldn't shut up about it. Tells the police, but he doesn't hide it from anybody. Don't tell your wife that. It's rude. He does. He tells the police that. They don't have to find out. Oh, yeah, look, listen. It's not nice. And if that's why he's guilty, if you're a cheater and you're guilty, or you're obnoxious and you're guilty, that's so unfair. He may be those things, and you may not like it. But I suggest to you that that's amazing. We don't have to prove it. If you disagree with me, we don't lose. You have to say that what I'm saying right now is false, beyond a reasonable doubt. It was obvious. You read that reasonable doubt instruction. Remember that burden of proof. There wasn't evidence the first day. Look at that rug. See, Miss Weckerly, fairly, I really do congratulate her. She said that. I thought it was very fair on Miss Weckerly's part. But right now in her closing, she said that Thomas Randolph said the door was closed, but she did say, you may remember, she said, in fairness, he does say that thing in a walk-through. For that, and to Miss Weckerly, I congratulate her. I think that's very fair. That rug shows you something. That door had been propped open, and you can see that place had been cleaned. They contaminated the crime scene. They let so many officers into that crime scene. Look at the people at the scene. Officers at the scene. Before I go any farther, Ms. Weckerly said, well, you heard from the first responders. I thought we heard from one. I thought we heard from one first responder. We didn't hear from all these people. Do you see that one? If you could just pay attention. He entered the garage. Look at all those people. See? Look at them. Scene cleaned. Hazmat crew came in. Cleans all the blood. Cleans up to head level. Mr. McPhail, highly respected man, said so. Detective O'Kelly, he said so. Crime scenes so damaged. And actually, I suggest the crime scene matched what Mr. Randolph said. You know, War Hero walked in here yesterday. Don't know if that, after cross-examination, yeah, you be the judge. War Hero. Yeah, did you have Bronze Star with a B? That means for heroes. And what I would ask you, did you believe him when he counted the story of why he got that? Did you believe him? Because he said, let's recount it. That what I presume was Taliban was coming. He said he shot a shotgun. Remember how trained he was? And he said it was the strangest thing because he didn't hear it. He didn't hear the shotgun. He said, that's strange. I didn't hear the sound of the gun. He said he killed the guy. And then he realized, oh God, I can hear something. I can hear gunshots. He looked down between his legs. He saw a bullet. And then the other one went by his right ear and he turned. He said, get out of, remember, he said, I get out of tunnel vision, like his training. And he looked, and there was a man coming through a hole with an AK-47.
I'm disgusted by him right now.
And what I thought was interesting is he repeated that story. He repeated that story. And then he came on the witness stand and repeated the story again. And then he sort of turned to Judge Jones and said, I could actually still draw the hole. Do we call him a liar or a war hero? I mean, I wonder if you give somebody like us the pictures of that wall and say, you're telling me there was Taliban coming through that hole? There's a hole in that wall? What, like a nail? What are you talking about? Did you not believe him? He was telling you the truth. I would suggest that man was telling you the truth. There was no hole in the wall. There was no hole in the wall. None. But he believed it because he told us that there are distortions. He said there's distortions, audio, visual, time. And I talked with Detective Wog about officer-involved shootings. This has nothing to do with officer-involved shootings. Hopefully you understood what I was doing.
It obviously doesn't.
Officers and look at the psychological impact and effects that it has on them. It could show signs of depression, tension, agitation, irritability, and fatigue. You feel detached and numb. You may feel emotional reactions.
Look at his
that include
face.
Confusion,
Look.
impaired decision-making, loss of judgment, slowness of thought.
He's ready.
More common reactions are
Oh, this
fear,
is gonna be
anxiety,
spicy.
anger, rage, blaming those
He's
responsible
ready.
for the outcome of it.
Look at his face.
This is what trained police officers feel. And so when the state of Nevada wants to pick on Thomas Randolph for where he's standing and how many times he's shot, be aware that's not how they hold their own law enforcement. We don't hold our own law enforcement to those standards. And can I borrow that ruler? Great, thank you. I want to.
It's gonna get good.
36 inches.
His face is all of us right
Remember what
now.
I did with Detective O'Kelly. I asked him, I said, well, tell me from where Thomas Randolph comes out of the room. And by the way, before I continue on with this, I want you to concentrate. You watch that walkthrough. Thomas keeps saying, as he came out the door, he describes it, the guy goes this way. And Detective O'Kelly, for the life of him, can't accept it. He keeps moving the other way. Now you're down here. Just listen to what the witness is saying. Let him recount it. Because what he's doing is he's dragging him, come down here, and then I can really prove you wrong. You watch that video and see how Detective O'Kelly does it. Well, yesterday with Detective O'Kelly, I said, from that doorway to that place where Mr. Miller's heels are, how far is it? 5 or 6 feet. Well, that's double that. Okay? That's double that. Do you know in Mr. Randolph's interview with Mr. Mogg and Mr. Hardy, they asked Thomas Randolph, how far was he from you when you shot him? He says, here to you. And Detective Mogg said, so about 3 feet. So if we know it's 5 to 6 feet to where his heels are, Michael Miller's, and that's where Thomas Randolph is, that's 3 feet. So he's saying that the guy is about 3 feet from him. Now, Michael Miller is 2 feet. He's that far from the garage door where he fell. Look how close he is. That first shot is in the left side. I don't know what the state's saying. Left side, oh, this is a big deal. Left side, right side, shot in the top of the head from somebody on the second floor.
Oh.
No, shot right there. People move. Some people love collegiate wrestling. People are moving. When you watch wrestlers go, you watch UFC, they're moving all along. And when people are moving in terrible combat positions, they're doing things, they're moving their bodies. Shots can go in an elbow, shots can go here, shots can go there, and that's what you see. That shot went through the left side and it stayed inside him. That's the one. Remember, the detective seemed to not know that because I had to show him the autopsy. That bullet went in. I would suggest that's the first one. Don't know, you can't recreate it, but it makes a lot of sense. The one right on, it's Thomas Randolph's in this firefight. Boom! Right, he gets in whatever position they're in, whatever, you can't tell, but it gets him, it stays inside. That's why it doesn't through and through and it doesn't make any kind of mark. The door is already open. He starts to run. And just like there's not a hole in the wall, he's just talking about 3 feet. And when he's saying the angles on a head, maybe he's still leaning up. He's not dead and he's leaning up. Maybe he's falling onto the fridge. Maybe he's holding it. We don't know. I mean, I don't want to speculate, but that's what happens. There's no video. So we don't know. But we're talking about 5 or 6 feet. Why, if Thomas Randolph wanted to make it up, didn't he just say it happened in the garage? Why, if he shot him in the garage, he ambushed him in the garage in this big conspiracy? Why didn't he just say it? Why would he make that up? Why would he make up this fire extinguisher? I do not know what the relevance of this fire extinguisher is.
Oh, you'll find out.
I do not know why we've had to spend so much time fighting against a stupid fire extinguisher. I asked Detective O'Kelly,
He rolled his eyes.
Your wife like that. You could shoot him as many times as I want. I could do more than that, and I would. Who cares? You have a right to defend your wife. You have a right to self-defense. So what difference does a fire extinguisher make? Other than that's actually what happened. He's saying it was a nail on the wall. That's not what it was. It was on the refrigerator. Who cares? It's a red herring. It makes no difference. But boy, are they talking, there's no dust mark on the refrigerator. Well, then take a picture of it. Don't tell us that. It doesn't make sense. And you look at the bolts on that fire extinguisher, there's 2 of them. Everybody can see that. But what's the point? What do they think he did? Do you think they pulled it off the wall, bashed it on his head? Well, he could have done it if he wanted to. But that's not what happened. He just said he got scared. They seem to have abandoned the light, haven't they? They really made a big deal about the light when it turned on. And I was able to show when I told it. Cross-examined Detective O'Kelly. We even saw a video today. He pushed the button when he went out. Why would he go get a neighbor? Why would you go get help? Because you're scared. You don't know what's going on. You're apprehensive. There's a hole in the wall. Okay? So, and he said Michael Miller was going to push it. He just turned on the light, and when it turned off, all he's saying is it scared him. What difference does it make? Why is he making it up? It makes no sense. If it happened in the garage, you ambushed him in the garage, why doesn't he just say it? Why does he have to cover it up? Does it make a difference in a self-defense? Does it make a difference? It makes no difference whatsoever. So why does he have? They make a big deal. Why he's making it up? Why? Do you see the point? Why? If you shot him, if Thomas Randolph shot him in the garage, just say it. I shot him in the garage. I chased him down. I shot him. Boom, 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 boom. Why not? It's not a problem. Shoot a person in the garage. Just murdered your wife. They're not even going to argue that's not a thing. The state will not stand up and say that his actions, if he is innocent, like if he had no involvement, that there's something wrong with that. They won't. They're saying it's a conspiracy, that he had planned this. But I ask you, why does he lie about that fire extinguisher? Why does he come up with this ridiculous thing about the garage? Just say it. Makes no sense.
Oh, it makes no sense.
That's the height of, that tells you, you think of smaller people wiping down the hallways. They just didn't get up on the ladder and clean. It happened, the walkthrough, after they decided Tommy is involved. Do you remember how quickly they rushed to judgment? They rushed very quickly. Detective O'Kelly said, I was suspicious. Even in the briefing, I was suspicious. And then when I heard Detective Bogg talking about it, I was suspicious. They focused in on him, and that's why they didn't interview the girlfriend, because they focused in. There's your guy. And they didn't do the job. They failed. Entire cleanup of that house. People walking in and out for a week. Why did he identify that wrong gun? Don't you see he identified it? Thomas Randolph did. Thomas Randolph took a .22. It doesn't make sense. He thought it was the murder weapon. He thought it was the murder weapon. It was a .38 caliber. And it's pretty unfortunate because I think it was just, I know it was just a mistake. But the prosecutor put up the .22 and says, there's the murder weapon. It's not the murder weapon, which is a big point of ours. Why would he do it? He did it because he didn't know. He didn't know. He thought it really was the gun that was used. Guns. As you look at that scene, this makes a lot of sense.
Nothing he said
makes a lot of sense. I need to talk to you about.
Look, Lindsay Hendricks, you're stuck.
Some of the other witnesses that play a role in this case. I want to talk to you for a second about.
He's
Tony
not done.
Bean. She said something very valuable because you're wondering, they made a big deal out of Thomas Randolph said, I tried to call 911 and it wouldn't work. By the way, look at the pictures of the 911 on the face. It's 9114. I think if you listen carefully on the 911 call, you hear a push of a button. I think it's Randolph pushing the 4. The only reason I'm saying it to you is it shows he's nervous. He's something wrong, 9114. He called through to 911, but at some point he pushes a 4. Tony Beam said on the second day of trial, it was a company called Vonage. This is her describing how she talked to Sharon. It's a company called Vonage. Remember that? Yes. Sometimes when you talk to Sharon on the phone, the call would drop. Yes. And what happened? And that happened several times, correct? Yes. That was a thing you knew about talking to her and that phone, that the Vonage service in that house would go out, right? Yes. He's just saying the same thing Tony Beam said. Tony Beam also said something very important. She said that she talked to you about where you were going that night, being Sharon. You knew Tommy had been to the bank, yes. You knew he'd withdrawn a large amount of money from the bank, yes. And then he was gonna.
The lie detector determined that was a lie.
It's been 84 years.
This is going to be Sharon's state of mind. This is what Tony Bean said Sharon's state of mind was. She talked to you about what they were going to do that night, yes. You knew Tommy had been to the bank, yes. And that he had withdrawn a large amount of money from the bank, yes. And that he was going to put it in another bank.
His face is everything.
You told Kelly in 2008 he was going to put a large amount of money in the bank, yes, because that's what Sharon told you, yes. I'm using that for Sharon's state of mind. He had money in the bank. And before I forget, they're going to try to talk about finances. There's some motive. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I can still remember something very distinctly at the very first day. Some of you probably weren't here on the first day of jury selection. Who here has
that voice.
Insurance on life insurance? And I remember it was a sea of hands going up. Everybody seemed to. And the reason I say that is because if that person dies, whoever the beneficiary is, has motive. If you're married and your wife dies, you have motive. That's why oftentimes in a homicide of a husband or wife, the first person they look at is the other person because they immediately have motive. If I die, my suit will go to my wife. She has motive. She's going to get my suit. Maybe some other things too. Okay. Lots of people have motive. Lots of people have financial motive. If you think about it, if you really do the analysis I'm saying, almost every single one of you, if you think about somebody closely associated with you, you got a nice, you got a nice necklace, somebody kills you, I got a motive, that's what I did. And a lot of people in our society use your ordinary common sense. They have weird motives. They kill for almost nothing in our society. People have motive. It doesn't mean anything. He had a natural motive. Those life insurances were coming from 2006. You're saying that he's a mastermind for 2.5 years or a year and a half or whatever time that is? Oh, I'm going to mastermind this. And I love the way this was presented constantly. Thomas Randolph got life insurance. No. Sharon got life insurance. She's the one that has to go and get just a year and a half. She has to sign it. You look at those documents. That's her getting it. That's her protecting somebody that she loved. And just because a will gives, hey, I want to give something to my daughter, doesn't mean she didn't want, if something happened to her, Thomas Randolph, to have something too. That was her who did that. And that is not, why isn't it $1 million? You're planning this for 2.5 years? And then you're going to find Michael Miller? A year and a half later? No good deed goes unpunished, I tell you. I heard what a weird relationship this is. Why? You can't give anybody a chance? If you have somebody who maybe makes less money, maybe you're a rich person, you have a landscaper, you can't be kind to them. You've got a pool lady, you can't be kind to them. You can't befriend them. You can't have all of a sudden, I like the Raiders, you like the Raiders, I like the Montreal Canadiens. You like them too. So you become friends. What is the real reason? Is it age? Is there something that really bothers you about this relationship? What's so weird? They say it's weird because he met him at a gas station. It's not like he met him at a gas station and then hid. This man came to Easter dinner. This man fixed the pigeon problem at Colleen's house. And the inconsistencies of some of the state's witnesses in the beginning were dooming him. And what I mean by that, the prosecutor told you in the beginning there was a roof project and nothing got done. Well, Michael Byer, he confirmed that, didn't he? Nothing got done on the roof. And then it was Victorio came in and said, you know what? He claims he has a bad back, Thomas Randolph, and he was up on the roof, and Miller was right by there. I'm like, okay, so he's doomed because Michael Miller and him aren't doing anything on the roof. And then another witness comes in and says, oh, no, they're on the roof, and he has a bad back, so that proves he doesn't have a bad back. Well, then he's damned if he does.
It's not what the freaking witness
and
said.
He's damned if to die. There were other things like that. Billy Miller said, he didn't pay him, he didn't give him anything. Yet I hear today, oh no, he's paying him. Why was he paying him all this? Michael Byer said he gave him $300 to clean the garage. I would have cleaned the garage for $300. So is he paying him? And that makes him doomed? Or is he not paying him? And that makes him doomed. It was inconsistent, all in a way to harm him and make it impossible for him. You know, I heard so much about how that man was not loved by Sharon. Well, actions speak louder than words. Actually, that's what my wife says all the time.
Oh, shut up.
Actions speak louder than words. Where did they go the week before? They went to they went to Utah together. They went to Utah together. Why? Maybe we could just use our ordinary common sense. Because they love each other. And they were going to Utah to help his hurt father. His father had a stroke. And what did Thomas tell the police about that? She was wonderful. Actually, I moved my father into a better place because of her suggestion. And then who was spending Mother's Day with her? And apparently that was upsetting some people because she chose, having been with Thomas Randolph for a week, to spend Mother's Day with him and walk out holding his hand. Why? Because she doesn't love him? And then they were going to go the next week, and the next day, where were they going? Back to Utah, see his parents. Actions speak louder than words. We can say all day long she doesn't love him. Even the tattoo that was mentioned in the place where some people would have their bikini. Okay?
Oh, Jesus.
But to sit there and argue that, well, she got a tattoo and that was, how do you know that? Maybe she really loved him. And maybe they were very close. And you can say he's all of these things, but she married him and she loved him. There's no divorce proceedings. He has a place in Clearfield, Utah. And people, they're going to try to put up finances as though it was a forensic accounting, looking at everything. They just put in some finances. It doesn't prove anything. It absolutely proves nothing. Those are the guns, just for your edification. That is the 22. You can see it wasn't fired. Why did he? That'll always be a mystery. You see the one fired? That's the bullet that killed Sharon. Any targets them all? Not much. Justifiable homicide is not unlawful. Justifiable homicide includes the killing of a human being in necessary self-defense or in defense of an occupied habitation, or a person against one who is manifestly intends or endeavors to commit a crime of violence. Michael Miller committed a crime of violence. The state agrees. I agree. We all agree with that. Or against any person or persons who manifestly intend and endeavor in a violent, riotous, or surreptitious manner to enter the occupied habitation of another for the purpose of assaulting or offering personal violence to any person dwelling or being therein. A person is not required to retreat before using deadly force if the person is not the original aggressor. Thomas Randolph was not the aggressor. Has a right to be present at the location where deadly force is used. That's Thomas Randolph's house. He had a right to be in there, and is not actively engaged in conduct in furtherance of a criminal activity at the time deadly force is used. Thomas Randolph, that instruction tells you the law. They have to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that that's not what happened. If evidence of self-defense is present, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant did not act in self-defense. If you find the defendant has failed, the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant did not act in self-defense, you must find the defendant not guilty. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I am almost done. If you could indulge me I just want to make sure I don't miss anything. I don't want to really forget myself.
2 hours
So I'm just gonna
later.
look at my notes really quick. Okay.
It's been 84 years.
Oh,
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I'm almost. The defendant is presumed innocent. It's held contrary unless the contrary is proved. That's your reasonable doubt instruction. That tells you the burden of proof. They have to prove what I'm saying to you is wrong beyond a reasonable doubt. I ask on behalf of my much more talented and charming co-counsel.
did you see his face?
If we didn't show you doubt, what does reasonable doubt look like if it wasn't shown here? What does it look like in a courtroom? If you all follow your oath, it's a duty to your country that you're all doing to your society. Judge Jones says, follow the law, look at the evidence in here. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Thomas Randolph is not guilty.
The lie detector determined that was a
Prove
lie.
it. He didn't prove it. It's a part of perspective. Our perspective is he didn't do it. Look at the law. I urge you to come back in here. I urge you to look at the things the state of Nevada did. They're going to stand up in rebuttal. I won't be able to speak. Look at what they've done. They made a mistake. They were wrong. They were wrong so many times. Come in this courtroom, whether you like Thomas Randolph or not,
He's gonna cry.
and deliver justice. The verdict should be not guilty to all counts. Thank you so much for listening.
Thanks, gentlemen. We'll take one last break, and the state has an opportunity to give you a rebuttal argument, and then we will begin the deliberation process. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate the aspect of the case, or in any
Look,
other way
do you see him
investigate
nod
the
like,
case on your own. You
yep,
must not
nailed it.
express any opinion regarding this case or its
Nailed it.
subject to. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 2:45. We'll be in recess till 3 o'clock.
All right, for the jury.
You know, I think that he really does believe that he nailed it. I think that Thami didn't look nearly as annoyed as the rest of us, which is interesting. But Thami's delusional. So what do you know? BK is not going to trial in October. He waived his speedy trial. That means I just won $100. I bet somebody that, what was it, a day or two ago when the schedule papers came out. I bet somebody $100 that it would not happen. And I just won $100. So we, well, I mean, that don't make our October any clearer because we've still got Melly. We've got OnlyFans, Courtney Clenny. We've got the cyclist with the face reconstruction, Armstrong. What else we got? Let's see what else we got. calendar. Let's pull up the calendar. So Cobra and Sarah Boone were both supposed to be the 2nd. So the OnlyFans, Courtney Clinty starts October 5th. Melly starts October 9th. And Caitlin Armstrong starts October 30th. And then next month, we have, well, Melly's got his bond hearing on the 15th. And then Taylor Shabiznis sentencing is on the 26th of next month. And that's all I've got on this calendar, written on this calendar. Okay, let's see. Borland right now is still scheduled for October 2nd, but they will move him. They have a calendar call on, did I say September? I don't even know what I said. His is still scheduled for October 2nd, but they have a calendar call on September 2nd. And when they go there, they will more than likely move his because now they've got Melly's scheduled on October 9th. Melly's takes priority because it's a retrial, so he's got 90 days from the hung jury to do his retrial. And also, you know, Borland's out on house arrest anyway. He ain't in no hurry. He don't want to go to trial. He wants to enjoy his last minutes of freedom. So they'll reschedule his. I have not decided exactly how I'm going to handle everything yet with Melly. That one may be something that instead of watching it live, we do that one how we did the Austin Ford trial, where we watch it where we're a little bit behind and we skip all of the sidebars and the breaks, and the people who want to jump around to different streams and troll and be buttheads can watch it live somewhere else, and then we'll just have our group watch it together. Let's see. Yes, I believe we have night court tonight. What else is coming up? I need to look at my calendar. Oh, yeah. We watched this hearing yesterday when we were on break here. The hearing where she went into the hospital and they gave her pain medication. She went, locked herself in the bathroom, gave birth, and then put the baby in the trash can. Megan says, does he really think he's getting a bond a month for trial? Yep, he thinks that. Well, he might not think it, but they sure are going to try. He in that one hearing, when he's leaving, I said it because we watched it live, and I even said it. I read his lips, and he looked over and he was like, "I'm coming home." It's like, you may be at your forever home. I don't believe they're going to be tried together. I think that they will split it. There's too much complication to try them together because Melly's is a death penalty case and Bortland's is not. And I don't think that Melly's should be a death penalty case, but they don't seem like they're wanting to drop that because Florida. Oh, yeah. When is Harmony's trial? I need to put the other stuff. I finally have started trying to put stuff on my computer calendar instead of on sticky notes everywhere and on my little calendar that I have to write on. So I'm trying. The only reason that I will cover it again is because, number one, they're full of crap, and I know everything about that trial. I know everything about the evidence that they've given us and the evidence that they suppressed. And I believe he's guilty, and I would like to watch the justice system work itself out. As far as streaming it live during the day, that's a no for me, dog. I don't think I'm putting myself through that again. Thank you, Jen. Thank you. Thank you. I am excited about the Courtney OnlyFans trial. I've got my verdict eyebrows. I'm ready. I've got to get my wet. Actually, let me get my goods. Okay. All right. I've got the water ready, the rag, and the brows. We'll wait to cut them. We don't want to jinx it. Hello, Lizzie. Yes, we are on closing arguments. Lady in Gray, he can waive the 90-day, but they have chosen not to. Kiefer, that is not a rumor. That was true. I got threats. I got some sent to me on Twitter. And there was one weirdo who came in here and said some stuff about how the G-Shines were going to stomp me out or something. I was like, that's adorable. I got an attack dog. Harmony trial is November or beginning December. Okay. I'll have to add that to my calendar. Any dates y'all get, send them to me and I'll add them to my fancy new calendar. And by fancy new calendar, I mean I've just learned how to work the Google Calendar. That's all I mean by fancy new calendar. I just learned how to add stuff to Google Calendar. That's my fancy new calendar. Ashley Snow, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. They said BK trial. He is not going to go in October now. RA said that he is, I sent him a link, and I think he's planning on coming on when we go into Verdict Watch. Didn't he say he has an appointment today? This evening. So I don't know what time he's got to be done. Do we have a poll? We had a poll. We can do another poll. Which poll do you want? RA's panicking about his brows. Hold on. Let's Oops. Oops. I just messed something up.
We're there on the
Let's
channel.
spy on
Okay,
him.
so up it is. We're going to put them on up, which means I have to take this one and go on like that. Right?
He's working it out.
So we go straight. I need to switch cameras so you can see this. Okay, so
Oh my
this
God.
eyebrow right here. Sorry. This eyebrow is going to go on this eye, right?
His eyebrows are so big.
Okay, so once I put these on, they cannot come off. They can't come off. Don't know how to do this. There's a little paper backing on it that's. This is like rat trap glue. This is super adhesive. I swear I'm going to lose skin when these things come off. Okay, and it's definitely up. And the camera.
It's hard to do it in the camera. I'm telling y'all.
This looks so good. I'm doing a good job here. Okay. It doesn't feel like it feels bigger than the adhesive. It's going to be like almost a unibrow. Well, this one just fell off. Like, I'm not sure if there's enough adhesive. It just like dropped off at first touch. Okay. Let's see. How's that? I feel like I need to twirl the ends like a mustache. It's a little high. Ow. Mm. Okay. Okay, we've got. I think they're working. Oh no, Brandy. Brandy's here. Brandy's here. I'm getting set, Brandy. I'll be over in just a minute. We're going to be right over after rebuttal. Brandy, thank you very much. We'll be right over. I've got the link. It's all set to go. I think this one. Do I spin the ends? I feel like I need to like braid my. I mean, the color wise was perfect. I nailed it on the actual. Needs them a little closer together, I think. Okay, I'm good. All right, we're ready. Just stay on. If I lose one, it'll be bad.
So that's what we have to look forward to. Oh my gosh. For some reason, I had pictured in my mind that his eyebrows were going to be like our verdict eyebrows that we've had here. That is not what I was picturing. That's not what I was picturing. That is so funny. Oh my gosh. They're fantastic. He did a great job picking out his verdict eyebrows. Oh my gosh. Them's some eyebrows. Nomination for Trial Daddy. Y'all send RA with his eyebrows in. RA brows. Oh, that's so funny. Y'all talked him into the super bushy ones. That's amazing. Don't be sending me the super bushy ones. Because y'all, I ended up having to like go live an actual life when I leave here. And I go with my verdict eyebrows, which are too dark, but that's okay. But I couldn't go out in public with them. And if I have those, he said that those are super sticky. So if I put those on, those will rip out what little bit of eyebrows I have left naturally. Started a trend. Verdict eyebrows. It's incredible. Oh my gosh. That is so funny. Brows for days and days and days. Yeah, I totally busted him. That's so funny. Lucy's jealous. Are you jealous? You're just stuck with bedhead. Everybody's got fancy eyebrows and you just got bedhead. Yes, are we? She's like staring at me. Like, what? What is it? What is it? Give me 5. Give me 5. Good girl. Good girl. Because Browns. Thank you, Ashy Snow. Oh, that's so funny. Look what this started. Oh, Lucy does need a verdict watch shirt. You know what Lucy needs? Oh, I need to find her like a little judge's robe with like, you know, the pearl thing that actually I'm sure they would make those for dogs, right? The pearl thing that RGB wore, you know, Lucy would look so good with one of those. I need to find her a little judge's costume and she could wear it on verdict days. That would be so fun. My dog Clover, I am going to do eyebrows. I'm going to put them on once we go into verdict watch. That's tradition. I have to do it when we go into verdict watch. So funny.
All right, we are back on the record. C250966 stating about.
All right, this is going to be spicy.
Attorney, Deputy District Attorneys on behalf of the state, we both parties taking into presence of our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Chairman, are you ready?
He is ready.
Whenever you're ready to begin your vote.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, as I told you at the very beginning of this case, it is really, really hard to plan the perfect murder. And now that you've seen all the evidence, you can see how difficult it was for Mr. Randolph to try to pull this off. Because when you looked at all the evidence, now that you've heard it all, it is abundantly clear he completely failed. He completely failed. Why? Because his story doesn't add up. It doesn't add up with what you see physically at the scene. It doesn't add up in the manner in which he discusses his wife. It doesn't add up with how he treats his wife. It doesn't add up when you see the insurance policies. It doesn't add up when you start thinking about his relationship with Michael Miller. None of it makes sense if you're painting the story that you're the victim. But in this story, he's not a victim. He's a villain. He has hatched this plan to get rid of his wife, get out of debt, go off with his girlfriend, and take $332,000 and a home. That was the plan. But he got caught. The credibility of a witness. This is a really, really important instruction. You should consider someone's manner upon the stand, their fears, their motives, their interests, the reasonableness of their statements, and the strength and weaknesses of their recollection. And here's the best part. If you believe someone has lied about any material fact in the case, you may disregard the entire testimony of that witness or any portion of his testimony which isn't proved by other evidence. And that, ladies and gentlemen, when we start evaluating the statements that he makes in these walkthroughs, is a problem. Because it's not proved by other evidence. It's contradicted by other evidence. It's repelled by other evidence.
That instruction deals with witnesses and witness, not the defendant's statement.
I can move on.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that instruction does deal with the credibility of the witnesses who testified before you.
So, what does he have to say about himself?
I'm a cocky fucker,
The only true thing he's ever said.
but I'm also really nice and generous. I'm reasonably honest.
Reasonably honest. The defense closing claims that the shooting happened just as the defendant said it did. Well, let's take a look at this. This are the shots that Dr. Davin explained to us, right? What we can see here, there they are, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We don't know the exact order, but what we do know is this. When you look at shots 1, 2, 4, and 5, They all come on the left side of Michael Miller's body. And here's what's really interesting, right? So make sure I don't forget my left and my right. So you got this first shot, right? It's coming in from the left, see, I'm doing it wrong again. It's coming in from the left temple, and it's going across the head and up, right? From the left. You got the second one from the left side, and it's coming straight down, right? You got the fourth shot, which is coming in the left side, and it's lodging in his abdomen. You got a fifth shot that's penetrating through that elbow and through the forearm, and it's coming out in this direction. And then lastly, you have a third shot that's entering up an abdomen to the right, and it's going essentially straight up in the air like this.
Judge will choose
That's
sentence.
really, really important. The directionality of these shots. Why? Watch where he says he is, and watch where he says Miller is.
And as we got up in here, he kind of rushed up on me a little bit, and that's when I just pushed him, boom, boom, boom. He started going out toward the shed. I don't know how many times I shot him, but I just kept right on going. Boom, boom, boom. And he's just laying there. Just laying there now.
So, you've seen the other videos where if you're in the position of Mr. Randolph kind of standing in that doorway, he says Miller is across from him. He's facing this direction. If we're at a diagonal angle here, ladies and gentlemen, where is my left side? It's here. If you're shooting from this angle at me, how in the world does shot number one go through my left temple and up in the air? That's not a thing. That defies physics. Look at shot number two. If I'm standing here at the left and there's an initial volley of shots, how in the world am I getting shot from up here and it's coming straight down? That's not happening either. Look at shot number four. If I'm standing at this angle and I'm being shot here and it's lodging through, how is that bullet curving? What is this, like JFK and the magic bullet? It's not a thing. It defies physics. And then look at shot number five. That shot is actually coming from the back of the elbow and out. The only other shot that actually direction-wise works is shot number three. It's here, except it's going straight up towards the ceiling. How is that possible? The answer is it's not. It's not. It just isn't. And just looking at this, we know what he said makes no sense whatsoever. But again, what direction would he really need to be? Think about it for a second. What does he say happened? He says, oh, he's walking away from Sharon. He turns towards me. I push him, and then he's kind of moving this way. And then maybe ultimately, once the firing, he kind of turns and starts making his way. If all these shots are on the left, with the exception of shot number three, you know what direction Mr. Miller has to be looking to be hit by any bullet if he's in that doorway? He has to be looking at Sharon. He has to be looking at Sharon. That's how you could maybe get shot number four if he's looking at Sharon. But here's the thing. It didn't happen the way he said it happened. It happened in the garage, and he didn't tell the police how it went down in the garage. He concocted this story. Words matter. Words matter. And his words don't add up.
And when I heard that noise, it really did scare me. And boom, boom. Except the door hadn't come down. It had stayed just like it was open. I actually got close. Boom, boom.
So let's look at that shot, right? In this version, Miller's on the ground. His feet are going back towards Sharon. You've seen the photos. You've seen the pools of blood. Miller's head is kind of right in front of the fender of that car, right? But if you look at, he is saying that's when he does the two headshots from the fire extinguisher. We'll get to that, right? That's what he says. So if you've got a left shot going up and across your head, but your head is here, how in the world, if he's at your feet and he's shooting like this, how does he do that? He said he's on the ground. How is that possible? It's not. It is not. What he said happened did not add up. That makes no sense. Is it a dynamic situation? Yeah, probably. When you double cross the guy who we thought, hey, I'm going to get some money here, they're probably hanging out of the garage and he just double crosses them. So is there some dynamics in the garage? Absolutely. But here's the thing. We don't know because he didn't tell that story. He invented this other thing that doesn't add up. But the last headshot is left and going down. If Miller is lying with his head by the fender, how is that possible? He says those two headshots are done on the ground. Not while he's falling, remember, because the fire extinguisher scared him so much that he did a couple more finishing shots. That gunshot, if Miller is truly on the ground with his feet towards Randolph, with his feet towards Sharon, that bullet is coming back towards Tom. How is that a thing? It's not.
It's
Why?
not.
Because it's not true. It didn't happen the way he said it happened. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the first little step that you can look at. It's not a little step. It's a huge step where you can move towards, we have proven this case beyond a reasonable doubt, just by taking him at his word. Taking him at his word. He's already guilty of this. And the ski mask. There's a lot of talk by the defense about, oh, look at the linen and the tying and this and that. Maybe it really is, maybe it is just the one that the Millers described that they had. Don't miss the forest for the trees. Here's the deal with the ski mask. He says it's perpetually on until the very end. He notices it off in the aftermath. But this is what Randolph says.
I was actually in the room, and he came in, and we bumped into each other, and he had the mask thing on, but like, it wasn't on, he told me it was black. Because it wasn't all the way down, it was like maybe to here or something, like maybe it pushed it up.
Maybe to here. Maybe to here. He's not saying it's draped on his shoulder or it's sitting right here at the top. He's saying it's down at least here. He says, I can recognize him because I can see the chin, but the mask is here. Think about the two headshots. One's coming down and the other one's going across. The mask should catch those shots. But they're not there.
I might have pushed this mask up because I'm taller when we came in here.
Well,
But
you'd
just,
be pushing it down, though, he's short.
pardon me?
You'd be pushing it down, not up, right?
Well, I'd be pushing it kind of sideways. I wasn't like knocking it off or anything with my hands.
So probably hit him in the back of the head. Could you tell it was Mike yet?
I knew it was Mike, because of his chin. But I don't know if he had his mask on then. It seems like he still had his mask on then.
He had his mask on when you were back and
He
waiting,
had,
right?
yeah, he had his mask on there for sure.
Well, when you're back here, and you squared off on, you still have his mask on?
Yeah.
Okay, and then when he went between him now turning and you continuing to shoot and him going to the ground, he's still got his mask on.
I think so.
As I remember, the mask wasn't all the way down, it was like rolled up one roll to about right here. As I remember, but
And that's the point, folks. That mask is on during this firefight. Using his words. He notices it afterwards. To be fair to him, he says, after it was over, I did kind of notice it lying next to him. But he never described in any of these interviews like the process of removing it. The state would submit to you that what happened is this. Miller wears the mask so he doesn't have to be face-to-face with Sharon. Using your common sense, and that's an instruction. You don't have to leave it at the door. There's something called guilt, right? There's probably, and think about, here's something, you can give it whatever way you want. But remember Michael Byer? What he said at Easter time, which is a couple days before this all goes down. He said it looked like Miller was thinking about something or concerned or something was right. He's literally, think about that. Miller's literally sitting, breaking bread with this woman that he's about to execute. Think about that for a second. Could that be a reason why you wear the mask? And then think about this, right? Then once the job is done, it's like, great, I can pop that off. I got my baseball cap that I actually always wear. I got my change of clothes because this isn't really a burglary. I'm just lying in wait for this woman. So he takes the mask off and then he double crosses it. And that's why it drops by the side of his body. That's why there's no holes in the mask, because he's not wearing it when he shoots him. They're probably just chit-chatting. So the real question on all the mask up is, where are the bullet holes in the blood on the mask? And if the answer is they ain't there, that means his story ain't true.
They ain't there.
Facts can be inconvenient sometimes, and they are stubborn. And there's no getting around this. That is a problem for the defendant. And there are even more problems. Here's one. Defendant's story about 911 locating the gun near Miller versus the actual 911 call regarding locating the gun near Miller.
Yes.
Let's take a listen.
Yes.
Here's how he describes it. Him talking to 911 when he finds the gun near Miller.
And I'm talking to the guy, and I said, I don't see the gun. I says, there's some bags of stuff here.
Yes.
I says, there's my bag. I says, I'm in the bags, and he's got one of my bags, and it's the bag that is in there on the living room table. That I think it's a Walmart bag. And he says, well, find the gun. It has to be in there.
Find the gun. It has to be in there. There's my bag. Remember, a lot of deals, a lot of back and forth going on.
Yes.
It continues.
And I went over here looking to see if I could see the gun, and about that time the timer went off on the garage door, and it just went black in here, and it just scared the living hell out of me. So I got back about right here and just kind of stepped real big because I knew he was over there, and turned the door back on, turned back around, told him I couldn't find it. He told me it has to be there. If he had a gun, it has to be there. Carefully roll him over and see if it's there, or something about rolling him over. And I just put my foot on him and up on the shoulder and kind of pushed on him, and he kind of tilted that way. And when he did, then he kind of went like this, and I reached down right here. Let's see if he was laying this way. It would have been this hand. It would have been this hand. Because he was laying something like this, but on his head. And when I pushed him over, then his hand dropped down, and it was right here under this hand. He wasn't holding it, but it was his hand was right by it. He was holding it, I'm assuming.
I'm so glad he brought this up.
Holding it then. And I picked it up by the by the wood part on it, and brought it in here, told the guy I got the gun. He said, throw it, put it somewhere in another room where it's safe, and lock the door. So I locked the door, except this is a lot faster.
Right. What a story.
What a story.
I look down. Here's my bags. It's in the bag. It should be there. You got to keep looking. I don't know. I'm going to step over. Oh, the light still on the phone. Can't seem to find it. I got to step back over him. Oh, 911. You should nudge him over, but carefully. Okay, I'll do it. And then, I dig down and there I found it, right? That's the story he chose to tell. Wait for it. Let's actually listen to 911.
Yes.
I'm going to put this thing down and get my gun. I don't seem to be moving. I got the gun. Okay, you got it in there away from him? Yeah. Okay, then focus on your wife. Put her flat on your back. I'm going to walk to the watch so you can't get in. Okay. Sir, you got to do this quickly. Okay. Put her flat on her back. Oh, fuck, there's blood everywhere.
Does one sound a little different than the other? Absolutely. They're not even close. That's not even close. Boom. There's no back and forth. There's no encouragement from 911. None of that. It didn't happen. Which brings me back to what Ms. Weckerly said, the unreliable narrator.
Yes.
Because literally, it's a house of cards. And it's literally collapsing. Every time you start to fact check him, it's a problem. It's a problem for him. That didn't happen. What he said happened in the walkthrough is a fantasy. It did not happen. And I would submit to you, I don't think this distinction is what their defense expert would suggest as being like a slight deviation. That's huge.
Mm-hmm.
But it sounds good, right? It sounds traumatic. It paints him as the hero. You've got to find that gun, sir. You can do it. And I found it. Yay. That's the whole deal. But there was something else he said in there, which I don't know if you guys noticed. He said something about the gun.
Yes.
What he said was,
yes,
I'm going to get my gun. You may not have noticed it, but we're going to play it again. Now, what you need to understand is timing. Context is key. At this point in the phone call, he calls and says, my wife's been shot. They transfer FD to do medical. And then he offers a suggestion of, instead of me doing CPR, maybe I should go find this guy's gun, right? He doesn't know at this point what gun it is because he hasn't located it yet.
Bam!
Right?
This is on the podcast.
He hasn't located it. But listen to what he says before the search starts for the gun near Miller.
I'm gonna put this thing down. It's my gun.
My gun? My gun?
Bam!
How did he do that? How did he know?
I put that on the podcast.
You don't seem to be moving. I got the gun. Okay, you guys ran away from him? Yeah, okay.
I would submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that he knew it was his gun because he already knew the plan. It's a slip. It's a slip. And that's why it's hard to try to plan the perfect murder, because you never know. Just like not knowing that Bartlett would be outside, kind of listening for his shots. But it's like the slip about the keys in the safe that Miss Weckerly brought up. Remember, he takes the report and he's like, oh, he's got my house. How would you know that? The report's not telling you that. But you magically knew that? You knew it because you gave him the keys. Take these safe keys. I know where that gun is. And that's the slip. The shopping bags. The defense, in their opening, made a huge point of emphasis about the shopping bags. And the state totally agrees. It's really, really important. But not for the reason that they think. Right? They take a look at these bags and go, oh, that's how you know he's a murderer. He wanted the jewelry. Right? Look at those two big bags filled with stuff. Jewelry falling out of it. There's literally jewelry on the toolbox, right? Her watch is there. It's a lot of jewelry. Ladies and gentlemen, when you look at scenes and pictures of this house, how did it look? Did it look tidy or did it look a mess? The state would submit to you, that is a really clean house. Far cleaner than mine. I mean, it's almost like there are things stored away, but everything's kind of put away. But what we have here is a bunch of clothing that don't belong to Sharon and Tom, and all of her jewelry sitting out right by the doorway. So here's the thing. Look, there's more jewelry. Here's the deal. If those bags are right at the doorway doorway into the house, and they're filled and overflowing with Sharon's jewelry, why doesn't Sharon say anything about it when she walks in? Right? She walks in the door. She goes, hey, what's all my jewelry doing here? Why didn't that happen? And here's the other thing. Why doesn't the defendant say he notices those bags too when he walks in for the very first time? The state will submit to you. Oh, one other thing to remember. Remember the walkthrough. The defendant says Miller has nothing in his hands in the hallway.
Yes.
Here's the video.
He didn't have anything in his hands, right?
In his hands?
Right. Did he have anything in his hands here?
No,
Right
he
on,
was
right?
not.
So
I put this in the podcast too.
those bags, if you believe his story, they have to be there before. So the burglar, decided that he's going to leave them in the closer garage, even though he came through the back door. He's gonna put them in the garage for some reason, and leave them there. And then Sharon's not gonna notice it, and he's not gonna notice it. That makes no sense. That makes absolutely no sense. The state would submit to you if either one of them innocently walked in and noticed a pile of their belongings and jewelry spilled out in front of the door, they would have been like, yo, what is that? I'm not going into the house. Maybe something's afoot. But that didn't happen. But the state would submit to you those bags were not there when Sharon walked in. The state would submit to you they were never in the garage when Sharon got home. But the state, and here's the thing, that we would argue that the defendant staged the shopping bags. That's what they said in their closing. We disagree. That is not our theory. Here's the state's theory on this. Miller's carrying those bags into the garage after he killed Sharon, and he's walking into the garage with the defendant. And then he double crosses him. That's what we submit to you. The bags appear to be dropped and spilled out because he's caught unawares. Just like the hat's on the ground, just like the shopping bag's on the ground, just like one of the shoes has fallen out because he's making off with the stuff. Take the jewelry, we'll stage it like a burglary, we'll say somebody came in, he's like, cool, 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 and they're just walking out to the garage because that wouldn't be the normal exit point. And then he double crosses them. That's how the bags get there. Here's something. The defendant changes where each revolver is located, depending on whatever interview you're listening to. So, he creates two different locations for the gun near Miller. The first interview, he says it's up in his pants, and in the walkthrough, it's actually up by his left hand.
I went through the bag, looking for the gun, so I didn't see the gun. As it turned out, he was, I guess it was up in his pants or underneath him anyway. He'd fallen on it. And
He told me it has to be there. If he had a gun, it has to be there. Carefully roll him over and see if it's there, or something about rolling him over. And I just put my foot on him and up on the shoulder and kind of pushed on him, and he kind of tilted that way. And when he did, then he kind of went like this, and I reached down right here. Let's see, if he was laying this way, it would have been this hand. It would have been this hand, because he was laying something like this, but on his head. And when I pushed him over, then his hand dropped down, and it was right here under this hand. He wasn't holding it, but it was in, his hand was right by it. He was holding it, I'm assuming, but he wasn't holding it then. And I picked it up by the, I picked it up by the, I think by the wood part on it.
Jamie A., I will block
Those are two
you.
different locations. It couldn't be more different. He also creates two different locations of where he discovered the .38 that killed Sharon that night. Here's what he says in his first interview.
check on Sharon.
So you go up and you check on Sharon.
I tried to roll her over. I tried to talk to her. I bent down, and that's when there was the gun was there because I bent down on it. It was laying somewhere in that vicinity, and
Near Sharon.
near Sharon. Yeah, it was actually pretty close to her because my knee was on it.
He says that he bends down on his knees and he's close to Sharon and he feels the gun next to his. That's what he says in that interview. Watch what he says in the walkthrough. Oh, well, there's a continuation of this.
Okay, and then in the music room, there's another revolver.
That's the one that was right by Sharon. And when I went down on my knees, I could feel it. And that's the one I picked up. And I got a little 22 mag, and when you put it on safety, you turn the cylinder.
So now listen, just 1 week later, listen to what he says here. Now remember, this is the area where Sharon's body is, right? Her head's kind of near that doorway, and that's the general area that she is. Listen to how he describes now discovering the gun.
Yes, yes.
And I remember the box was under here and it was slick. And I tried to push the box like that back, trying to get the leverage. And there was the other gun, another gun laying right here. And I picked it up, and I don't know why for sure that I was gonna check it to see if it was loaded. I don't know why, because I know guns better than this. I don't know revolvers that much, but I pushed the revolver, the button of the cylinder drops open. And I'm thinking more like a safety button or something. But anyway, I just pushed it and I could see that the cylinder was starting to come open. So I just closed it back and just threw it back, just dropped it right there. And started doing the chest compulsions, compressions.
Those are two different locations. Again, it's not consistent. And it's strange. But he mentioned something earlier in that video. It's kind of a nice segue. He talks about moving a box. He says, I'm moving a box. And when you look at the video, you can go back and check it. He's moving a box, which is really near that bloody area to the left of Sharon. He says, I'm sliding. He says, it's slick, right? And he says, and I move that box into the drum room. Now, if you go back and watch it, he slides a bloody box into the drum room. Well, folks, that's the state of what the blood looked like in the drum room. You will notice there is no transfer there. And where's the box? There is no box. There's the gun. But there's a box of food, but it's on the opposite side. And if you notice, it's not covered in blood. There's not transfer there either. These facts are totally wrong. The fire extinguisher. There's a lot to do about the fire extinguisher.
Yes, yes.
So, why is this significant? Listen, it's the defendant that brings the fire extinguisher into the equation. He states, that's the reason why I have to shoot him 2 times in the head. It's for that reason. I don't know why the defendant says that. Maybe he thought 2 more headshots of a guy on the ground was excessive. I don't know. But the problem is when you start to fact check, that's where problems happen for the fire extinguisher. This is a super tidy house, so they've been leaving, presumably, there was no indication this fire extinguisher had just fallen off the wall bracket, but there is a fire extinguisher bracket there. There is a screw kind of hanging out. You have witnesses. You can evaluate their credibility, see if they're making that up or not. You had 2 witnesses talking about it, but they're documenting it. The state would submit to you, I don't believe the Randolphs, if there really were loose things on that garage floor, they're just going to leave it there. If truly that thing fell off months and weeks ago, they probably would have just thrown it in the trash. But the state would submit to you, that's not what happened. I guess maybe Mr. Randolph thought the 2 headshots is just too much. So now I have to come up with something to scare me to make me do it. So he comes up with the fire extinguisher. The problem is it's affixed to the wall. So he pulls it off the wall. And when you look at the gap, if that thing is really hanging on the wall, you would seriously have to tilt that fridge all the way over just to reach it. And then all that other stuff is coming down. The fan, the crock pot, all that stuff. Go look, just look. It's just a common sense. You look at it. And that's why it doesn't add up. And then you've got, look, Detective O'Kelly kind of does the banging thing. Sure. Is it an inexact thing? Yeah. Give it how much weight you want. But the purpose of he brings it in, and the state would submit, he brought it in to, I guess, sort of justify doming him twice in the head. It just doesn't add up when you actually kind of look at the surrounding evidence. And it goes more to his credibility than anything. Did the defendant actually call 911 3 times? No. Here's what he
came
says.
back over and didn't have my phone. And it keeps falling off of me. I come back through here and
Look at him acting all this crap out.
just kind of, just didn't know what to do and just kind of looking around. And I dialed 911 and the phone didn't work. And I remember saying, fuck, what a time for Vonage to go out.
So his first explanation is it's Vonage's fault, right? But he actually changed it just a couple sentences later.
Came back out. Come through here. I tried actually about right here. I take it back about right here. I tried 911 again and it was busy. When I called 911, it was busy. So I said, good, it's not Vonage. And I got back over here where I could kind of see everything. I called 911 again, and that's when whoever said 911 said, slow down, you're breathing too hard, slow down, whatever. And what's the emergency? And
So in his first breath, he's blaming Vonage for it. In his second breath, he's actually blaming 911 dispatch. That's the reason why you're hearing from people affiliated with 911. To explain to you, there was no mass event that would have caused a busy scene. But one of the things that we did collect, and it's in evidence, and people did testify to it, but you didn't quite see it, but it's on the CD, is we actually have the Vonage records. And look, there it is. He dialed 911 once. It's 18 minutes long, which is consistent with that 18-minute 911 recording. It's in UTC time. You see it says 3:44 on the 9th. So if you go back 7 hours, it's going to get you, or maybe it's 8 hours, depending on the time of year. It's going to get you to 8:45, right? Even look at that, right? If it's it's 3:44, right? 8:44, right? So that's what's there. So do you see multiple busy signal calling, missed calls, nothing like that? And you'll see in those records, like sometimes some of those calls are a second long, right? So the bottom line is he didn't call 3 times. He didn't.
Good point, Patricia G.
At
Good point.
8:44:54. So,
Furious.
Interesting thing. Defendant's also inconsistent on motives as to why Mike would go there on that night. One example is this.
They want us to claim that he broke into your house. This was leaving the next day, and I would figure the Mexicans did it.
Okay, so he was going to do it to blame the Mexicans. But you could have broken into his house either the week before or week after and still blamed on the Mexicans, right? In theory, you could, right? What's so unique about that night that really makes someone go, aha, it's Mexicans that are doing it? Nothing. That makes no sense, right? And here's the thing, and Ms. Weckerly kind of nailed it. If you're trying to make it seem like a stranger did it, you forcibly break into the house. You don't use the keys. If you're trying to blame it on a stranger, you don't use the keys. That means it's an inside job.
There's apparently non-junkies out there that'll rob your house and shoot you for $300-400 worth of cheap-ass guns.
So now he twisted it, right? Now it's, Mike is the non-junkie. He will shoot your wife to steal cheap-ass guns. If that's the theory, why does Mike abandon the 38? Oh, I'm there for cheap-ass guns. I'll leave one behind right next to this lady. That makes no sense. That's not true. The reason why he's there is because the one thing that was going to be there that night that isn't there the week before and is not there the day after is Sharon. Because you get her out of the picture and $332,000 is coming in. And that's a lot better than cheap-ass guns, and it's a lot better than that bag of jewelry.
Tommy's like, oh, crap.
Miller went to the home on that night because Sharon was the target. He also admits in those interviews that Miller would have no motive to kill her. He says that in the interviews. In this case, the state would submit to you that Miller acted on behalf of his co-conspirator, the defendant. Here's another thing. Was the defendant withdrawing money that day or depositing money that day? Let's check the tape.
Did you go to jet ski dealer?
Yes, went to the jet skis because that's what I told him. I'm taking some money out of the bank and was looking to buy jet skis.
Okay, so on May 9th, he's like, I've already taken money out and we are going to buy jet skis.
For his bad back.
Back to Miller. Help us out here.
I can't tell you
Anything
I can't tell you.
at all that happened that day that made him believe that he needed to get into your house that night?
I did. I took 20 grand out of the bank. I had 20 grand transferred there in Utah.
Okay, so on these two statements, it's I have money already out of the bank, right? I've got the cash on me. But
No, I was going to go get 7 or 8 grand out of cash. And then Mike's been with me when I've been there, and I get the cash and I put it in, send it to Lizzie's mom. Get a check and send it to Lizzie's mom.
So he's still with you then when you've had large amounts of cash.
I've always got large amounts of cash, but of course he has. And he wanted to go with me to the bank that night, and it was going to be more on money, but Sharon called and said, come home. And
So you never made it to the bank?
didn't make it to the bank.
So he switches it in the very same interview. He says, well, actually, we're going in to withdraw 6,000 to 7,000, but we don't quite get to the bank. Which one is it?
Because we had reservations for 6:30. So I missed the bank, but I was going to get $7,000 or something out. And I brought the money out because I was going to buy a jet ski, I think. I was going to go run around first and see if it hurt me too bad. But
So do the bank records reflect that, at least the ones you have before you? He's got $815 in his Washington Mutual account. He's got $2,297 in the joint account. Where was he going to withdraw $6,000 from? Where? Check the records. It ain't there. And then we know from the Experian records, he's already in the hole 84 grand. The state would submit to you, they spend the day together to get the plan straight. They ain't buying jet skis. They're not doing bank withdrawals. They're getting ready for the big night. And here's a motive, ladies and gentlemen. Defendant's financial situation is dire. I think their own expert witness said that money is a clear motive to kill someone. Even he gets it. Here are the assets in his joint account. I made a little kind of chart here for you to kind of see. Take a look. In May, that's that starting balance. At the beginning of that month, it's $1,000. It ends by the end of the month with over $2,000 in it, almost $2,300. But like, if you look at month after month, like they're not making a ton of money jointly. Look from October. It's like $1,100, $1,000, $1,400, $1,300, $1,100. They don't have a ton of money.
It's like me.
Here's his Washington Mutual. It starts like gangbusters. There's like 117 deposited, but literally by the time in August of 07, but by the time you get to April of 08, that encompasses her debt, like he's only got $800 in there. And then by the end of the month, he's down to $15. He does not have a lot of money. And here's the outstanding debt. And you can look at that by just counting it up in the Experian records. $84,808. That's a lot of money. So add to the fact that Sharon has a gambling problem, that's an additional motive to get rid of her. She is costing him too much. He did not sign up for this.
So Sharon,
she owns a lot.
Poor Colleen.
a lot is $20.
What a pompous prick.
I have just $20 worth of lead, and that seems like a good deal when my nut's stuck up here. But $20.
What did she? I mean, what's a normal day at the casino for her?
Until she maxed out all these new credit cards that she didn't have, that all of a sudden she has, and
With you on them? Is that your house?
no, I learned that early on. One of the times I left her was over that.
It says in there he's left her before because of money issues. Look, and here's the thing. On this account, he's not wrong. I mean, she gambles more than arguably the average person. In the last month of her life, she put $23,000 into a slot machine. That's a lot. It's a lot.
But she had $41,000 in her IRA, and the first year I didn't go to taxes with her. And this year I did, because we found out we had to file jointly. If we didn't file jointly married, we was really going to get fucked. And if we filed jointly married, we just got fucked a little bit. And I don't like getting fucked at all. And I found out that she spent $19,000 out of her IRA this year and won $1,500. And last year she spent the other $21,000 and won $17,000, I believe is what they said.
And he's explaining, like, this is having tax consequences for him. And he's just discovering this. These are motives to not want to be with her anymore. And what I was saying, and there's a portion of that interview where he gives her like another $5,000, like he gave Lizzie $5,000, and then he felt bad about giving her, so he gives her, and then he's like, and then she burned through that too. Like if there's a point you complain about. So the bottom line is, like, Sharon is spending too much money, we would submit, according to the defendant. And here's the thing, other family members talk, like Sharon's not the best with money, and Sharon does gamble. But at the end of the day, that is a motive for him to want to get out from under this. Especially if at the end of the rainbow is $332,000 in a house, right?
I'm a parent in the IRS, but when I saw him on top taxes with you guys, this year I found out because I was legally married to her. All of my social security count as did hers. So this year, instead of getting $4,000 back, I actually had to pay taxes. And it's locked up in Sharon's account, which I also gave her money because she said she was overdrawn, blah, blah, blah. So I don't know if she put it in or not because I can't get access to it.
So he's not thrilled now. He's going to have to pay taxes this very year. He just discovered it. It's another factor. And then this.
I found out I got to pay her ex-husband's back taxes. He was dying of brain cancer about the same time my wife was having her heart problems. And he refinanced the house and took a bunch of money out of some account or something. And then he died and didn't pay taxes on it, and Sharon didn't take care of it. And
so now he's on the hook for an ex-husband that he has no connection to whatsoever. Could that be another reason why to do it? It may not be the biggest one, but like it's starting to add up, right? Of course. And then you have another motive. Liz gave him the ultimatum around February of 2008. Pick one of us. And what did she say happened? He said, I'll take care of it. And that naturally then brings us to the pros and cons of murdering her. If Sharon is alive, there's no more Liz. He's 84 in debt. No real income to speak of because Philippe's nest egg is gone. And you heard testimony from family members about that it was there kind of at the beginning and then it's gone. You have a wife with a massive gambling problem. Joint filings are now causing him to pay taxes. Now they're finally legally married. And now he's responsible for paying another guy's back taxes? What's on the other end of the rainbow? If she kills her, well, you get Liz, $332 in K in life insurance, a home to inherit, no more gambling or spending issues. I mean, if it's math and not morals, makes sense. So what happens in February of 2008? The defendant even says, and you can check it, when he's talking in interview number 1 about interacting with Mr. Miller, he says, once I decide to use him, I call him. Not it's the meeting in the car, it's I call him. And when does that call start? Well, it happens in February of 2008. And the phones illustrate this conspiracy. It is not a normal handyman relationship. There's the call, the week of Valentine's Day. It's in yellow. You'll have all these records. That's a 1,000-second phone call. I cannot do that math. That is close to, I want to say it's 600 seconds is probably 10 minutes. You're getting close to maybe a 16 or 7-minute phone call to start. But then look at these records. I mean, you'll have all the numbers and stuff, but look, in March, he's talking to his handyman for 42 minutes. What? There's a 13-minute call in March. We've got, I mean, look at the colors. I mean, like the people in his life are basically Miller, his wife, his voicemail, and Lizzie. That's it. This is now we're getting into May. This is essentially the week of the murder. Look at the 2 people he's talking to the most. And this is the week of. So he's away with Sharon in Utah, and he is blowing up Miller. They are talking a ton. On the 5th, there is a 27-minute phone call on the 5th to your handyman while you're on vacation in Utah. Well, not on vacation, I guess you're tending to family. And then, I'm sorry, so you got that one on the 5th, and then you got on the 8th a 39-minute phone call. I made that's a mistake. It should say 5-8, not 3-8. Those are huge numbers. And essentially that's that kind of repeat of that call. But look how many times on 2 days before, those are 2 11-minute phone calls. While he should be tending to his family, he's talking to his handyman. This was never a normal relationship. This was a conspiracy. He groomed that guy, found a desperate person, desperate enough to do it. And Clifton was so concerned about that relationship, he warned him, Mike, if you continue to associate with this guy, you're going to end up shot.
Bam.
Clifton was dead on right. Here's a question. There's this whole thing about propping up the door. Why would someone prop open the door at the end of the night when you're off to go plan to have sex with your wife? Who at the end of the night leaves their garage door open? No one. No one. It's not a thing. You might do it during the day if you're coming in and out. You might do it if you want to keep eyes on the person. But this doesn't make sense.
It's not a thing. I say that all the time. That's not
And then you see, one of the things we mentioned at the beginning was pay attention in opening. I said, pay attention to kind of how he evolves and how he talks to the police. It really changes. And as the investigation
like, "Oh, crap."
drags on, in his opinion, and it's not getting wrapped up, by June 3rd, he's pretty confrontational and or nasty to the police.
Yes.
And that should give you a window into kind of what he's thinking. He is not happy that they haven't just gone away. So he can just do his insurance, and they're just pesky. They're floating there. And he's kind of had enough, and he starts taking shots.
I never had figured out what the fuck you guys was doing that night. You left the clip in my pocket from the gun. You left the clip in my pocket in my briefcase.
This is on the podcast too.
I think in my.
And we gave him the money back.
Yeah, that's what I say.
Why would we take your money?
Yeah. But I didn't think he was going to steal my money, but, I didn't expect actually to come out after talking to 911 and have all these fuckers pointing guns at me and handcuff me. And then when I say I'm disabled and, this is really starting to hurt me, one of the pricks, I don't know which one it was a plain close one. I kept saying, what the fuck is taking so long? There's only one, the door's open, I just was in there for 10 minutes, here's the keys, there's a fucking door pad there, what is taking so fucking long? Because I see the cops going with the shotguns and the pads, and I thought, I thought you guys like killing people. That's what all the news says. It's just, play your stereos around and they'll shoot you. You're a little crazy guy screaming drug and they'll shoot you. That's what I said. Where's the drug cops when we need them, And I got all the pussies here this night, And I told them, I said, this is ridiculous, fuck, if she's not dead, she's gonna be dead by the time you guys get it. And I realize now, I guess it was in there already and said it was dead. Okay, well, see, I didn't know that. They kept telling me, well, we can't get him, we can't get him. They kept coming up asking me where the pad was, what the keypad number was, and I kept telling them it's really funky. You gotta push this person and that person.
Since they had to clear the garage.
Well, like I said, I didn't know, and I told him, I said, fuck, man, I'll drag her to the goddamn.
He's so full of crap.
I asked one of them, I kept, are we sending testicles to lean against the car? And I moved, and one of them set me down on the ground by the collar. Says, you move from there, you're gonna know what pain really is like. And I thought, you cocksucker, you don't have a clue what fucking pain's like, But
he's so cocky.
So, back to Miller.
Back to Miller.
How was that? Is there anything
I can't tell you.
at all that happened that day that made him believe that he needed to get into your house that night?
I took 20 grand out of the things. I had 20 grand transferred in as a Utah. I like you. You I don't like, by the way. I don't know why, I just don't like you.
And we also heard testimony that on a subsequent day, he again expressed his displeasure to the lead detective in this case.
So actually, I hate asking for anybody I felt since I just told you I didn't like you.
Poor Colleen.
And so listen, this is look, he's a colorful guy, right? But is that the tone he was using on night one? The answer is no. So why the change? The state would submit the change in his attitude, his aggression, the insults, the jabs, is because Metro won't stop digging. He wants them off his tail.
He doesn't like it.
It's not that I don't trust you, but I think I'll take my back.
this?
Is your life good living? What do you think? To kill for?
I guess I'm.
Have you seen that with Nicole Kidman?
Another shot at O'Kelly. Here's the thing. The defendant also gave 3 interviews, and you have them all, right? Including that walkthrough, right? So that's the 3. Take a good look. The evidence will show he didn't shed a single tear. He doesn't take a single moment to compose himself. At any point in time, recounting literally losing the best thing that ever happened to him.
Hey, Ghetto.
Does he appear, here's a question for you. Does the defendant appear to be a man that is in mourning over his beloved wife? No.
No.
Instead, you get things like this.
So if she goes into the house, she walks in to the garage into that hallway, what would have been the first thing she would have done? Because obviously you weren't back in the house yet.
It was my understanding she was going to wash her pussy and was going to have sex. But that was the plan.
I understand colorful language, but again, these are 2 strangers, right? They're doing this investigation, and that's your word choice over a woman that's literally been gone now for 4 weeks. That's how you describe that. There's a lot of different ways to do it, but that's how he chose to say it, over his beloved wife. And then there's this.
I just had to jerk her. There wasn't, it wasn't like a gentle, loving thing by any means. It was like, and about the 3rd time it jerked enough that she got up kind of straight up, and I could just kind of push her over. And she came over, and it was the grossest thing I had ever seen in my life. And my wife that died of a heart defect was pretty gross, but just really thick, blobby stuff coming out of the mouth.
That's how he's describing
You
it.
get to weigh this. You get to weigh it and evaluate it. Like, is this guy really? This is a week later. A week later. I understand that you have to do a walkthrough, but that's how he chooses. Those are his word choices. That's the emotion that he is reflecting. And let's be fair. When you look at all of his interviews, especially the last one, like, he's not shy with sharing emotion from time to time, right? He can be an animated guy.
I don't mean to interrupt, but he was not forced to do a walkthrough. He just misspoke.
Okay, I apologize. If I said that, I apologize.
I just had to, and I'll tell you what else too. It drives me crazy, and I'd love for her to do it right now.
Oh,
But
this.
She will leave 6 or 7 pair of shoes out. I don't know how many times I've hurt my back getting up in the middle of the night trying to be quiet because I don't sleep at nights. And all of a sudden it's, motherfuck, Sharon, Jesus. And she'll have 6 or 7 pair of shoes out. Just, it's like she booby traps the place. And that's what I thought. Maybe she had tripped over her own shoes and fallen.
And again, these are small little things, but the state would submit it. It's a window into the level of remorse that he's having for this woman. This is like 7 days later.
It's not that I don't trust, but I think I'll take my back with you.
So you have this part, and then this is in this interview. And when we're evaluating, this is another thing that happens in this interview.
Ugh.
I pissed him off, didn't I? Oh, well, that's good, because I didn't want to, and I wasn't even that. I figured his wife was cute. This is, I think that's the name of it, to die for with,
Listen.
Jesus Christ, I love her. Tom Cruise's ex-wife. The blonde from Australia. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, Nicole Kidman. She's on that little dress with the guy that played Johnny Cash later. See me and Sharon watching this. Oh. And she's in the rain, and Sweet Home Alabama comes on. She just does that little thing with that little dress and shows just a little bit of panty. God, I think that's just the sexiest woman in my life.
I've never seen that one. I don't watch many movies.
This is sexiest thing alive, right? I mean, does the defendant appear to be a guy who's moved on? This is just 4 weeks later. And here's the other kind of funny thing. I don't know if anyone's actually seen the movie To Die
Yes,
For, but it's
please
literally
tell
about a woman who convinces someone to kill her spouse.
Yes.
That's actually what the movie's about.
In a staged robbery. Yes.
Then there's some of the slips of the defendant. Here's one. It's in the 911 call. Listen to what he says.
He's in the garage. He was running out the garage as I was getting out, as I was coming in.
Oh, getting out of what? Your car? Is that it? And then he changes it up? That's a weird little slip. Is that consistent with anything you've heard from any of his other interviews? No. So factor that in. Here's another interesting one. The OJ slip.
You mentioned the dream team. Gotta ask, you think OJ did it?
Fuck yeah, he did it.
Why?
No, actually, I think OJ did it. No, I do not think he did it. I think he's smarter man. He had a lot of money. He could have hired it done.
I think he's smarter than that. He could have hired it done. And he's the smartest guy in the room, right? What did he do in this case? Well, the evidence shows he hired someone to get it done. Interesting. Then we get to the defense witnesses.
I
We
love
have
this
Mr.
guy.
Hogue, who the state would submit offered nothing of any substance. Okay, so his stuff went missing, but we don't even know if Miller took. We know Miller has it, which isn't a good thing, but we don't know anything more than that. Does that really shed any light about what happens inside that house? Absolutely not. And then we get to Mr. Stafford. The state was certainly pleased with Mr. Stafford's testimony.
Oh, here we go.
Because he shed a lot of light on things. He let us know that people who are devising plans to get rid of people are not really in the same shoes as some of these officers and soldiers that are using their weapons in the line of duty. Why? Because they're not under the same situation. They're not being thrust all of a sudden with danger upon them. They're creating the environment. They know what to expect. He's made it very clear that those are two very, very different things. And who was he describing unwittingly? Mr. Randolph. And then he went through as an officer and just walked through all these different motives that are applicable to our case that explain potentially why he's the guy who did it. And then also explain that you should be, a good way to double check and back check someone, things like review records and 911 calls. And
Thank you,
name
Brian.
it. It was a great witness for the state.
I'll try.
We love this testimony. So I want to address some of the other things that were mentioned in the defense closing. Context is key. The defense opened up with, there isn't a single bullet strike in this hallway. The state said that.
Yes.
Context is key.
Context is key.
If you remember, what I said was there isn't a strike in the hallway where the defendant said he shot.
Exactly.
I was talking about that part of the hallway.
That's not what he said. That's incorrect and that's false.
Well, you actually replayed what was said, so ladies and gentlemen of the jury can remember the testimony.
Yes.
As they heard it, as well as they remember.
Nowhere where he said yes.
Go check your notes. Think about contextually what I was talking about. You think I would get that detail off? No. It's a clever argument, but it is being taken out of context. Defendant did what a normal person would do when he saw his wife. Really? He didn't run to her. He actually wanted to go to the neighbors. He avoids giving CPR, and then he walks around the house. You saw the video. Go watch it. He's walking in every other room rather than getting to the phone. Your wife is bleeding out. You'd be racing if you're not racing to her, you're racing to the phone. And that's not what he's doing. And then we'd submit he's doing offering to do anything else but help her. That is not what a normal person does in that scenario. Tommy fought to save her life. Remember this outrage?
I got real upset the other night because I thought she laid there on that cold floor by herself when I could have been in there with her. All those guys were out fucking around with helicopters and dogs because I didn't know they were doing.
He was really upset about that. But listen to what he did.
Let's focus on your wife. Who shot your wife? He did? He did. Okay, put her flat on her back. Put her flat on her back. I hope you see that. Should I try to find that gun or something so they don't shoot him if he's not dead? I'm going to put this thing down and get my gun.
Everybody look at Lucy.
She don't seem to be moving. I got the gun. Okay, you got his gun away from him? Yeah. Okay, let's focus on your wife. Put her flat on her back. I'm gonna walk through the garage so he can't get in. Okay. Sir, you gotta do this quickly. Okay. Put her flat on her back. Oh, fuck, there's blood everywhere. Right. Just place the heel of your hand on the breastbone in the center of her chest, right between the nipples. Put your other hand on top of that. I just want you to continue to do compressions. Keep doing them. I should go open the garage door. No, keep doing what I'm telling you to do. You need to do this.
That is not fighting to save someone's life.
No.
Timeline of shots. We submit that in a worst case scenario for the defendant, he waited 12 minutes before calling 911. Funny's at 8:26. He's at the turn bank. They show the video. Okay, so that's 8:27. That doesn't necessarily mean he doesn't get home around 8:30. But the Bartlett call shows he's on the phone at 8:33, right? So we know that he's home by that time, by 8:33. Bartlett says early in the call he hears shots. There's some cross-examination questions about all the little things that happened, but check your notes on that. The statement submit. Bartlett says fairly early in the call, I'm hearing shots. Not the moment the call happens, but fairly early on, okay? Bartlett says, we know the Bartlett call is 4 minutes and 30 seconds, right? It's in the records. So worst case, shots are fired at 8:37:30. Worst case, right? It's the very end of the call, which is not Bartlett's testimony, but if you're giving all the benefits of that, you're at 8:37:30, right? Then that means he waits 7 minutes before calling 911 with his wife died. We've been here a long time. So I'm not going to stand here. One technique sometimes people do is they stand for a minute just so you can see how long it is. I encourage you guys, sit around and wait for 7 minutes and see how long that is.
Mm-hmm.
And then imagine this is a woman bleeding out, your wife bleeding out. Why are you not on that phone? That's the worst case. And best case is shots are, for the state, is that shots are fired at 8:30, he's waiting 12 minutes. Here's the thing. Even in the defense closing, they believe it's 6 minutes. It doesn't matter if it's 6, 7, or 12. That's unacceptable. If you truly want to save your wife, you're not waiting 6, 7, or 12 minutes.
Yes.
There was a comment, we don't convict people because they use crass language. We agree. We convict people when their statements are completely repelled by the evidence, yes, when they invent things out of thin air, when they have 332,000 reasons to kill someone, and when they foster a completely bizarre relationship with a desperate man that defies common sense. Are there any dents? Check your notes. The question posed was to the side of the fridge. I brought it up in redirect to clear it up. That's the side, and the reason why that question is posed, because Randolph says that's the side he banged into. The dent, if you look at the pictures, is at the front, which would be impossible for Miller to do. He doesn't say, like, Miller ran by the fridge and then turned and jumped into the front of the fridge. That didn't happen. Not according to Mr. Randolph. And the statement said, look, there's no evidence of this, but you can use your common sense. It's in the front. Could it be consistent with maybe a car pulling up to front and denting the front of the fridge? Yeah, it could. But at the end of the day, the point was, where he said this big collision happened didn't happen. On the side of the fridge closest to the doorway. Then there was this comment that he's a burglar and he has to worry about people when he's leaving. Right? That was the comment. Like, that's why he has to wear the mask. So you're going to waltz out of the garage door?
Waltz.
In front of all the neighbors who have all their home security cameras, however many are back in 08. Is that the move? No, that's not the move. You're not going to waltz and then you come waltzing out with your bags and stuff. Like, that's not happening. He's not doing that, especially when he came in through the back door. You just go out the way you came. It defies common sense. Then there's this comment about, oh, he wore his burglar, I call them burglar boots, but like he wears the boots because he's worried about leaving footprints? Here's the thing, really? Cowboy boots leave fairly distinctive prints.
Yes.
He has, and they're literally boots that are being given to them by the Randolphs.
Yes.
Those are not the shoes to be wearing if you're going to be burglaring their house. Wear something more universal, like a set of tennies. Gosh, if he only had a set of tennis shoes with him. Oh, right, he did. But he wasn't wearing them. And who runs off in boots?
Exactly.
It's not a thing.
It's not a thing. We just said that earlier.
Why would he grab the 22? The state of Smith, Miller never had it. He never had that gun. He had the 38, and he dropped it when the job was done. And then he gets basically double-crossed in the garage, and now the defendant grabs the gun where he knows it is and throws it by him. That's what we submit happens. Miller dressed the part, burglaring boots, an extra set of clothes, an extra set of tennis shoes, and a lucky baseball cap. That's the cat burglar outfit? No, it's not. There was a comment about coming into money, right? And he says, don't take my word for it. And he played you testimony from Vita Miller, right? But what did they do when they played that clip? They totally ignored Billy. Because Billy talked about that same comment, coming into money. His uncle by blood, who has a closer relationship than Vita. That's what, I think even Vita kind of said that. Like, I don't really interact with him that much. Like, he's not my blood cousin or my blood nephew. It's really my husband's. So what did Billy say? He said, he's coming into money. I'm getting the money from Randolph. He is hiring me to be his driver because his bad back. And oh, by the way, have you ever heard anyone through the course of this trial on interviews or complaining about a bad back? Multiple witnesses talk about it. It's Randolph. So compare, and here's the thing, and you get to be the judge of this. Compare Vita's recall to Billy's. Who has a better command of the facts when looking back? Was it Billy or Vita? You can make the call. But Mr. Miller, meaning Billy, gives a whole lot more detail about that story. And look, it's a pretext, right? Oh, I'm going to be the driver. I'm coming into money from Randolph. I'm going to be the driver. No, you're going to. I mean, you can't tell your uncle, hey, I'm going to go ice this lady, and then I'm going to get rich from insurance. Like, you can't say that. So you're going to be the driver, and then you're bouncing, which makes sense. Why would you want to stick around in the state at that point? You leave. And then there's this comment like the defendant, or if defendant, I wrote defendant meant to be Miller. If Miller really wants nothing more to do with Randolph, right? That was what Vita said. So then I would submit to you this. Why does Clifton stop warning him to stop affiliating with Randolph, or he would get shot shortly before the murder? If what Vita is saying is totally true, why is Clifton saying that to him? Because the relationship is not stopping. Why do the phone records show constant contact if Vita is dead on right about this? It contradicts that notion. And why does Randolph even admit he spent the whole day of the murder with him? There were so many people at the scene. Really? Not very many people enter the house. Check the testimony of all the witnesses. 4 or 5 went in. They went in through the front door. They checked on Sharon. They froze the premises. And then basically it's frozen for a really long time until ID can get out there. There's a canine unit and one other guy, a gang or violent crime. They clear the garage. And then they just kind of wait. So check your notes on that. Was that like a herd of elephants coming through or something different? It's a double. And what do these guys all tell you about the level of which they want to make sure people aren't trampling through the scene on a double? It's heightened. I mean, it should for every scene, but like, look, that's pretty serious. It's a frozen scene. And then even in the defense slide that they threw out one paramedic went inside, which, if you think about it, actually makes sense, right? Sharon has no leads on her because she's really dead. And then they just put a couple leads on that guy, but they don't transport him because he's dead. And that's what they say. If people have a spark of life left in them, they're taking them out. They didn't take either one of them out. So we know from their slide, one paramedic went inside. And again, there is a distinction between police coming to respond to a scene versus actually walking through the scene. And they seem to abandon the garage light. Okay, well, I'm just going to very briefly discuss it. I think I kind of covered it with O'Kelly, but look, here's the deal. That light goes off in 5 minutes and 8 seconds. If you call, if you, literally the shots are happening at 8:33 or 8:37, whatever you want to do, the light in the garage is off when he is calling 911 at 8:44:54. It's off. And when you listen to the call, the going for the Miller, like finding the Miller gun, happens 3 minutes later. So the light's not automatically going off on him. And it doesn't matter if you look at the walkthrough. Randolph's like, yeah, I kind of closed the garage, but then I walked in. I was like, oh, I don't want to run to Sharon. I want to run to my neighbor's house. So I hit the button. Fine. It's a couple seconds later. You're still getting the same timeline. The importance of the garage light is it did not go off when he said it was going off. That's the point. Just like so many other things contradict him. And there was this comment, like, why would Randolph come up with these ridiculous things? Because he is the unreliable narrator. He invents conversations that never happen. He changes the locations of guns. He can't figure out if he's withdrawing or taking out money. But most importantly, the clearest answer to the question is this. He's simply not telling the truth. Who here has life insurance? Well, I have a question. Who here has life insurance on a person you're dating, like he did with Sharon in 06? Who prepped the paperwork? We would submit the defendant. One of the things you can check is all those docs were formed in Utah. Some of them are fully typewritten. You're never going to be able to determine that. Now, you do have some testimony from someone else who said, Liz said he intended to do all the paperwork for me. That doesn't necessarily mean he did it for Sharon, but you can give it whatever weight you want. Whose idea was it? When you heard testimony from people close in Sharon's orbit, it was the defendant's idea to get the life insurance. And he even says it's like, I get life insurance. Like, he didn't shy away from it. Check the testimony. And who else loves to go around and buy urns? That's the defendant. That's his thing. Actions speak louder than words, something said, and we agree. Leaving your wife repeatedly to be with another woman, repeatedly calling and socializing and hiring with an inept stranger and bringing him into your home, taking the stranger out shooting, waiting 12 minutes before calling 911, offering any other suggestion other than performing CPR on your wife as she is bleeding out, and becoming nasty with the police and your daughter-in-law when you learn you may not be able to inherit as much as you thought because of a competing will or that an investigation hasn't gone away. Actions speak louder than words. Justifiable homicide and self-defense. The evidence is demonstrated in this case beyond a reasonable doubt that he conspired to murder his wife with Miller. And when you come to that conclusion, you don't get justifiable homicide. You don't get self-defense because you have planned the whole thing. He double-crossed Miller, and he's not entitled to either of these defenses. All the signs were there. Sharon's family was concerned. Deirdre warned her that he might try to kill you. Miller's family thought it was strange. Clifton warned Miller, you're going to end up shot. You have a desperate accomplice. You have Miller essentially revealing this pretextual plan to Billy a couple of days before the murder. We're moving out of state, right? I've just covered that. And then what else do you have? Massive debt, gambling habits, a lack of income, an ultimatum, multiple life insurance policies, the potential of a house, and a story that doesn't add up. On May 8, 2008, the defendant decided Sharon Randolph had outlived her use to him. And at the beginning of this case, you made a commitment to follow the law. And when we look at this reasonable doubt instruction, you'll have the full instruction. But one of the things I want to point out is that for doubt to be reasonable, it must be actual, not mere possibility or speculation. It actually has to be actual. In this case, there is no reasonable doubt. And you have made that commitment to follow the law. It is really, really hard to plan the perfect murder. And this has been a search for the truth. And this is the inconvenient truth of the defendant. He got caught. He's not the smartest man in the room. So the one question you're left to answer is Thomas Randolph a victim or a villain? We ask that you find him guilty on all counts. Thank you very much.
Dang.
Ladies and gentlemen, the clerk is now going to swear in the officers and take charge of the jury.
All right. We got a few seconds behind.
In a private and convenient place, that you will not permit any person to speak to them, nor speak to them yourself, unless it be by order of the court, except to ask them whether they have agreed upon a verdict, and that you will return them into court when they have so agreed, so help you God.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, a criminal jury is composed of 12 members, and there are currently 14 of you.
Hi.
That is because 2 of you will serve as our alternate jury. This means that you are not discharged from your jury service. Your service may still be.
Okay, sorry about that.
We're listening to
Brandy, hang on, give me a second and I'll be able to hear you.
Number 13 and juror number 14. So when I excuse the jury momentarily, I'm gonna need jurors 1 through 12 to follow the marshals out through that door as you will go in the back and begin jury deliberations. Jurors 13 and 14, I'm gonna ask that you remain seated, and as soon as they have left the room, you will follow my assistant. She'll meet you on the other side of that door, and she will collect contact information for you because we might need you to come back in and join
Okay,
in.
now I can hear you.
So at this point, I'm going to
Hello.
excuse jurors 1 through 12.
I love your eyebrows.
All rise for the jury.
Hang on. Do you have your eyebrows on?
Not yet. I put them on as soon as I've got everything ready.
I've been wearing mine this whole time for like all of closing. They're one with my face.
See, I wait. Oh, wait till you try to take them off. Well, yours are a little bit different than mine, but so yours will be a little bit different. But I'm about to see. I have to cut mine out and do the whole thing. But I don't.
You two could go right outside the door. My assistant will meet you right outside.
I don't put mine on. Don't you have a meeting? Don't you have to?
Did.
You missed it, didn't you?
Yeah, a little bit. I think they're watching. Like at the meeting, they're watching.
Oops, we won't tell them.
Okay. Sorry, we're trying to portal people over and it's going slowly. 1 second.
Okay.
For appellate review. Your Honor, Mr. Hamner put up jury instruction 43. The credibility of
Jury instruction arguments. Oh no, what happened?
Well, they killed the audio.
Oh no.
They killed the audio because the judges ruled we can't have any audio from when the jury's not present.
Well, that doesn't work for me because I'm nosy. I like to.
Well, if I remember what he said he's complaining because they put up a jury instruction, or he read something from jury instruction 43. I'm wondering if that was something that's not included in the jury instructions.
Oh.
This is like last minute mistrial material.
Oh. They ain't getting a mistrial. That was such a good closing. I was sitting here and we were going, yeah, bam, yeah, tell them. It was amazing. It was so good. What'd you think? I'm going to we'll just talk like everything's normal, but I'm going to be putting my verdict eyebrows on.
Please do. I feel a little bit bushy. I accidentally used the term full bush on this, and apparently that's not the way you're supposed to describe them. But yeah, it was an incredible closing. We were hoping that we would get to hear that because the open was so good too. I mean,
it was. Yeah.
I will say the PowerPoint was not nearly as good on closing, but I think a lot of what we saw, especially in the end, where he was like keeping his notes while defense is giving their closing. Those were his bullet points. He built that on the fly, and he had just a few minutes to polish it up and post it. And
he did.
That's how he was able to hit every point, and it was awesome. It really was good.
Did amazing with it too. I don't even have we're going to have to do this for a second because I have to use the camera to do this because I usually have my mirror to do this and I don't have my mirror over here. So we're just winging it today. We're going to see how this goes. I messed
which
it
ones
up.
Did you choose?
It's like a, wait, can you see
It's a
them?
good arch. Nice.
Yeah,
It looks good.
Nice arch.
I inverted mine. I thought it was supposed to go like up, like a smiley face on my forehead.
I like it. The color is amazing. The color really does.
It was
work.
intentional. Look, check this out. I mean,
I mean, it really does. It matches really well.
I think.
See, I messed this up before, and I had like a 2-seater. So it's like it had like an extra tail. So I have to try to get it right on because I'm blonde and my hair is blonde and I don't have, after chemo, my eyebrows didn't grow back a lot anyway. So there's just not a lot happening in the eyebrow department and on my end. And so what little bit I do have, you could see when I put these on wrong one day. And then I was like, man, people actually like take the time to do this like on a daily basis. Like this is like things that people do. Like it's hard to be a girl that does things. I mean, this is
mine are easier. It's just it's like a Post-it note on my eyebrows. That's what it feels like. Only it's the glue is more, it's beefier. I'm a little concerned. People were like, oh, don't put them right on your eyebrows, put them over because it might tear them out. It might. I might have no eyebrows for the rest of like the month. It takes like a month to grow them out, right? Hopefully just a month.
Hopefully. I think I messed this one up.
Right?
I'm pretty sure because I don't think it's supposed to be way down here. Maybe I should have grabbed the mirror, but that's okay. We're gonna go with it. They're only keeping the jury till 5 today, so we'll only have. See, look at there.
Wow. That one's popping. That
It's
looks really good.
not that bad. I don't think I messed it up too bad. See, so for those of y'all who don't know the verdict eyebrow story. Oh, and hello, welcome.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
For those of y'all who don't know the eyebrow story, I got an email one day and I was checking it right before. Lady in Gray, thank you so much for the eyebrow party. Thank you, Brainy and RA, the great content, and mods for the great work. That's hilarious. Thank you. Look, that has good movement. That has really good movement. I'm impressed.
I could almost make it a unibrow.
They had asked me one day if I would do a verdict watch unibrow, and we haven't made it there yet, but
it'll happen.
It'll happen, I'm sure. But for those of y'all who are new to the verdict brows, I had an email from a lady one time, and I had opened it right before we got on stream, and she had said something about how she really enjoyed the stream. She liked the show, but she couldn't pay attention because I don't have enough eyebrows. So I should think about that. I don't think about that. That's not something I think about. Like, I think about charts and data and graphics and Lucy and, food, but I don't think about eyebrows. So it's funny because it was one of those things that I'd read it right before it came on stream and I said something about it. So we all had a laugh about it. And then Lisa Dempsey, one of our members, sent me in the P.O. box. I, a few days later, went and checked mail and had a whole thing of tattoo eyebrows. So it's when I got them, it was it was on a day when we were going into verdict watch. And I was like, well, we don't have anything else to like cover right this second. So I was like, I'm just going to put some on. We'll put them on live on stream. And then they ended up coming back with a verdict that day. So now it has become a tradition that now we have to do verdict watch eyebrows. So,
I think you need to do like arch like this if you think it's frowny face if it's guilty, or smiley face if you think he's not guilty. So you're basically voting with your eyebrows.
One of each, if I think it's going to be a hung jury.
Yes, exactly. And the monobrow if you just don't care and you're just over the whole case.
Yeah. I think what are the stats for the verdict brows? We've had one acquittal, 2 hung juries, right?
Oh man. You should rent out your verdict brows if you got 2 hung juries, because statistically they're extremely rare.
Yeah. Didn't we get 2 hung juries? Yeah, we got 2 hung juries. We got Austin Ford and Melly were both hung juries. And then we had Travis Rudolph was an acquittal, and Shabusiness was a guilty. So we got 2 hung juries, 1 acquittal, and 1 guilty so far. So hopefully this will make it 2 guilties, 2 hung juries, and 1 acquittal. So there we go.
That'd be interesting. I know it's a small minority, but a small percentage are saying that they just hasn't proved it, that there's room for reasonable doubt on this one. And it makes me sick to think that might be the case.
Especially
because you'll have regret from the juries. Honestly, if they get to hear what happened before, the previous wives like, hang on, we didn't have the full picture. Had we known that, we wouldn't have done this. Well, that's not how the law works,
Right, right.
But,
and agreed. Thank you so much, Nurse for God. Thank you. And agreed. We had talked about that earlier today too, about, could you imagine being one of those jurors and getting home and reading about this? Because what's the first thing you're going to do, when you get out? You're going to read about everything and see, what happened and what all you've heard about the case and what you may have missed and all of that. So
go on.
You got to fix.
They're poking down into my eyes. They're sort of bushy and trying to trim them. I can actually see them when I look forward. I see eyebrow.
That's hilarious.
The juror regret is, I would hate to be the one that makes that decision to have to live with the fact that,
me too.
He's walking around and, family didn't get justice because of me.
Yeah, same. And I think that, I remember hearing there was one that was, what was the trial that I can't even remember what it was. And they had interviews with the jurors after. Oh, it was that that thing where they were trying to figure out if the girl was, it wasn't a trial, it was a show, and they were trying to figure out if the girl was like a kid or an adult. And
I remember this vaguely.
Yes, and they couldn't
She
figure
said
out.
she was
And
a
then
lot younger than she actually was.
yes, they said that like it was a whole big. What was the name? They'll know. Everybody will know because every time I can't remember something, people help me out.
Chat.
Natalia Grace. Yes, exactly. This one. So when I watched that, there was a jury interview, and they were so upset. They were like, I feel cheated. If I had known everything, and they felt so angry about the decisions that they made because they said that they didn't know everything. And I feel like that's how I would be too. If I got out of here and heard about everything, it would be hard. That'd be hard to live with.
I think there was a TV special where they interviewed some of the jurors from the Utah trial and the Thomas Randolph trial from wife number 2.
Oh, really?
And they basically said, we feel bad.
Yeah.
Knowing this now. So
yeah. I know that there was an interview too with the last trial, and they said, and this is what gives me hope. They said that they immediately all agreed on guilty, and even if they had not heard the other things, they all agreed that there was enough, more than enough, that was entered in from just this trial that made them believe that he was guilty. So I'm hoping that,
Yep. Hoping that the jury is able to reach a conclusion.
Yeah.
That's satisfactory. I was just thinking, looking at this picture and back and forth between our 2 pictures. And you know what the difference is between you and me and these eyebrows?
What?
You make them look good. Like if you could walk out in public and everyone would be like, hey, that's cool. That looks awesome. And I walk out and like, hey, you guys, people would be like getting their phone out. I'm like, hey guys, take a quick little picture. Show this up in text. Check out what I just saw. I'd be on People of Walmart page because of this.
But they match. So it's a good look. It's funny because mine are, they're a little dark. They're a little dark for what my hair color is. But they're not so bad. But then if I sleep on them, I'll have like half of this one is like gone. And then this one will kind of start rolling up a little bit over here. So it's like I have like really prominent eyebrows up to like right here. And then up to like over here. So they get very, these are not 2-day eyebrows.
Yeah, they're 24-hour max.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. I roll over on the pillow and one of them's gone. So
yes. That's all right though.
I might have to trim these down. I'm sort of attached to them. I mean, literally, I might have to.
Yeah, I like it. How does Mrs. Ari like them? Has she seen them?
She left and she hasn't come back. I'm not sure if that's an indication.
You don't know if those 2 things are related or
she's
just...
actually at the meeting I'm supposed to be at. And I'm not
gotcha.
sure if she's like filling in for me or something. I think she's watching. So she's got the iPad. But
gotcha.
She's probably showing this to people and saying, see what I have to put up with right here. I told him not to do it. But no,
that's hilarious.
Yeah, she's great. She puts up with my shenanigans.
Thank you, Mama 3. Thank you for the super chat. I want to know what y'all thought about the closings. What did y'all? How did chat react to the? First of all, how did chat react to defense's closing?
My screen's all funky. Let me fix this. Sorry about this.
Mr. Bean.
Okay, ask me the question one more time. What was how did chat react to what? To Mr. Bean's closing?
To Mr. Bean's closing.
He was everywhere. Yeah. I mean, I realized there were lots of things he wanted to include, but if you look at the list of what he had and how the prosecution did it, they covered the exact same material. Went over all the same stuff. But watching the prosecution do it, it felt like you were watching a polished essay that had been edited and proofread and peer reviewed and collated and stapled and bound in book format into chapters. And it was like, I can follow this. I know where I'm at. It makes sense. We've checked things off. And you listen to defense and he's got like 15 sentences in a row that he didn't even finish. It was just new idea. and you just were left hanging with your head spinning. You're like, I'm not with you. I see you've got passion. You got fiery delivery. You've got the pacing. You've got that gets our heart rate going. We feel like something important is happening here and we should be listening. But the words weren't there to lead me along.
Right.
There was no point where I felt like his narrative was building to a conclusion that I'm like, aha, I see it. Here's the reasonable doubt. I've been wondering if was here. And it was a great effort. I knew it was passionate. I just didn't think that he had the style. The words were all that was missing. All the other pieces were there, but the words just were not. He did not have the best words today.
Yeah. I just saw this where Mrs. R.A. is in here. Hi, Mrs. R.A.
Mrs. R.A., you better hit the subscribe button if you haven't. We're watching the numbers to see if it goes up by 1.
Oh yeah. Oh, actually, speaking of that, my sister-in-law homeschools, and so I'd given her the information. I homeschooled Jacob for his last year of school, but it was high school, so it was a little bit easier. But my nieces and my nephew are younger, so I passed along that information a while back too.
That's awesome. Thank you.
And also, thank you for the super chats. I appreciate
She
those.
skipped my meeting as well.
Do what?
Yeah. I might be out of a position. You never know. She skipped the meeting. I skipped the meeting and nobody was there. The kids are running loose without any adult supervision is what that means. And my kids are part of them. So it's fine.
Fun. I agree with you on the closings because the defense closing was definitely all over the place. I am usually pretty good at listening to the defense attorneys, and I love the battle, even when I don't agree with them. I can think that the client is guilty of sin, but I love that legal battle, the back and forth, and I can enjoy that, and I can give defense attorneys credit for that because I think it's such a cool thing. And however, the snarky attitude and the rudeness toward victims' families, once they've crossed that line, it is really hard for me to.
They've lost respect.
Oh, so much. So
much of what he did. And I realize I'm not saying Mike is a good guy. Okay. Mike seems like he has some skeletons in his closet, maybe history. That's probably why he was out there in the first place, to try to turn over a new leaf and get away from whatever life he was living before.
Yeah.
But he's dead. He can't defend himself. And the way he was spitting out Michael Miller's name, you thought he was going to spit on the floor after he was done saying it. You didn't even want the words in his mouth. This guy's such and it's like, hang on, that rubs me wrong. A little respect for the dead. Even if the dude did everything you tell him about, he's not here.
Yeah.
Okay, and also the points where they attacked the prosecution, like the dent on the fridge. We were all here. We heard this. We heard the discussion. We already sort of fought that battle in the front of the side of the fridge, the back and forth. It seemed like they were trying to twist the words, and it was so obvious. Like, if this is all you have, if this is the best thing you can draw out of the trial and say, "See, we gotcha,"
right?
It's like it wasn't a gotcha when it happened the first time.
That's what I said. I said, you're faking the gotcha moment. That's exactly what I said. I was like, you don't get to fake a gotcha. Like, a gotcha is a huge thing, and you don't get to go out there and fake it. So you don't get to try to make your own. It was so frustrating. And then the whole thing about the jewelry, and, so you're telling me that you didn't even do an appraisal on the cosmetic jewelry? First of all, it ain't cosmetic. It's costume jewelry. Second of all, all of the stuff about how they didn't appraise it does not make Thami any less guilty. It doesn't make anything to their scene. And then their star witness coming in like, yeah, I got my bag stolen on a bus and I don't even know why I'm here. It was just, I get so annoyed.
I think I'm lagging just a little bit. I'm not sure why.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm not sure why, but you sound great to me, but I don't think my mouth and my ears are. I'm saying this a long time before I see my mouth saying it on your screen, so I don't know. Hopefully, it's matched up for you.
It's actually, now that you say it, is a little bit off on mine. Is it off for? I wonder if you and JT are the tech people. I'm not. So
I'm actually not good with StreamYard. I just when I use StreamYard for like an interview with Dr. G or something, I
Yeah.
set it up and then I don't touch it because I'm like I'm going to screw something up and I won't be able to fix it, and I'll be like, oh well, stream's over, because that's what happened.
Oh yeah.
But
I think I was staring at your eyebrows, so I don't think I noticed that your mouth was moving in a different.
I think everyone's staring at my eyebrows. I definitely feel that it's sort of the focus is raised. Guys, my eyes are down here. Guys, my eyes are down here. Oh man.
Oh, it's perfect. I was talking about, I don't know where the master of the house has gone. She's somewhere. I had said I need to get her like a little judge's robe for verdict day. We'll get her like a little judge's robe and like one of the little RGB pearl things for her to wear for verdict day, so she doesn't feel left out.
I won't say she'll love it, but I think she'll look good doing it.
She's so used
tolerate.
to, yeah,
she'll tolerate.
Yes, she's so used to it. She's so used to like the clothes and everything and all the things I put her in and all of that. So she's a pretty good sport about it. But she's a funny little thing. I see movement. I see Thami's packing up all of his whatever the heck he's packing up, all of his notes, his cases. Now, did y'all ever get a chance to watch the pretrial hearing where he was telling the judge that she needs to step up and that he's going home and all of that? Did y'all ever get to watch that?
Yes, I watched that. I think we watched. There was some of the Dateline special that we saw this. If he gets not guilty on this, he's suing. Okay, he's not done. He's going to look at this as like a cash cow.
Yeah.
Not like the good kind of cash cow, but like the bad kind of cash cow, and he's going to be suing the state and try to make bank off this as well.
Oh yeah, he will, and it's ridiculous. He'll sue, and he did the same thing in the last trial. He sued, and he said that for libel and slander and all of that, and they ended up settling with him. And as soon as he got his money, he was gone. He did the same thing with the hospital after she
passed away in his presence, suspiciously.
Yes, she was doing fine. She was up, talking, recovering. Everything was fine. All of a sudden, he wants a moment alone with her, and then she passes.
About that, did you hear? He said when he rolled Sharon over, he's like, "Oh, it's so disgusting because of everything." And he said, "I haven't seen that since my second wife passed away." I'm like, "Why? Why would it be gross? She had like a heart condition. Okay,
Yeah.
This is not like."
Yeah.
What happened?
When he said something about his wife dying and it was gross. Yeah. I was like, oh really? Now? Really? And the my gun thing. That was something that I caught. And
that was a gotcha. That was a gotcha.
That was a mic
was
drop.
So
it was amazing. That's something that, any of the 911 calls or anything like that, I always go through and I'll try to play them like in slow time and try to, listen. Cause there's so much that I have caught on different trials listening to that stuff. And when I went back and listened, when I was doing, getting everything together to do the podcast episodes, like the recap podcast episodes I've been putting out, I heard that and I was like, no, that's not what he said. And I went back and I listened and I was like, oh my gosh, he did. He said, let me go get my gun. So I had just recorded that this morning saying, he says my gun. And I tried to like clean up the audio, put it, to make a clip to go on there. And then they brought it up and I was like, yes. Oh, so many of the things that I was so excited about, he brought up. He did such a good job.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but when I heard that today and I was listening, the dispatcher later asks and clarifies and says, oh, you got his gun.
Yes.
It's almost like there's a pause there where it clicks in his head that I just screwed up.
Yes. Yeah.
There's just that tiniest bit of hesitation where it's like he knew he made a mistake right at that moment.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it was so good. It was so good. Thank you sorry, I've got to talking, y'all, and I have missed this, and I'm sorry, I'm behind on chat a little bit. Thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And thank you, Lois Cox. Thank you also for super sticker. Lucy eyebrow fun. Lucy wants some eyebrows. Lucy just wants treats, I think. She just wants treats and loving. Lauren Farmer, happy anniversary with us. Jody, happy anniversary with us. I'm glad that y'all are here. Gay May, happy anniversary. We got all kinds of anniversaries. Should have gotten an anniversary cake. along with our verdict eyebrows. I appreciate y'all being here. This is fun doing a double stream for this too.
We need to do this more often.
Yeah, we should.
And
It's actually been kind of nice too in the mornings not having to stream because I'm like, oh, they'll be with RA. I can work on other things. It'll be fine. So I feel like
I have so many people that come in and they say, I watched this with Brandy. I want to rewatch it.
Yeah.
So we're all sitting there. It's like, well, honestly, I watched it with Brandy as well. But it's great. It's a fun group. And sometimes being able to watch things twice really helps out. But the insights are great. And people are saying, the second time through, I'm catching things I didn't see the first time. So we've enjoyed it. It hasn't seemed stale and old. And and it helps. We've got a lot of people that are, across the pond that are up late, even right now, way too late.
Yeah.
And so it helps with their schedule as well.
Oh, we had gifted memberships. Amy H51 gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Amy H51. Thank you so much. And we have a request. Thank you, Kathleen. Let's see. Kathleen Taggett says new poll on how long the jury will take. I can do that. Let's get it set up.
I'll wait till the poll results come in then and tell you. We did this poll around the other side, and we got some results. But
we did the first poll we did was, do you think they'll have it by the end of the day? But since they're going to send them home in about 15 minutes, we'll say no to that one. How long do you think before a verdict? So what's your next trial, RA? Do you know yet?
I was hoping this one would take us till Friday. So it looks like we'll have to figure something out for this week. I don't know. You saw the news from BK today?
Yes.
That's huge. That changes our schedule entirely. Maybe Sarah Boone will go forward. Maybe it won't, with the news we had from that today as well. So I don't know. We're gonna have to look at what's on the schedule. Did you hear about the fight I got in with the judge? Yeah.
With which judge?
There's a judge here in North Carolina. I think I burned some bridges.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. And she closed her courtroom to cameras. You can't even have a still photographer in there now. I don't think it's my fault. I think it has more to do with the fact that, yes, one of her bailiffs did shoot and kill a defendant in her courtroom just a couple years ago. And so after she told the guy to shut up and told him to drag him out of there, and then there's a fight and he got shot. So I think there are reasons she doesn't like the press. But anyway, we're looking for other options for other trials that we can cover. Obviously, we have our little standards, what we like to aim for. We try to steer away from the ones that, are heavily involved children, especially with SA and things like that.
Yeah.
But we'll keep an eye out and see where we're at. There's always another trial. There's always something out there.
Yeah, there's always something. I know I have my little calendar and everybody makes fun of me because I have like the old school calendar. And then I never have it with me when I see things, different things. So then I have sticky notes like all over the place. There's more sticky notes in my house about murder trials which is probably why I don't have company a lot anymore, because
if the police ever happen to randomly inspect your house for some reason, they're going to be like, we've got like yarn and string and lines and note dates and people's names. This guy's definitely dead. It's like, what are all these criminals' names up here for?
Yeah. It's going to be, or my search history, because I research so many things for these trials. So my search history is, it's like anything, it'll be anywhere from, favorite dog treats to, what poisons don't show up in an autopsy. Like it's all kinds of, it'll be bad if they ever
Here's
check
what
it.
I do. I always try to start by researching the case name, and then I go to the details. So I can, if they ever have to testify about my search history, it's like, well, I started by researching the state of Georgia, and then I found the court case, and then I pulled up the guy's records, and then I found out the details, and then I started researching the facts about it. So I don't just start straight with, where's the best place to hide a body.
That's where I'm going wrong on that.
Was that 80s Music Man that just snuck in or out?
Mm-hmm, yeah. Every time he tries to sneak. Yeah. He thinks he's a ninja, but he's not.
Not happening.
Yeah, he gets his own sound effects because he's always trying to sneak around. I want to know too, so we always say, I have a term, I always say sassy pants. And, when any of the attorneys or defendants or witnesses or anybody get sassy, I start, I say, well, they got their sassy pants on. So we even have a sassy pants emoji, but I want to know, what do y'all think about the prosecutor? Because in the beginning, he did have like a few moments where, you could tell that he got a little bit sassy and was getting a little frustrated and, kind of snippy. but I think like he got his sea legs towards the end, and he was nailing it. He was hitting the nail on the head every time. What did y'all think about him? Did y'all like him?
You asking chat or me?
Well, you and chat.
I'm part of y'all. Okay.
I'm part of y'all.
I think there was a time, I think you mentioned this before he got his sea legs. You said there was a time where he took personal offense to something that defense had said. And that's where he was losing ground. He's not as good there when he's personally offended. He's like angry. Like that was not the best. But once he got past that, it was really good. But I was really concerned that if he was just going to be angry and just try to, it's like trying to hit a revenge home run. You're mad because the other team scored, and you're not going to follow the the proper techniques and form to do what you're trained to do. And he managed to align himself to what he needed to do. But it was good. It was brief. It wasn't enough to throw us off the rails.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried about it because I noticed the same thing. It was like he would get personally offended, which can be, you can take that and you can use that passion that you have about it and turn it toward passion for the cause. But when you take that passion and you get, angry, sometimes it can make them lose, like you said, lose their effectiveness. So I was a little bit nervous about that at the beginning, but he did seem to, pick up speed and get his sea legs, and he did a great job. But the last couple days, especially with Detective Dino Kelly, who I just adore. We loved him in chat. I am going to try to get him on the stream. We just loved him. We thought he was great. With him up there, bringing it home, and he did a great job too. One of the things that I noticed about him is when the defense attorney, when Mr. Bean was asking him, well, isn't this a picture of you showing, her the crime scene? And he said, no, that's a picture of me explaining to her what happened to her mom. I was like, yes, like it was so victim focused and not just, just Mr. Beanie. I'm not a fan of his.
Did we just lose the feed? Are they done for the night?
The counters.
I'll tell you, you mentioned you like the back and forth, the courtroom drama type thing. I love it. Yeah, they're done. They turned off their transmitter.
Yeah.
I've got one of those. I've got a live view now. I'm super excited about it.
Oh, really? That's awesome.
I'll say that I would, even though I'm not big fans of the defense, I think they did a great job. I think they were very effective. I don't like their style, but I would love to watch them in another courtroom setting. I'd like to watch all four of them, the prosecutors and the defense. I think they would be great. Yes, Dino Kelly. We'd like to see any trial that he testifies in again, just because he's like the Mark Tinsley type thing. He's got that vibe. It is so good.
Yeah,
it's like, man, you just want him to win. You want to cheer for him to just get the zinger in there and do it with a straight face. And he did it. So I really enjoyed that. These are starting to itch. I'm not sure if I've got like allergic reaction going on here. There might not be a stream tomorrow if my face is all puffy and swollen from whatever fake fur this is made out of. But
that's hilarious. Oh, all right. Can Lucy lay in your brows? They kind of, if you look at her little desk, it kind of looks,
I think it's the same material.
It might be same size, same material.
I've got two little dog beds right here, one on each side. These are not as uncomfortable, other than the itching part. They're not as bad as I thought. Of course, I haven't tried taking them off. If they require soaking in water and things like that, they're on there pretty good. I can pull, and it pulls my skin pretty good.
Oh.
So.
We made verdict eyebrows a thing. I'm so excited about it. It's like, that's the best. Now we got to get Lucy her little. She heard me say her name. We got to get Lucy her little. What'd you bring me? Oh. She brought her, this is her Chewy Vuitton. She got this. Somebody sent this for her. Isn't that nice? She's got her Chewy Vuitton.
Hopefully not $7,000 worth of Chewy Vuitton.
No.
They're a little cheaper for her.
A little bit. Not much. She ain't much cheaper. I'll say this. She gets, I spend more on clothes and stuff and accessories for her than I do myself. Like I'm like a Goodwill shopper and an Amazon shopper. And for her, she's everywhere that I see anything for a dog, I'm like, oh, she needs that. But now it's too hot for her to wear anything anyway, but that's all right.
I will tell you, after shopping on Amazon for these eyebrows, the suggestions they're giving me are a little bit different than I'm used to seeing.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It's yeah. We won't
That's
go into
hilarious.
that, but wow. Apparently, people that buy these also buy other weird items.
Yeah,
Who would have known?
yeah. Probably anybody that would think about it. You know, we do. I think I might too. You know, for when these run out, because I've still got some. I still got a few trials left in these. I'm missing one on one side because it was so off that I had to redo it. But so I'm like, so there's going to be one verdict where I only have one. Maybe I'll save that one for the one that I think is a hung jury. Maybe,
That's going to have to be like a little mini unibrow.
or I could do the unibrow. You're right. Yeah. I could do a unibrow for that one. So do you think Sarah Brown? I don't even Sarah. I went to high school with Sarah Brown. Not her. She's not on trial. Sarah Boone.
Okay.
Do you think she's going to go through? Her trial's going to go through?
Here's the problem. The letter that we read this morning from Frank Bankiewicz, it has some things in there that sort of tie the judge's hands. First of all, he's saying, I have another trial that conflicts. And the judge can't order you to not do that trial and follow this one. So he said, I've got this other capital murder case that's conflicting. And he put that in there. And now the judge is probably going to want the details. So in that hearing, he's going to say, tell me about this trial. What are the dates? When is it supposed to wrap? You know, he'll find out. And I'm guessing it probably isn't the conflict that Frank wants it to seem like it is. But the other thing is that he's basically said, I've done nothing for Sarah Boone. I don't have the time. She wants more. I can't do it. And he's given bad advice as a lawyer, like really bad advice as a lawyer. He said, my client would be better off without a lawyer in a murder trial. And that is like evidence enough that she can say, look, this is the sort of stuff my lawyer is telling me, to prepare my defense. He thinks that I would be better off without a lawyer, and no lawyer is going to say that's good advice. So I think, unfortunately, the judge might have to allow Frank Bankiewicz off this case, which puts a new public defender on, and minimum 3 months, just to get up to speed on all this information. And Sarah Boone's going to complain again that, every time there's a transfer of documents, that we're losing stuff. The notes are gone. It takes forever to get things up to speed. So the judge is in a tough spot. I don't think it's going to go forward on the time schedule we think it should be. It's probably going to be next year minimum. Yeah.
I know October's going to be so busy anyway. So I'm kind of a little bit okay with, BK with some of these getting postponed, because I was already thinking like, I ain't going to sleep till November. That's going to be how that has to work out. But so I'm okay with a little bit of it getting posted. We have the Courtney Clenny, and we have Caitlin Armstrong, and then Nellie.
So Courtney Clenny's going to go through, right? There's no, that case hasn't been pushed out over and over.
Last time I checked, it had not. It was showing October 5th last time I checked. So
she's the OnlyFans, killed her boyfriend with a knife, allegedly, with the throw right in the shoulder, then bled out.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a rough one. Obviously, that's a rough one for our group, our channel, just because of the evidence is going to be basically like surfing OnlyFans, and yikes. Lots of blurring will need to happen on that one.
Yeah. That's kind of how Show Business was too, and my face stayed bright red during Show Business. I was hiding sweater forts, trying to hide my. Show Business was a little bit like that too. But
what was the other trial you mentioned other than Clenny?
Caitlin Armstrong, the cyclist, facial reconstruction, the one who she looks totally different now than.
Killed the cyclist.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Allegedly. We have to add that all the time. Yeah. Okay. I was thinking, when Karen Reed, that's one I've got my eye on. I'd love for that to fall right into a gap. Karen Reed is okay. So I'm glad you mentioned Karen Reed, because I've just started doing my deep dive on this, and I've got my timeline started, and I have started doing my chart, and that's one that I plan on working. If this one ends early this week, I will probably take Friday off of streaming if we don't have anything that day. If I gotta look and see what else is starting, but if we don't, because I'm going to try to finish my deep dive stuff on that. I've just started on this one, and I'm actually really I've started going down the rabbit hole on this one. So there's not a trial set yet for it, but I am I'm starting to get so heavily involved. What I like about that one is you have defense that's very, very involved and seem to be very, very competent. I love a good defense.
Yeah.
I absolutely do. And especially when there's some big question marks out there where it's an actual whodunit case, we want one of those. So that would be fun. We're watching that one as well, but I look forward to seeing what you put together in that, because that'll help clarify a lot of things. I think there's still evidence, if I remember correctly, there's still evidence, discovery stuff that they're still arguing over. There's times like library security camera footage that, this is like a government building camera that films 24/7. And the very time when she drove by is missing. And just little things like, hang on, that doesn't pass the sniff test. Something's wrong here. There's something being swept under the rug. And so I like that. Obviously, I'm not a big fan of, supporting police corruption, and there seems to be some corruption somewhere here. Somebody's involved trying to, pin something on somebody else. So I'd like to see that one work out properly. So that'd be great.
And that's my thing too. I like police. I am, all for, like, there's the police corruption is not like an all police thing. It is, but it is one of those things that those little pockets where you have it, it needs to be exposed and gotten rid of so that, they can.
And it's generally a small group. It's a couple of guys or maybe a team. Sometimes they've had like a team that really sort of goes rogue.
Yeah.
But in general, police are incredible and do an amazing service for way too little money.
Yeah.
So big supporters of the police as well, especially when they chase people and push them off the roads.
Love the police chases. Yeah.
I heard there was one, I think Nicole Goodman was saying there was a chase today in California that ended with like a police bus ramming the suspect.
Oh, really?
And so I'm just seeing if we can find some video on that one. But
yeah. When you were on vacation and I was streaming and there were those two in one day.
Oh my goodness, that was great.
We were watching and I was like, Ari's gonna be so proud. Like I was like, I felt like your substitute teacher that day, like showing the police chases. So, but it was a lot of fun. We were watching, and one of them was like a super low speed, like lower than, because they had flat tires already. So it felt like when I was a kid watching the OJ, low speed chase, but worse. It was like 30 miles an hour or something, and they weren't doing anything. And then the other one was, more like high speed and, exciting, whatever. But it was a lot of fun. I was like, oh, this is so cool.
I think for me, I love Arkansas, obviously, because of the action, and they're so willing to pit anybody.
Yeah.
I think if California could just rethink their pit policy and just allow it a little bit more. They basically only do it if like the situations are perfect, the stars have aligned, and a double rainbow has appeared over the suspect vehicle, and that's when they'll pit. And they need to sort of branch out a little bit and say, look, let's end this instead of just giving everybody, because they're causing this whole thing that's like, look, if I steal a car in California, I'm going to be on TV and I'm probably going to get away.
Yeah.
That's what we're learning from watching these police chases, because if I go fast enough, or if I go close enough to the airport, or if I just go where the tall buildings are, I'll get away, because they're gonna, every time I get dangerous, they're gonna be like, oh, we'll dial it back a little bit.
Yeah.
So we need to rethink that and get a little more action out of California.
Yeah. Let's tell them we're nosy. We want to see what happens. We want to see all the action. We want to see them stop everybody, and we'll write a letter. They'll listen.
Yeah. If they're anything like the judge I talked to today or the other day, it won't go anywhere. It will do more harm than good.
There is one other trial, and I have got to see, it's here in Florida, and I have a personal connection to it. My college roommates, who actually I'm going to stay with next month to visit for a few days, it's one of their, or was one of their friends. Their kids went to school together, and they know her. They were friends with her, hung out with her and stuff, went over to her house, roasted marshmallows in their fire pit, and then comes to find out that her husband, who she said had just disappeared one day and left her, come to find out that he was buried under that fire pit. And she was arrested and charged with murder and charged with hiding the corpse. And she has been postponing, but she's out on bail, and she has been postponing this whole time. Now, this fire pit.
S'mores over a corpse? Is that what I heard?
Yes, s'mores over a corpse. And she had the kids out there roasting marshmallows over their father's. It's bad. They granted her bond, and she is out on bond, and they have pushed and pushed and pushed to have this trial, pushed out as far as it can go. My friend, I think, is going to be one of the ones who has to testify, but what's interesting too is that recently, like within the last month or so, she had her daughter try to she filed papers to have her daughter say that it was her who did it, that she did it and it was just self-defense. Now her daughter's like 14 now. She was like 8 at the time, and she's trying to have her daughter
The
take
8-year-old buried the dad in the backyard.
shot him, killed him. Yep.
That's a bit of a stretch. I mean,
Yep. So she said that it was that her daughter wants to, admit to it because it was her and take full responsibility for it. And she said that she did help hide the body. She helped her daughter, her 8-year-old.
I wonder if this poor girl has been just psychologically manipulated to
Yes.
the point where she thinks something happened that didn't.
Yeah, she has.
Wow.
It's sad. And talking to my friends who know them makes me sad too, because that's that the damage that like the emotion. I mean, it's bad enough that she doesn't have her dad now. She probably, once she finally goes to trial, probably won't have her mom, but to have that kind of damage done to her too, it's awful. So I'm hoping that they're going to stream that one, but if they do,
What county is it in?
it's in Lake County, Florida. Her name is Laurie Shaver.
So
And
is that north or south? I'm not familiar with the
it's south. It's like Orlando area.
Okay.
It's Claremont, Florida is actually where they live, or where she lived. But and she's got a YouTube, and she has a YouTube video that she put out with her attorney where she's sitting on like a dock out there, and she's talking about how her attorney is talking like she's just an innocent, loving mom. And no, she's
all these
she's
bad
crazy.
things happen to me. Like my husband gets killed by me, and I bury him in the backyard. It's a tough life.
Yeah,
man, that sounds bizarre.
It is. I think she had a hearing yesterday, and I tried to pull court documents last night, and they hadn't posted them yet to find out what happened. But they set her for jury trial next month, but they keep getting it postponed, and they have an I think it's either today or maybe it's tomorrow. They have because they filed again to try to have it extended out to postpone the trial. So I need to pull court documents to see if it was approved, but that one's going to be a wild one. So
that's crazy. And having a personal connection, you might get some access to witnesses and things that after the fact that you normally don't. I mean, you do, but the rest of us don't.
Awesome. It's going to be one of those weird things too. Like if they have the streaming, then I'm going to want to stream it. But also, my friend, she's never gone through court stuff before. So she had asked, if I would be, willing to come and, kind of go to court with her and go through the process with her and stuff. So I'm like, of course, because also it would be interesting to watch. But
well, if you need help with anything in that way, let me know. We'll talk offline and see if we've got some ideas anyway.
Okay. Sounds
cool.
good.
Cool. So I think we're done for the night. I think the
Yep.
fact they turned off the cameras means the judge has gone home.
Yep.
So they'll probably start again, probably the same as normal, with about a 9 a.m. Vegas time start time.
Yeah.
Are you thinking verdict? Is your poll finished?
Yeah, we finished it, and I missed the results. Let me scroll back up and see. I don't remember.
I think we had a majority on our poll was like in the 4 to 8 hour range. That's what people were thinking.
I think. See, I did mine like tomorrow before lunch, tomorrow after lunch, Friday, or next week, and I don't remember. It's gone now. I don't see it, but
Mrs. RA says she's going to sneak in a camera to see the eyebrows come off. I think somebody was saying there's a police chase right now as well.
Oh, really?
I don't know.
Let me see if I can find it. Rained out. Oh, my kid just texted me and said bingo is rained out. Live police chase.
Is that the Monroe County one?
Oh, there's one streamed 49 minutes ago. Is this it?
It's probably over by now. It's a long chase. It was still 49 minutes.
Oh wait, here is this. Oh, that's not it.
Yeah, I'm not finding it.
I don't see. I see one that ended a little bit ago, so it may be.
Yeah.
It may be. We might have missed it. We missed it. Angie, happy anniversary!
Yay! 2 months.
Yay! But maybe if you find that one, that's something to watch when during verdict watch. So.
Yep.
Be
fun. I tried to make a video, just like a recorded video this morning for Sarah Boone, and I don't know how to do it. Honestly, I don't know how you guys can talk at a camera when there aren't people on the other side that are talking back to you. So I need some ears. This is our volunteer. So do you need me to come in and sit on the other side of the camera so you have someone to talk to? I might have to do that because I get like half a sentence in and I'm just blah, 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 blah. I'm like, I can't have that in a video.
Yeah.
It has to be perfect. So anyway,
I know I'm a perfectionist. I tend to have to do mine in, I'll do mine in the segments or whatever. And I re-record so much. And then you can tell when I've had to do either a long one or 2 or 3 in a row, because you can tell by the end, I'm just, blubbering over everything and it just is what it is. But
that's awesome. Well, it's, I show you're about 8,630 some odd subscribers. So we've got just a little bit more to get you up to 10,000.
Yes, we're going to work on it over the next few weeks, and we've got such a big party stream planned, and I'm excited for it. So
I wonder if we could do something jointly with Dr. G. Dr. G has a different audience than us. We have some crossover, but maybe we could do something jointly and sort of merge those and see if we can get you over that 10,000 mark.
Oh yeah, that'd be awesome. So fun. Yes, I would love that. I would love to hear what he has to say about Fami too. I haven't seen.
Oh my goodness! On the walkthrough video, I just want to piece that apart.
Yes.
I was supposed to reach out to him, and I started writing to him, and then it never sent, and that was my fault. But I'll do that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'll have to watch that. Well, I appreciate you coming and hanging out.
I'm glad to be here. I say that now because I haven't tried to take off the eyebrows yet. But I admit they look great. As far as they almost, some people, they're saying what eyebrows when it looks like a filter. they're a tiny bit big, but I bet if I trimmed these to about half their size, they'd everyone would be like, yeah, it looks normal. Looks about good.
Yeah, about normal. Could you imagine if it was like an eyebrow? It would be like, which one is it, Bert or Ernie, that has like the really thick unibrow? I don't remember if it's Bert or Ernie.
I think it's Bert.
That would be.
I think it's Bert. I think it's Bert that has it. I haven't watched Sesame Street in such a long time.
I hadn't either. I went from Sesame Street to a bunch of murder trials, so maybe I should
that escalated quickly.
Yeah, and try to get some. I just realized my hands.
M is for murder.
Yeah. That's yeah, that's well.
Today's video is brought to you by the letter. V is for verdict. Good stuff.
Well, I appreciate you coming and hanging out. Everybody,
well,
thank you for coming and hanging out with us. This has been a blast. Lucy says thank you. No, Lucy says walk me because I'm ready. I'm tired. You've been sitting here for too long.
Yeah. I think I need to run tape when I try to take these off just to make sure everything's documented for insurance purposes or whatever. But thank you. I appreciate it. It has been a blast being here. Obviously, we have a very common audience between us, and they are the best. They're the best in the world. I just love being here with you and with them. So thank you very much for letting this happen.
And thank you for not copyright striking me when we go spy on you sometimes. Sometimes your break will be like, let's go say hey to RA, and we'll just pull up your stream and listen to you talk, and we'll say hi. And we've done it about 3 different times now.
I would never, but I also don't even know how to do that. So you're fine. You're fine. Don't worry about it.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Awesome.
All
well,
right.
thank you. I'll be quiet and let you wrap up.
You're good. Thank you so much. I'm hoping that you and Miss RA, we'll record the eyebrow taking off because that'll be fun to watch. All right, y'all. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, and we will be back tomorrow. Hopefully, we'll have a guilty verdict tomorrow, and then Thami can go to his forever home. So I appreciate y'all hanging out. Thank you so much. Thank you for reporting to jury duty, and we will see you tomorrow.